I'm shocked you've made it this far. I thought you were going to turn the video off in a fit of rage.
This is torture, man. This is totally torture.
Why? Because you're a racist? Is that why it's torture, Adam?
Yeah, how come I have to be on camera and you don't go on camera? It's totally ridiculous. I mean, I am the emotional resonance of the show, so it's good that people can see my reaction to this. But somehow I think it's going to come back to bite me.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite ASMR hater and totally not racist, loving of all people, Adam Skull Crusher.
Yeah, you die. It's so funny. We're kind of in flux on the name thing.
BR, we don't. People gotta let us know what should Adam's name be.
So I was thinking about this today, and I think friended might work for the show because like we became friends on YouTube, which is kind of a weird thing as far as YouTube goes. I don't know how many other people are like friends via YouTube. It seems like it's a rarity. It seems like people become friends and enemies. No, it seems like the cycle on YouTube is they become friends and then they become bitter enemies.
Oh, right. Adam, you said something I disagree with, and oh my God,
I know.
Fuck you. I'm never going to be your friend again. I hate you. I hate you so much.
Friend of the show, One Species. So someone that we have a tortured past with. Like I literally reached out to One Species and promoted him on my Think Club channel that was getting a bazillion views a week. Like what happened there? He did this awesome Jordan Peterson video, and I said, hey, can I promote this on my channel and give you a leg up? And next thing you know, he's like stabbing me in the back, right and left.
Wait, One Species did an awesome Jordan Peterson video?
He did, yeah. It's probably not public anymore. Don't you remember me calling him out on that when we did our first stream?
Not really. That whole stream's like a blur. I don't remember much about it.
That's funny.
I remember lots of dudes and memes, but that's about it.
Yes, the enlightened centrist cut, I think, is a masterpiece for all time, of course.
That's true. Dude. So, today, are we just going to jump right into it?
I guess this is how long is this? Is this video 2 hours? Is that really does that say 2 hours? Is that video? How long is this video?
Well, this video that we're about to watch, we're only going to watch 5 minutes of it, but this debate is like 2 hours, yeah.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Get ready.
Yeah.
So, today, we are watching Destiny versus Vaush, the betrayal, the fight of the century. So much backstory, so much emotions behind this conflict. But to start off, to give everyone context, because basically Destiny had this like 10-minute rant about things that poor people should do to help themselves, and it was the clip that launched 1,000 breadtube posts. Everyone just got so incredibly triggered when Destiny would dare say that people could take their destiny into their own hands and possibly do something to better their lives. So I was going to play the 5 minutes of this clip because it really sets up the background for the debate.
Isn't it evil to think people could help themselves? That people could dig themselves out of their own tragedies?
Well, so
I don't know.
We've talked about this before. It's unfortunate. Like sometimes there's concepts of things that happen all the time, but there's no name for them. So it's hard for people to latch on to the idea of it. It's like, with the, there's 100 different types of snow if you live in Canada or whatever, the Inuits,
right.
So they have all these different concepts of the different types of snow. And it's the same thing in politics where if one side of the aisle is using the Mott and Bailey strategy, right? Mm-hmm. And I always get which one is which.
I know. We don't know which one's the Mott and which one's the Bailey.
Yeah. So for example, the left sees the Mott and Bailey strategy of the right as, the right says that you should, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and you should engage in self-improvement. They see that as like the fake argument hiding the real conservative argument of, I just don't want to help anyone who needs
no help whatsoever. Right. Tough love. Cut them off at the knees. No empathy.
Right. Which I'm sure that's true for some people, but that's not true for everyone, obviously.
Yes.
And the problem with these political discussions is then when this happens long enough, people start getting polarized against the front argument, which is a good argument. They start getting polarized against self-improvement arguments because they see it and they automatically in their brain, they just decode it to mean, oh, this is really a dog whistle.
That's a great point. That is a great point. So they see
I said it, Adam. Of course it's a great point. What are you talking about?
Occasionally you do come up with a good point, but that is so true. So they see the argument, which is the reasonable argument on its face value. And the next thing you know, they're arguing against the most reasonable argument in the world, which is kind of what is going on here. Like Destiny makes a very reasonable argument and Vaush loses his shit.
Right. And I mean, you saw it was the same thing with like Richard Dawkins, not exactly the same thing, but similar to like Richard Dawkins says eugenics is terrible, but it works. And then everyone like loses their minds. Everyone just loses their minds. Like everyone just goes crazy. They're like, oh my God, Richard Dawkins.
Why would you say that?
Eugenics.
Why would you say that though?
Well, I know I don't,
Richard
but that's part of the problem with Twitter.
Oh,
is
it's
like,
awful.
Like you don't know, like Richard Dawkins could have just been in an hour-long conversation or argument with someone about like this topic.
Yes.
So like he tweets it because it has complete context to his life, but for everyone else, like what the hell? Like why would you just randomly tweet this?
Yeah, totally. I was just thinking about taking over the world, and I thought, how would I do that? Let me think. First, I need superhumans.
How would I take over the world? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Your take on people struggling to live in expensive here should just move is dumb. Change my view. I don't actually want to talk about it. The problem is that it's too hard to talk.
So, we're just gonna play like the first 5 minutes
Yeah,
of commentary, just so we can get through this because the debate itself is like 2 hours. So this is just the context.
I don't know who's just like a dumb fuck kid or whatever, which is like, it's really frustrating. Like this notion that poor people literally can never move. It's not reflective of reality. It's not reflective of wide data. It's not reflective of anybody that's ever been poor. It's not reflective of anybody's anecdotes of poor people. Like it's just like a college kid's like idea in head of like what it must be like to be poor. Like, oh yeah, when you're poor, you can never ever move. Like poor people change like places they live like all the time. Like maybe not like and not like you're upgrading to like a crazy.
When I was poor, moving was all I did, basically.
I said we weren't going to pause it, Adam. I said we weren't going to pause it.
Well, come on. I wanted to self-reflect on being poor. It's true. Like, God damn, my parents moved all the time when I was poor. Like, we were in a new house once a year.
Really? That
Hell
sucks.
yeah. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Did it help?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a kid. What the hell? They're not consulting me on their financial situation. As I get older, I realize, hey, there are other kids that seem to have a lot of money and we don't. So
all mad here in the chat said the Mott is the fake safe argument and the Bailey is the real position. So
okay.
Here's the what's it called when you have like a linguistic trick to remember something?
A linguistic trick to remember something?
Yeah.
That we call it a linguistic trick.
No, there's a name for it.
Are you going to make an anagram out of it? Is that what you're going to do?
No, it's not an anagram. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
the
so
Mott
here's my linguistic.
is the good one. What's the Mott is the protected position?
The Mott is the fake safe argument.
The fake
and the Bailey
safe.
is the real argument.
The Mott is the back argument, and the Bailey is the forward argument, right?
No, the other way around. You have it backwards. The Mott is the fake forward argument, and the Bailey is the real back argument.
Okay, so Mott I think of as like moat, and a moat is to protect the
right.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. So that's how we'll remember it, because Mott is like a moat, and a moat is the protection. Okay.
Exactly.
So we're gonna remember it from now on.
We'll all remember it together,
guys.
A mnemonic device.
Thank you.
There we
chat. Go. Mnemonic device. Yes. Fucking anagram. Get out of here.
Crazy place in like fucking New York or some shit or whatever. But like this idea that like poor people can't move is like not reflective of reality at all. It's really fucking stupid. Problem is humans have roots in their communities. Blah, blah. Oh yeah, that's cool. If you want to die in some community that you're in, or whatever, or if you want to be poor, financially destitute your whole life.
Yeah, that's the hardest part of moving when you're poor is like the new school. You're like bottom of the totem pole.
Right.
Because you want to live.
It sounds like you don't speak from experience, Sitch. Did your parents ever pull you out of school and put you in a new school?
Okay.
And you're like, I'm the new kid with no friends.
It's literally the opposite. This is so weird. Do you ever have like reoccurring themes that keep happening to you and you're like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, synchronicity.
So my reoccurring theme was every time I went to a new school, I would for some reason always go to the school that everyone from the previous school didn't go to.
Okay.
So I would always
you'd be the odd man out with no friends.
Yeah, so when I went from elementary school to middle school, like I didn't know anyone from my elementary school.
Yeah.
And then when I went from middle school to high school, I didn't know anyone from my middle school. So
yeah, that sucks.
So don't you fucking dare.
Yeah, I know. I imagine Sitch as being the one who stands up in the middle of class and like has a little speech and little cards. He's like, "Welcome, hello, new friends at my new school." Did that happen?
Me.
Was that really you, Sitch?
Yeah, I went to school every day in a full suit. You know, how's that kid? Like, why is this kid in a suit? Whatever. I gotta look good, man.
Good for you.
Live near friends, that's your choice. That's cool. Just accept that that's your trade-off or whatever. You want to, like, it's worth it. That's fine. But then don't complain about being poor. That's just whatever. Or don't say that it's impossible to move, rather. Like, there are still, like, social programs and shit we can talk about to help, like, impoverished people. But don't sit there and pretend like moving is fucking impossible. Saying it's impossible to move is a lot different than saying, like, oh, well, I want to live next to my friends. You do agree it's harder for poor people because you need to put down the first 1 to 2 months when moving in? First... Where do you put down 1 to 2 months of rent when moving in? What is this? Where have you ever moved in your entire life where you put down 2 months of rent? Can somebody please tell me that? As somebody that's lived in apartments being poor and rich, I've never heard of putting down 2 months rent to live in an apartment. First and last?
Isn't Destiny in Los Angeles?
Now I think so.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard in Los Angeles, Destiny. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never had to do that in my life. I don't know. Maybe there are some states that do this more or something. But even if you have to put down first and last month of rent, you can pick a cheaper place. It'll save you money ultimately. Isn't this the bootstrap meme? No, it's not the bootstrap meme. Doing anything to improve your life condition is not a bootstrap, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, poor people are some of the most financially fucking retarded people in the whole fucking world. And like people are like, oh yeah, well, you know, you can't help but rack up massive credit card debt and take out payday loans and live in expensive places and never no, like there are things that you can do to like improve your conditions. Like, yeah, like maybe, you know, social programs and all that other shit are good to talk about, but don't sit there and act like poor people are just this fucking amorphous blob of like fucking like brain matter lacking like dipshits that are literally incapable of doing anything positive to improve their conditions. It's so fucking dehumanizing and not true. And stupid too. It reeks of fucking dipshit ass college kid that has no fucking idea what any of those conditions are like. Like, oh yeah, when you're poor, you can never ever move. You can never ever do anything ever. You have no choice but to max everything on our credit cards and do nothing. Like, Christ, it's so fucking stupid. Holy shit.
Profanity alert, guys. We don't usually curse this much.
Yeah, of course, we're good boys, right?
I think the upfront cost.
Well, it ruins its emphasis when you're saying it like every other word.
Is what's prohibitive for a lot of people. How did they move initially? Like, what are these people? Are they were middle class?
I guess Destiny does make up for it by screaming it. That's how he makes it. He emphasizes it.
Class, and then they became fucking poor. Like, shut the fuck up. It's part of like. But it's I understand. Never mind. I hate talking finances with anybody in probably in the whole Western world, but especially Americans. You lot are dumb as fuck when it comes to finances. Jesus Christ. Whether it's lefty dipshit college kids or whether it's just poor people that legitimately have no fucking idea like how to do anything with money, or whether it's people in chat. Christ, holy fuck.
Hey, is Destiny Canadian or something? I thought he was American.
No, he's American.
Yeah. So why is he saying you Americans? God, this lefty. What the hell?
I like that you triggered Adam's.
Well, I'm just
jingoism.
saying, aren't we all Americans?
Aren't we all Americans?
Destiny.
Even those that aren't American are really just faux Americans.
Have you forsaken your nation here? Come on.
How dare.
Come back to America.
How dare he say a word bad about America?
Well, he said you Americans. Like, dude.
What about getting a new job, Destiny? That isn't always easy at all. Maybe not if you're living in the most like fucking populated parts of the fucking world. It's not. Oh, here he comes. The unemployment right now in the United States is literally 3.5%. If you can't find a job now, just fucking end it all. You're never going to be anything in life. Nothing is going to help you. No amount of welfare, no amount of UBI, no amount of social. You're never.
We here at Sitch and Friended do not promote suicide. If you feel that you need to end it all, please call a suicide hotline immediately. We do not want that on our conscience.
Gonna make it. Just stop. Give up. Go back and live with your fucking parents forever, or fucking just walk off a fucking cliff. Like, you're done.
So as you can imagine, that line, the kill yourself line, is the one that really triggered everybody.
Oh, I'm certain of it. Yeah, exactly. Come on, Destiny people. Well,
he says that. I mean, he says that a lot.
I know it's kind of his go-to thing.
He comes from the gaming culture.
Right.
Them gamer bros with their angry words.
Done. Like, that's it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, unemployment has never been lower. Like, drive around any fucking small town. I remember in fucking Nebraska and Omaha, there were signs up at like the fucking Starbucks that they're hiring.
Oh, well, he's from Nebraska. That's obviously not America. So we figured it out here.
For like 13 an hour. Even Burger King and McDonald's in my area was like literally 11 an hour. If you can't find a job when unemployment's at 3.5%, you're never gonna make it. You're never gonna be anything that can survive on its own. Like, go live with your fucking parents forever. A lot of people do that anyway now. Just do that. Jesus. Like, Christ, there's some fucking guy that like got his second raise at Burger King. Like, I'm never gonna be able to find another job like this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, people watch too much of the Big Bang Theory and they think it's normal that like a fucking person on like one income with like a fucking waitress job is gonna have like a massive studio apartment fucking high rise in Brooklyn or some shit. Like, it's crazy. What was the topic that started this? It's just like the people on the left have unironically turned into what people on the right accused like straw men for in the past. People on the right would like make fun of lefties, like, oh, you're saying that no one can ever do anything to help themselves. And the reasonable answer on the left is, no, of course people can help themselves to some extent, but like there are structural or systemic changes that like need to go into place to make this like a more realistic way for people to solve their problems.
Yeah, get rid of those payday loans. Ugh, so bad.
But now people on the left, because they've gone full socialist, they're no longer like social dems anymore or like anybody reasonable. They're just dipshit fucking tanky LARPers, are now unironically saying stupid shit like, oh no, if you're poor, you can literally never ever move. It's impossible. Which is like just fucking stupid. It's beyond fucking stupid. Just reeks of fucking dumb fuck college kid. Do you agree that it is harder and that it's...
Okay, so that's the context. That's the background. This is the clip that got everyone so crazy on BreadTube that they all had to start calling Destiny neoliberal fascist shills or whatever,
right.
Whatever line they like to throw.
Well, alt-right wasn't thrown out? He's not at the alt-right level yet?
I'm sure someone somewhere.
Shill grifter. We're bringing up the new video now.
Vagabond666 Gmail for 2 Aussie bucks says, didn't the no BS stream prove Adam's racist adjacent? Yeah, I think it did.
What the fuck, dude? Seriously?
I think it did. I think it proved Adam is racist adjacent.
Seriously. I got some good jabs on you, like several shows later, too, when you were basically endorsing my argument.
About what?
Like covertly. Yeah, exactly. You were
jabs
endorsing,
about what?
Well, no, you were saying, people should be allowed to make jokes and stuff like that. Unless, of course, it's Brooks.
Oh my God.
Then he's not allowed to make jokes.
Are you really rehashing this?
Well, it's just, I feel obligated for the super chatters. So,
Are you really rehashing this, Adam?
Come on.
Okay. That's a straw man. And I never had I wasn't even criticizing Brooks for jokes.
I know.
Okay. So get out of here. I thought we were watching.
We'll relitigate this privately when it can get really spicy.
Adam, I thought we were watching Vaush and Destiny debate.
I know.
Vaush was appearing on this stream right now to strawman me.
Oh my God. It's true. Vaush does throw out a good straw man.
FDDCSJXK for $2 says, thanks for the reply, Adam. Unfortunately, I've totally forgotten my high school Japanese, so I don't know what that says.
Oh, no.
I'm assuming it says arigato or something. No, it doesn't say arigato. I don't know what it says. What did you reply to the fadix about?
I'm not exactly sure. So I try to reply to everyone, so sometimes it becomes a blur, but I read your comments. We all laugh in your comment section about how you don't read the comments. So.
I do read them, but I pretend like I don't because I know it's a good meme and I like as many memes as possible for the stream to exist.
That is true. You being an aloof elitist, I think is a great meme. It's a great meme.
I don't read the comments. Yeah. I have a butler to do that.
Yeah. I guess that puts me
the comments for me,
in
please.
The comment butler position. Yes. All right. I see how it is. I'm a man of the people.
Well, you are. You're the one that wants to give wrenches to everybody. And I'm like, geez.
I know. I did a new channel and I went on a wrench craze. And
Adam's a freaking commie over here.
Someone notified. I mean, I might have to. Sorry, guys, but I might have to reconfiscate those wrenches. Somebody told me that people with wrenches can delete comments, and I just imagined. I'm like, all my comments are going to be gone because I was just giving wrenches to everyone.
I don't know if you can. They can normally delete comments. I don't know if you can change it so they can't. I'm not sure.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I have to look into the settings, but
Let's check that out. Hobo Frodo for $2 says, "Are we watching a soy tart fight?" Also, hi Adam.
maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, "You guys give Vaush crap, but he's still cooler than Destiny. Wish he would endorse cool anarchist praxis like Galenist, though."
I mean, I think Vaush and Destiny are both. Oh, never mind.
What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? You're like, I'm gonna say something, and then you're like, no, this is not
Vaush.
true. I can't
Vaush
say
is a very good speaker and very persuasive. I do not think he's educated, to be honest. To be very frank with you, I think that Vaush is a classic case of somebody who wants to make an argument and goes looking only for evidence. They call that cherry picking.
Right.
Cherry picking only evidence that will support his argument. And Google is his best friend in that department. I don't know that Vaush has read widely or anything. So his arguments are crap.
Vaush, I don't know if you've like read books, not like me.
Yeah.
I've read like Why Nations Fail, so I know everything you're saying is wrong.
Well, I mean, I've read more than Why Nations Fail. I do talk about Why Nations Fail because Why Nations Fail has a lot of
I'm
arguments.
playing the meme.
Yeah, I know,
Right,
obviously, but where are these people? Where's Vaush getting his arguments from? I mean, he's not like books go through some kind of peer review process a lot more than internet articles. Like he's getting his information from.
Look, we all know we get our arguments from our guts, Adam. Okay, that's where they belong, and that's where they're all formed, from our big old stomachs.
No, not me.
Yep.
Not me.
Oh, Adam is the one person, the one unique, enlightened individual who has ascended beyond his gut instincts and his pure lizard brain and only has rational, factual takes.
Lizard brain. Listen to that. Well, no, they're obviously, I'm a social intuitionist. I believe this. The only way that you can fight against it is knowing it. You and I both know it. So that's some measure of protection against that.
Yes, it is. Some minor measure.
And I do the thing that they teach you in science
class. The condom
class.
is half on, yes.
No, I do the thing they teach you in science class. I look very hard for the disconfirming evidence. Thankfully, I have one species to tweet it at me constantly, so I'm able to evaluate it. Most of the arguments are complete
You're saying
crap.
thankfully because you have one species to tweet at you something that you think is crazy. So you say, "Oh, well, this is the opposite, and it's crazy." So
no,
I look
at his studies. He tweeted me something recently about Jonathan Haidt not being able to replicate his studies. I looked at it. I was like, "This is garbage." Yeah.
Ooh,
yes.
How dare he? How dare he attack Saint Jonathan Haidt in his glory? Okay.
Jonathan Haidt has a huge data set that a lot of people are digging into. Yeah.
That you're going to say something.
A huge package of data.
Jonathan Haidt has this huge data set. Oh,
Huge.
This is so massive. Jonathan Haidt's
Giant.
massive data set. Oh,
Towering over.
foundations.
One species sits in the shadow of Jonathan Haidt's massive data set, waving over his head.
Oh, moral foundations, just go all over me. Just hold me tight, Jonathan Haidt.
I swear to God, Sitch and I swear to God, Sitch and I are not gay. Okay. I swear to God.
Such a homophobe, Adam. You're such a whenever we're having fun, Adam's like, no, but seriously, gay. Seriously, guys. Seriously.
Well, I'm trying to be sympathetic for you, Sitch. I know, you picture a girlfriend in your future. Like talk like this is not necessarily sending the right message.
Everyone knows. Yeah, everyone knows that YouTubers, they get their girlfriends from YouTube. That's the primo place.
Where did okay. I don't know if that's a good thing. I've heard some rumors about Destiny's girlfriend, so I just want to say.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you?
Only rumors.
Of course, pragmatic culture sides with Vaush. Geez, pragmatic
What?
culture. Do you always have to pick
What?
the worst side? Like this is pragmatic. He's like, whatever side's the bad side, I'm gonna choose that. Monarchies, hell yeah.
Yeah, the monarchy just sided with the communist. Like
Yeah,
hell has officially frozen over.
Well, it's interesting because it actually, Destiny had another video where someone was coming on. Destiny, of course, had another argument with Hassan recently. That was very hilarious to watch. And this guy came on and he was trying to tell Destiny how he thought that the argument went bad for Destiny because Destiny wasn't using proper debate rhetoric or whatever. Okay. And so Destiny said what I've been saying since the fucking day one. Okay. See, he's starting to see, the mask is starting to slip from his face.
The mask. Uh-oh, what's he hiding?
Because the guy asked him, he said, don't you think that you have more of a common ground talking to someone like Hassan rather than someone on the right or someone on the alt-right? I don't remember exactly what he said. But so Destiny said, not necessarily, because people who are on the far left, like Hassan, have more in common with people on the alt-right than they do with Destiny himself. And he said the same thing I've been saying from the beginning, which is that there are types of people or people who have similar mindsets about things.
Yeah, authoritarian
attracted
mindsets.
to the extreme ends of the political ideology. Yeah. So yes, horseshoe theory is real. Get fucked, Adam.
Yeah.
I'm right about everything.
I had a tweet that I tweeted out a long time ago that's just a meme, an idea that I constantly go back to, that you have these radical libertarians like clinging to libertarian ideology with authoritarian zeal. Like taxation is theft is a very authoritarian idea. Like you have people that are ready to enforce that idea by authoritarian means. And authoritarianism and libertarianism are supposed to be on different sides of the ideology.
Well, to be fair, are there really that many authoritarian libertarians?
Well, I just think there is an authoritarian personality, like the personality type that you're talking about, that clings to any ideology. And they're just like this root NPC type person that says, these are the rules, enforce the rules. These are the rules, enforce them. Right. And whatever rule set you put into them, they're like going to enforce that rule set. But they enforce it in a way that's like, heads are going to roll, enforce the rules.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It seems like what people believe and the way they want to implement what they believe are two completely different functions of your ideology.
Yeah.
So it's very easy for people to be hypocritical.
Don't tell Jordan Peterson he'll come up with some cockamamie split brain idea. Oh, the left side of the brain is where the
How dare you insult Jordan Peterson? This is Jordan Peterson apologist stream. What are you talking about?
It's the one thing that I totally disagree with Jordan Peterson on, because male and female brains are completely different. So.
Right.
Slime
well, I know. I wouldn't say completely different, but yes, there's obviously lots of differences between the average male and female.
I'm only joking around, man.
I know. That's why. Look, I'm a big advocate that gender has a strong biological influence. I don't believe this.
Me too.
It's all social construction.
Me too. Get it? Yeah. Get it?
I get it. Slime Master Nate for $10 says, something's been bothering me since I saw last stream is Sitch thinking that J-Reg was being serious with his videos. I've been a fan since he started his channel. Sitch, he's clearly joking.
Okay, good.
Look, I said in the stream that I had a bad experience because I saw J-Reg's channel through the framing device of BreadTube, and all the people on BreadTube, or at least the posts that I saw, were implying or saying that J-Reg was serious. So I was put in a bad mental state when I saw the video, okay?
J-Reg's a comic genius.
I could be completely idiotically wrong. And J-Reg could be a comic
genius, man.
Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, Vaush has a degree in sociology, I believe, unlike Sargon. Just saying, get fucked, Adam. There's his knowledge base. He has a degree.
How do you have a degree in sociology and not have read the most famous living social psychologist on the planet? That's what I want to know. That's my question.
Because it doesn't validate what he wants to be true.
Oh, so you're saying I'm right about the cherry picking. Nice.
I never said you were wrong. Yes, Adam, you were right. Let me stroke your ego.
Take that. Take that.
Let me give you a little ASMR.
Take that, pragmatic. A little 2-on-1 action. A little 2-on-1 right here with our data sets.
Oh my God. Nicholas Van Nile for $5 Aussie bucks says, mnemonic is a linguistic trick. Mnemonic is a linguistic trick you were thinking of. Thank you, Nicholas. And the term for Vaush you were thinking of is sophist.
Yeah.
Sophist. I thought sophist got banned from YouTube.
Oh yeah. Soph.
That's a bad pun. Sorry, guys.
His rhetoric is top notch, though. I got to give it to Vaush. It's scary though. It really is. Mm-hmm. It's scary. The kind of, I mean, he has the power to convince people. He has a good voice. He speaks with authority. Yeah, he's
Right.
That's a dangerous combination.
Explosive X for 5.49 euros says, did you guys watch Vaush versus Molyneux? Vaush was destroyed. I'm not a big on Molyneux, but he was great against Vaush. I did not watch that. No.
Yeah, I
you see
did
it?
watch it. It was great. Yeah,
Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, he was destroyed. Yeah, totally.
Wow.
And I wonder now. I'm wondering about the Molyneux stuff because, like, Molyneux's like claims in that video that he's not a white nationalist. He never has been. And I thought that he was a self-avowed white nationalist.
No. He is 100% not self-avowed, but I don't know. He tweets things that you're like,
okay,
I don't know what's happening in this tweet here. So
yeah, okay. So you think he's hiding it? That he's
I don't know. No,
secret
look,
white nationalist.
Look, I don't think. Here's my personal take on Stefan Molyneux.
So many people are just on smear campaigns against people. Like I question. Now I'm like,
so
everything's suspect.
So whenever I talk about him, I think I always preface this with I haven't seen a lot of his content.
Yeah,
so
me
this
neither.
Is a total butt hole. Seeing takes on Twitter, gut intuition. Okay, I'm rubbing my belly as we're talking right now because it's all coming from my belly. Okay, my intuition, my gut intuition is I don't think he's an alt-right white nationalist, but I do think he has some very standard racist-y ideas.
Racist-y? That's where that's where we're at.
Oh, I'd rather everyone around me be white, like it's not necessarily like straight white nationalism, but there's some stuff going on. Again, this is my totally uninformed opinion. So take that with a grain of salt, if you will.
Yeah, I got you.
Slime Master Nate for $5 says nobody going for a degree actually reads the assigned books. We read the summaries. There you go.
Good for you. Definitely. You yeah.
I once had a teacher assign her own book, and I was so mad. I said,
"Oh my god,
I'm not going to buy your book." It wasn't even. It was just a creative writing class too. So it was like the height of like, "Fuck you." It's like this isn't even like a textbook.
My niece had a very social justice-y professor, and we had my wife had many conversations with her about getting through that class. I was thinking, wow. It's so funny that they're preaching about the oppressor oppressed, and they're like she's literally oppressing the people in her class.
That's hilarious. It's sad that that's so prevalent, but
it is.
Tiago Alexander PT for $1 says, "Please have Ryan Dawson on your stream. The guy is very knowledgeable on geopolitics, domestic politics, and also teaches economics. He already gave Destiny an education back in 2016. Check that out."
Yeah, have people reach out to me on Twitter. I get if they're a lot of times people want really big people that are not going to respond to us on the show. So that's there's that. But if it's a smaller person, they generally will respond to us. It's just like we throw things together on a wing and a prayer. So if they message me on Twitter, there's a better chance that I will look at their stuff and invite them on, be able to negotiate something. So.
Is there another Ryan Dawson? I thought there was someone named Ryan Dawson who made a video a long time ago blaming the Jews for 9/11. And I don't know if this is the same guy or a different guy.
The Jews didn't do 9/11?
I don't want to smear someone if it's like some other guy, but I don't know who that is, but I'll look into it.
I thought Bush did 9/11. 9/11 was an inside job, right?
There you go.
I mean,
Bush did 9/11.
That's what Sargon told me.
But you know who paid Bush? The
Sargon?
Jews.
Oh, well,
Sargon,
obviously.
Yes. Well, Sargon is obviously a secret Jew, so there you go. Nemesis Engine for $2 says, Adam has an identity crisis. I know exactly what that feels like.
Was that a super chat? That's funny.
That was a Streamlabs.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah. Identity crisis, huh?
Yep.
Maybe. I mean, I try to reinvent myself. So if you want to call that an identity crisis, I'd call it multiple personality disorder.
Nemesis Engine for another $2 says, Destiny thinks this is new on the left. It's like he is a skeptic 3-year-old slowpoke. But speaking of telling people to off themselves, it's not even the worst thing he said. And try this, and you linked something. Destiny death threats.
Destiny's good at getting attention by saying incendiary stuff. I don't think it's just not my thing. So, but I mean, who am I to judge? Seriously,
right? I don't know if I agree. I don't think it is slowpoke. I think unfortunately a lot of people have only started paying attention to politics since 2014 with the SJW stuff. But before that, the left was a lot more like centrist. Well, it was like, centrist. Well, politics in general seemed to be more centrist.
I think the left once comprised libertarians and progressives, and then there was a split over the progressive wanting to use the state. You disagree?
Wait, how? Well, you talking? Are you going like pre-civil rights? Like how far back are you going?
I don't know.
When you say like they had libertarians, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that libertarians are on the left. I mean, now commonly they're conceived of on the right, but I think that there's two different oppressor classes conceived of by progressives and libertarians. Like they have the same kind of psychological makeup. They just see the oppressor as two different people. Like libertarians see the state as the oppressor, and progressives see corporations as the oppressor.
Right.
So, I mean, the only difference of opinion they have is who is more dangerous.
Who's doing the oppressing?
Yeah.
Sure.
Who is more dangerous? Like who is more dangerous and potentially like oppressing people? Is it the state or is it corporations?
Well, this kind of harkens to the only issue I might have with some of the Jonathan Haidt stuff. Though, I mean, I know that they did their moral foundation stuff globally, right? They tested it in multiple different countries. So that should kind of test for this, but because it seems like a lot of political ideas are kind of incidental. Like, I don't think there's anything about someone's inherent political ideology that makes the conservatives on the right be the party of less government and the Democrats on the left be the party of more government. Like, it just kind of turned out that way because of like the history of civil rights shit.
And social factors.
Because they wanted to leverage the government to do X, Y, Z, right?
Sure.
Because before that, it would keep switching, like who was in favor of more government, who was in favor of less government. It wasn't really like a strict left-right thing, I thought. I could be completely wrong about this, but that's my understanding of it.
The thing that I was stumbling around on, though, is that the parties, they weren't really separated by ideology. I mean, there was liberal Republicans and conservative Democrats, and now the parties have kind of shifted, so or what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, I don't. When you say not separated by ideology, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, the Democrats are a progressive party. Like they're
right.
You're not a Democrat unless you're progressive. Like it wasn't always that way. That's why I'm thinking, like, when was the great party? When was this party alignment? When did this party alignment take place? Because they always talk about how it was easier to get things done when there was conservatives in both parties because those conservatives trusted one another. They shared an ideology. They could talk across party lines. Now that doesn't happen. Now we're so polarized.
Well, and I think a lot of that is, almost entirely Mitch McConnell's fault.
Yeah, no, I agree. So you're putting a date on it. I don't know that that's important to my argument that libertarians are kind of up for grabs.
Well, no, because you're saying, well, the reason that they used to get stuff done is because there was conservatives and liberals in both parties and they could work with each other, which I don't know if that's necessarily what was happening as much as it was that you had Mitch McConnell come along and they created the political strategy of basically we're not going to work with you. And that seemed to work very well for the Republicans. And that's kind of been the adapted political strategy ever since for both sides.
But it only worked because of the voter population
wanting that, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
The government only responds to what the voters want. That's the whole idea behind democracy. So if you have liberal,
at least the tactics employed.
Well, if you have liberal Republicans, and they're not going to vote for that shit.
Right. Well, you know what the answer to that is, Adam? You know what the answer is, because I say it every stream, every chance I get.
Oh no!
What is it? It's the housing crash.
Oh no!
That's what made it. That's what made it happen, Adam. It was the housing crash.
Do you understand my argument though that libertarians are up? Libertarians are a small population and they're up for grabs on both sides. Like if you look at the divide being progress versus tradition,
because
if you look at the divide being progress versus tradition, the progressives are for progress, the conservatives are for tradition. Which side of that divide do the libertarians fall on?
No, I agree with you that they would be on the well.
Yeah. Which side?
It well, here's the problem with framing it this way.
They have one moral foundation.
Wait a
They have
minute, wait a
one
minute.
foundational morality. It's like, don't do anything to me, motherfucker.
Here's the problem with framing it that way, because you can always go back using the tradition. There's always a time period you could draw upon that already existed where things kind of exist the way you wanted to. So you can say, well, how far does back does tradition count to when you're starting to progress into something new, right? So that's why I'm saying I don't know if you should frame the argument that way.
It's a slow process. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like an ebb and flow type thing.
Well, no, but the only reason I disagree with you with the idea that libertarians are up for grabs, and I think most libertarians would disagree with you, is because as long as it's seen as the left is this party of more government and the right is a party of less government, I don't see how they would ever be up for grabs in that situation, because they're always going to go towards the right.
Right, but I think isn't that like a recent phenomenon? The more bigger government.
I don't know.
Well,
honestly.
bigger government, I think came in with
but...
FDR. I think everything was kind of laissez-faire until the Great Society stuff, and that's when the progressives really took over the government.
I didn't realize when you meant recent, you meant like 1930s recent. Yeah, well, I guess so.
I mean, I speak on geological time scales.
I didn't realize Adam was talking in geological terms for the sake of this.
Back when the dinosaurs were coming in,
Sitch,
the libertarian.
Do you think the dinosaurs were more liberal or conservative?
Velociraptors? What are you thinking? Progressive?
I think velociraptors were all ANCAPs. Honestly, I mean, just look at them.
They do seem like anarchists. Really? I mean,
No, they don't. What are you talking about? Velociraptors are pack hunters.
Oh, I got it wrong.
Boom!
That's never happened before.
Velociraptors are all communist. We figured it out, everyone. We solved the age-old question. Velociraptors are all communist. T-Rex are all ANCAPs. There it is.
Boy, this was a tangent. I love it.
No. Zofrats for $1 says, pasta that. Do you like all the memes? Sitch, pasta that. Look. CT has started this malicious meme rumor that all I do is eat pasta. And it's not true. I don't even eat pasta.
Oh, that's bad.
I don't even eat pasta that often. Okay. I'm trying to stay off the gluten, guys. Okay. I'm a left-wing liberal snowflake and I can't tolerate gluten. So I'm not even eating the pastas. Okay. I like pasta, but I don't eat it.
You probably eat vegan sushi. You're so liberal.
No, I eat regular sushi like a sane person, but let's not go crazy. Okay. See, that's the nice thing about sushi. With the exception of a little bit of gluten and soy sauce, not a lot of gluten in sushi normally. Jonathan Stoffel for $3 says, like Vaush, I have nothing useful to add to this conversation. So instead, I'll say, Adam straw friended forever.
What'd I say? What'd I do? What did I do now?
Me.
Oh,
you straw man me about no BS.
Oh, God. Why do you keep bringing it up?
CT for $1 says, why are people super chatting just to say hi to Adam? It's a new meme. Hi, Adam, by the way.
Oh, I like it.
There you go.
I like that.
No one wants to say hi to Sitch. No one wants to say hi to Adam.
Hey, now. It's your friend Adam.
Hey, now.
Sitch hates your guts. He never reads your comments.
I'm not a man of the people. They want, you know why they're saying hi, Adam? Because they want you to get me to give them a wrench. Because
they know I'm high.
They all want the wrench. That's what's happening here.
Oh, I got you. You guys need some wrenches? Yep. Here, let me show you. Let me show you.
Hummer Rodriguez for $5 says, Sitch and Adam Senpai are back. I agree with Destiny. You don't need much to get a job. You literally can go to the temp agency and get a temporary job in the same day if your hiring process is taking too long. There you go. Hummer Rodriguez saying, F off, F off, F off.
Let me show you guys what a wrench looks like. Isn't it pretty? God. There you go.
Attack Helicopter for $1 says, Adam needs his homophobia cured again.
Again?
Style. Yeah, remember
again? I know.
JoJo video?
You guys made me watch that. Oh my God.
So
I had nightmares for a month.
Paradox for $1 says, I hope you guys are going to get to this the same way Sitch analyzed the lemon debate.
Oh,
fuck no. Jesus, you know how long that took to do the Don Lemon debate? I'm not doing
This is what I love about libertarians. Here come the libertarian super chats. They work. Well, libertarians work for a living.
They work and they'll pay and they'll say, Adam, you're a fucking idiot.
Exactly. And they will pay to tell you how badly your argument sucks.
See what a crazy world is it when Sitch is the one on the libertarian side and Adam
you're on
is
the libertarian side?
Usually I'm the one attacking
Switzerland.
right and you're defending right, and then now it's like the reverse.
Libertarians have one foundational morality. It's based on the Liberty Oppression Foundation.
Right.
Yes.
Paradox for $2 says, SJW stuff is not 6 years old. It's more like 15 years old. You're a slowpoke if you think it's just now that dating trans person is considered transphobic in those circles. It's been accepted as such 15 years ago. Height is a slowpoke too?
Yeah.
So 15 years ago is 2005,
and that's when you had to smoke.
I don't know. Well,
you had to
first of all,
smoke lady dick, or you were transphobe.
Yeah, Paradox. I don't know what country you're referring to. Look, you hear maybe you said those circles, and yes, I'm sure that there were some elite left-wing liberal circles in 2005 where they were SJW, but it was not at all mainstream by any accounts back then. So I don't agree with that whatsoever. I mean, do you agree with that, Adam? I don't agree with that.
I don't know. I'm thinking about genital preference now and how
Oh my God.
if you have it, you're a total transphobe.
I don't remember.
Genital preference is transphobia.
There were
we
so
should get
many
t-shirts that say that.
I'm just thinking, there are so many movies and TV shows and things that came out in the 2000s that if they came out now,
I
would
know.
say they're all racist,
I know.
sexist, homophobic,
I know.
blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah,
You'd be
blah, blah.
canceled.
So I really don't agree with that. I mean, I'm sure, look, the SJW stuff has been obviously percolating since like the 70s. Like, right? It's been in academia. It's been percolating. These things all have roots and they go back and back and back. Right. Sure.
It all has to do with social media. When social media hit, crazy people realized they could communicate. They just ganged up on social media and it changed everything.
People were angry about the housing crash, and then they had social media so they could just connect. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Paradox for $1 says, wait, Sitch, this has to be wrong. The party opinion graphs for Republicans have not changed for 50. Graphs for Republicans have not changed for 50 years. Tim Pool's right. It's the left that is splitting the debate as a prime example of that divide. That's not even true. Because before Reagan, everyone was kind of on board. Because what Adam said was kind of true. It was like before FDR and the Great Depression, everyone was kind of laissez-faire about economics. And then it was like after that, but before Reagan, even the Republicans, everyone was kind of on the side of like more government control, more regulation, more in favor of the workers. And then Reagan kind of dismantled that whole process and brought in, the kind of current right-wing economic thinking.
Reagan broke the union.
Yeah, he did. And he started brought in I guess not current, because now we're moving away from like the corporate globalist Republican thinking to right-wing populism. So it's kind of shifting again.
It was like the airline union or some union. The FAA union or something like that. Reagan like fired them all or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, he broke the union.
I know
Reagan
I've seen
was
those
a
graphs.
ball buster.
I know I've seen those graphs. Well, first of all, I've seen one of the graphs that Tim linked said the exact opposite. It said it was the right that moved further to the right and the left, and he just misread the graph. And I've talked about that on this stream. But
Tim reached out to Sitch, and no, he never did. he never did.
Yeah. So, but no. So I've seen the graphs. There was one graph that he read correctly that showed that it was the left that was going further to the left and the right that was saying more stationary. I have to really dive into that because I don't really believe that in terms of, I don't know how they're measuring that. Because as I said, the both parties' ideas of what constitutes left and right changes constantly. Mm-hmm. So I don't even know how that graph would make sense unless they just mean that like within their own party, they're still kind of all adhering to the same things, which is possible.
And there's a social component going. There really is. There's a lot of people that join parties and they just go along to get along. Whatever the party line is, okay, let's do it.
Or I guess it could be I guess it makes sense if you're saying, if you're going to like study this by averaging out like social norms, and then you're going to see which party is moving away from social norms, because then obviously it was always going to be the left, right? Because the right is the party of conservation and tradition, and the left is the party of progressing in air quotes, right?
There was a book on that I was going to read, but I never did, on on social norms, and it's like strict versus loose social norms. Yeah, a woman studied all that stuff. It'd be interesting to know how important that is to the party dynamic.
Mm-hmm. CT for $1 says, if you can't tolerate gluten, stop eating pasta, you weirdo. I'm not eating pasta. No one needs that many carbs, Sitch. Hi, Adam. Sorry I got you sick over the internet.
Carbs are bad for you, man.
Carbs are bad.
Yeah. You got to go on the all-meat diet, the carnivore diet.
That's right.
Turns you into a tiger.
Archvile for $2 says, Sitch debate rags on Avatar: The Last Airbender. He thinks it sucks. I just found out about this on Twitter today. Apparently, Mahler and Rags have a shit take on Avatar: The Last Airbender.
What?
I don't know what it is. because I didn't see the stream, but apparently they were talking smack about it.
Wow.
So I think we need to get the Shadow Men together. Me, ER, and Literature Devil. We need to slap them down and say, "How dare you? How dare you?"
Yeah, I have not even seen the new Star Wars. That's how out of it I am.
You haven't seen the Star Wars sequels?
No, the latest one. What is it? The
Yeah, it's really
Rise
bad.
of Skywalker.
Yeah, you should watch it. It's really bad. Yeah.
I heard it was awful.
It's terrible.
Why do you
Yeah,
want to
it's awful.
submit to some awful movie like that? I don't know. I did listen to part of that EFAP stream, and it's super fascinating that people are so into Star Wars.
Well, look, Adam, you know what? You don't have to watch the video. You can just watch my video on it.
You did a video on Star Wars, really?
Oh, it's coming.
Oh,
It's
that's the
coming,
one
Adam.
you're working. This is the massive video that you're
The
working on.
long fucking
Yeah.
video.
The long, super hard video.
Yes. Pringle Dingle for $1.99 says start with the mot Bailey when you're caught. I like that. Let's go. That's a good mnemonic.
Oh.
Start with the mot Bailey when you're caught. Lieutenant Amazil for $2 says slurp, slurp, sitch, slurp, slurp. I'm not slurping pasta or anything else. For that
Yeah,
matter.
what are they talking
I know.
about?
I know.
there?
Adam wants me to specify.
Yeah, geez.
Slime Master Nate for $2 says, "Hi, Sitch." Thank you, Slime Master Nate. I appreciate it. Hi. Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, "Libertarianism is peak. It works well on paper because most people know they'd be SOL if they were on the left on their own. If they were left on their own the way libertarians want." Well, I mean, I hate to say I agree with Pragmatic Culture there, but
Yeah, no, I agree.
I agree with Pragmatic Culture there. The Dialect for $10 says, "Adam, you don't have to read this aloud if you don't want." Well, I'm reading it. Just wanted to
I don't
momentarily
read
thank
any
you
super
for the shout out and the retweet. You're a good dude. Thanks for the hours of entertainment and content.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome.
Lieutenant Amazon for $2 says, "Adam is sentenced to 5 hours on the Contra couch."
I know. Oh my God. Do
You have
not
to
even
carry-
joke about that.
You have to cure your transphobia, Adam. You're sentenced to 5 hours on the Contra.
Remember when we did the stream and I had to look at Contra's legs for like, I
know, it was hilarious.
I
You had to-
uploaded
you
a
had to
little
put a
clip.
picture over it.
Yeah, I uploaded a little clip and I censored it.
I know. It's so funny. Shorta Fro Man. I don't know why I can't say this.
Short Afro man.
Short Afro.
Four.
I know. I don't know. Sometimes when like people don't spaces in their names, it just like
big
my
question.
brain just goes, "What the fuck?"
The big question I always have is it a short Afro or is it a short guy with an Afro?
There you go.
I don't know.
Short Afro Man for $2 says, "Hi Rags, hello Adam. EFAP will be seeing you." There you
Nice.
go. Jarful of Love for $2 Aussie bucks. Thank you very much, Jarful of Love. Very Dead Horse 14.99. Prague started with Wilson. Really, real conservatives are basically Coolidgeites. Libertarians are more physically con than most conservatives and more socially lib than most progressives. GOP are moving libertarian. I agree with you. I guess you could say, yeah, progressives did start with Wilson. I can see that, and I do agree that. Well, when you say real conservatives, I guess it seemed like there was a time period that conservative economic policy was going back to the Coolidge period, but now it's kind of moving away from that into Trump's protectionism. Well, I guess we'll see if Trump's populist economics is all rhetoric or if it's actually manifesting, because I think it's all rhetoric. I don't think it's actually manifesting really, but I have TDS, so what do I know? Anyways,
Shall we move
let's
on? This
get to a 2-hour and 30-minute video that we
Oh
will
my
not
God.
finish.
I'm going to go get a pillow and take a nap.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Testing 1 2. Oh, okay. Jesus.
Jesus loves you.
Okay, can you guys put helicopters in chat if you guys can hear me? Hello, hello.
Helicopters. We can hear you.
Is that a transphobe or an anti-communist joke?
Destiny, we can hear you.
Helicopters.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
We got some
So pretty low
helicopters.
latency.
Okay,
Let's
let me
go.
skip ahead.
No, I like this
No,
part.
Kind of
I don't
started
know
this
when
in the
this
back.
actually starts. Okay, we'll just start here.
You can do the little, I think
Wow,
you
what's
can
up,
do the
Deuteronomy?
arrow and
Howdy, how you
skips it
doing?
forward. Oh,
Doing
look.
great today. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I just debated Stefan.
Why'd you pull this one up? The one with Vaush is better.
Why is it better?
Because Vaush is like freaking out. Vaush is like sweating bullets. He's like trying to make friends with Destiny, and Destiny's like not having. Maybe this one's better. I watched the Vaush one.
Okay, as you know, and as I've said several times on the stream, to you, Adam, directly,
When
face to face,
was I listening?
in person, over stream. I don't watch these I don't watch these
you just
videos. I
listen to them.
listen to them. Okay. So if you think that the Vaush one has better visual
Oh, I think
whatevers,
it does.
we can watch that
I wonder if
one
we can
instead.
pull them up at the same time. Someone needs to put these together. I didn't realize you could marry these. Like these, this is epic. This needs to be married.
You're married.
We will just move forward with Destiny. I'll see. It'll be brand new. I'll see what Destiny's reactions are.
There
Vaush is like freaking out. Vaush is in though. He's like, I will do Vaush's part here. Here for you. I will perform Vaush's part just so you get to see. He's like, oh my God, Destiny. I love you. Why are you yelling at me?
Yeah, see, we should have talked about this before because we could have rendered both the videos together just to have the kind of back and forth. Yeah.
I know.
Alas.
I didn't even know that this existed. I thought Destiny just called in, but I should have known these guys are like, this is their way of doing it. Yeah. I've done this a couple times too. It's a good way to do it.
But I guess that's a matter of opinion.
How are your eggs feeling? Are they...
My eggs are feeling, I think it's actually his egg head that is reeling most severely. You've kind of started this in the back foot, haven't you?
See, Destiny's going in serial killer style here. It's like he's like, "Oh, really? How do you feel about the huge idiot that you've made of yourself, Vaush?" And Vaush is like, "Oh, I made an idiot. Oh, I didn't make an idiot of myself."
You're saying he's like a crocodile, just like slowly.
Don't you think there's some subtext going on here? I feel obligated for our audience to kind of.
I think you're overreading it a little bit.
Really? Well, we are writers. Come on, we like to fill it. We like to fill in the detail.
We are irrational writer artists types, right? So what do we?
If we were filming this, we would cut to beads of sweat on Vaush's forehead. Maybe even like a piece of paper with a bunch of Vaush's like chicken scratch notes and a drop of sweat like balloons on the page.
You said in your Twitch title that if you didn't make Plat 2 today, you would convert to communism.
Whoa, not communism. Communism. That's a different thing. Okay.
Explain the distinction to me, please.
Well, if I have to explain it, then you wouldn't understand it. Unfortunately, it's a very high-level theory. It would require too much time. So
he's like,
okay, so I'll agree with you with the social dynamic that obviously Vaush is trying to be light, and Destiny has no time for levity.
Destiny's like, I would explain it to you, but as you see, you are handcuffed in a dungeon far from where anyone can hear you scream.
He's ready in attack mode already. So he's ready to go. He's ready to fight.
I submit to your intellectual superiority. Would you like to get the ball rolling?
See, Vaush even threw an awe out there. This is one of the things that Vaush is really good at. He doesn't say uhs or ums. Very, very seldom. That's something you have to work for. If you stream a lot, most people do verbal tics. Like to get them out takes some time. You even go back and you listen to like talks from Sam Harris from years and years ago when Sam Harris first started public speaking. All kinds of verbal tics.
Now I'm going to be paranoid the whole stream. Then
you are.
I have always verbal. Thanks, Adam.
You aren't working on your verbal tics. Maybe you're just good at it. It's been a struggle for me to constantly work on it, but I
haven't even noticed them.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. When you edit yourself, you notice your verbal tics, and you think, boy, I really need. Well, to work
I don't
on
because
these.
I have a script and I read what I write.
Oh, you read your script.
Remember, this is the problem because when I tried
script
to do
little script reader.
Well, because I tried to do the Tim Pool style off the cuff videos, I couldn't do it.
Because you did a lot of uhs and ums and.
Well, no, I couldn't put my thoughts together properly, and whatever I'd say would sound stupid as hell.
We do it every single week on here. What's the difference?
It's not the same.
What's the difference?
It's not the same, Adam. First of all, I probably do sound stupid as hell on these streams, so I don't know. You don't.
If you did a lot of ums and uhs, I would call you out on it. I seriously would. They're annoying as fuck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the only verbal tick I accept.
I had a conversation recently with our good mutual friend Claudia, and I watched your reaction to her reaction to my reaction to chat,
and it made me very angry.
This is the inception of debate streams.
I am actually glad that you brought up the Destiny one because Destiny's doing. He's like, I'm going in for bear.
Yep.
That you commented on that we talked about.
We're in like an Ouroboros of content now. Yeah.
Oh, look, he's got the baby
Similar
Coke.
right?
Holy shit.
Replications without originals. I think that's where we're at right now. Brilliant or whatever would be proud. Whatever the fuck his name is. Okay. So yeah, basically I went through your video. I watched it.
Someone in the chat, I never saw it because I don't watch the video, says Beta Coke.
Oh, I
Little
know.
Coke.
He's got one of those teeny tiny little
Look, guys,
Coke.
we said it. We said it before. Don't drink soda.
Yeah.
Drink water. Okay. Or tea.
But that mini
or
is so
coffee.
cute.
Okay. Sugar's bad. Sugar is the enemy.
That is the cutie
Okay.
patootie size.
Sugar is the Mike Bloomberg was right. Okay, I'm voting
What?
for Mike Bloomberg
Oh my
because he wanted
God.
to outlaw sugar.
Here come
he
the-
was right.
Here come the
Sugar is
libertarian
enemy.
super chats. Here come the libertarian super chats. Watch this.
Ban all big gulps.
And yeah, I thought, wow, what a great thing to talk about.
Oh no. Well, okay. Can I open with a few things, if I
Yeah,
may?
open up.
Yeah. So I've been
Open
wanting
up.
to talk to you for a
What-
while, obviously.
What do you think?
Wise.
You
And I
don't-
also
so
saw
you
you
don't-
Oh shit! What do you think he meant by that? What do you think to open up? What do you think?
He
Open
well,
up, Betty.
He's got this. I don't know if if chip on the shoulder is like the right way to phrase it. He's got this like, oh, like I know where this is going. I know all the because he saw apparently Vaush saw. I never watched it, but Vaush did like a whole reaction to Destiny's original take that was very aggressive,
Calling
and
him out.
tacky,
Yeah.
and
totally.
calling him like all sorts of bad things.
Yeah.
So that's probably why Destiny's acting like this because he's like, I'm not going to be faux friendly with someone who made this
Yeah.
very,
Who talks shit behind your back? No doubt.
right.
Yeah.
Right, who made this very shit talky video about me. So-
Totally. Yeah. Vaush loves to do that though. Loves to talk shit to his audience and
well,
completely
who
different
doesn't
reality.
love to do that? We love to do. That's
Oh,
what the
it's-
stream
it's-
is, Adam.
it's human nature.
okay?
It's completely human nature. I mean, I try to be conscious of the fact that the person is going to see this. I mean, I do. These guys are, we've had them on our stream, so. But I have noticed the shit talkiness.
Mhm.
Like Vaush and I are on good terms in email, and like he's completely professional, 100%. But he does talk smack about me on his streams. I just don't care. Like that's like, why do I care about that stuff?
Yeah, but so which one do you think's the real, the professional,
the
nice
real
emails or
Vaush,
the shit talking?
the
on
real
stream?
Vaush.
somewhere in the middle.
That's tough to say. That really is tough to say. I'd like to think that it's the professional Vaush and that he's putting on a show and that he realizes he's just out there for the communist grift. I think that's probably the case.
Yeah, I don't think it's a grift. I think he's a true believer.
I don't know. So tough.
I don't know.
So tough when you have these, these super rich kids.
People, I don't know. People, I think people really overuse the term grift nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. That's why I like to use it.
I know. That's why I said it.
That's why I'm throwing it out there.
You didn't see a single person.
I messed it up when I hit the thing, so I don't know.
I was being subtle, but you pointed it out, so that's fine.
Yeah.
In chat say like just move forehead or moving is really hard or impossible or you can't just find a new job. You didn't see any messages like that in chat? Do you think I was inventing those responses or?
No, those responses existed, but I don't think those are the same as saying people out there believe it is literally impossible to move.
No, but that's kind of the implication, right?
I don't think so. I think, and
Well, like,
I
so
agree
if
with
let's
their
say that I'm talking to somebody and they're like, and I say something like, hey, like, you can't afford this car. You need to sell it and get a smaller car. And their response to me is, well, selling a car is hard. The implication is that they're not able to do it as a result of that reason, right? That's all I'm responding to. It's like, okay,
well, that would be the case if all your video was you saying, calmly, like, hey, guys, in spite of your protests, sometimes it really is the
If you can't afford it, sooner or later you're going to move, correct? I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean, you would hope, right?
pretty much. Well, you're going to move out under the bridge. Like, something's going to happen, right?
Something's gonna give. Yeah, right. But
best move.
I do think it's interesting that a lot of this conversation seems to be Vaush complaining that Destiny is not being nuanced enough in his take, and is just kind of hyperbolically reacting to chat when you're like,
That's
is
his
coming from
whole
Vaush?
channel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute. That's kind of like I thought that was like Vaush's whole thing. Was
Yeah,
like, he's over
that's
the
his whole
top.
grift.
He brought it back, everyone. He brought
I'm
it
sorry, I
back.
couldn't help myself. It's comedy now.
It's comedy. It's a nice meme. You've transformed it into a nice meme.
Well, sooner or later you got it.
Just move.
Sure. So if your
poor.
critique of me, or if people's critiques of me was that I wasn't calm in the video, or that I was screaming at people or being hyperbolic, or whatever, I'm fine with that. That's okay. That's always been
That's
like
not my critique of you.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I want to address, because you seem to be trying to gun towards this deeper level of animosity, and you do it on the back of a lot of pretty false claims that we both know are not true. So yeah, sure. So for instance, you
that's Sitch laughing, not Vaush, obviously.
Oh, I always love when you're like when you're talking to someone, you're like, oh well, we both know what you said wasn't true.
Yeah,
Like,
we do that all the time. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But we do it to rib each other.
I know, but it's like that kind of like the slightly nice way of saying, "You listen here, you fucking lying piece of shit."
Exactly.
I know you fucking,
exactly.
I know you fucking know that you lied, you fucking piece of shit.
What sounds like you're conceding the point. Let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
You were very careful when you made your critique of me to say that I would never assign this level of charitability to other people. Like if someone did a video about this on black people. I'm actually really charitable to almost everybody that I talk to. For an example, a lot of people say that Sargon is like a racist, borderline alt-righter sometimes. He might be these days. But back in the past, I was usually pretty careful to say like, no, I think he's just a dumb fuck that's hyped up on this libertarian free will. I was charitable towards PewDiePie. I don't know if he's racist or not. I've been charitable towards a lot of the lefties I've talked to.
So someone brought this up. I don't know because I didn't watch the Vaush versus Molyneux thing. They were questioning how come Vaush was getting so much more triggered and angry at Sargon than Stefan
I know.
Molyneux.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like he was a perfect saint, but maybe he had a revelation with the Sargon thing, because the Sargon thing I think was kind of the first big debate he had. So that might have prepared him a bit. Did he do the Molyneux thing after he did Sargon Part 2?
Yeah.
I tried to organize.
Just happened.
I tried to organize Sargon Part 2, and it wasn't happening. Vaush wouldn't do it. So
right. Well, you're a biased, terrible moderator.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
shut up.
Yeah. He's nice to
Get
me
fucked.
though. At least he's in professional emails. But
We both know you're lying, Adam.
yes.
The Michael Abra guy, non-compete, that weird tanky dude, I don't remember his name, that worked that like did media for like North Korea. That guy, yeah. Like generally when I talk to people, I assign a high level of charitability to a lot of people that I have conversations with. The idea that I only do it selectively, I don't think either of us believe that's true.
What's your take? Do you agree with Destiny on his charitability level? Yeah, it sounds like maybe not.
I don't know. Well, it
comes and goes. It does come and go.
Yes, I was going to say that. It seems very bipolar. It comes and goes. I don't think it comes and goes based on political ideology.
No, it comes and goes based on mood. How many of those little cokes he's had.
Exactly. Yes. I think that's exactly it. It depends if he's in a charitable mood or he's in a I want to destroy.
Which is, it's just human nature. I mean, I would say the same thing of myself. Like that, my charitability comes with my mood as well. Unfortunately,
maybe. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's because he's just doing these debates or conversations far more frequently than anyone else is. So it's more like running the gambit of a normal person's emotional experience. If you want to if we want to throw out apologetics for Destiny, I guess that's what you could say. But
a Destiny apologist.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think he does sometimes. It's weird because sometimes he does give a great amount of charity and charitability to people's positions and try to understand them. And sometimes with these conversations, I'm listening to Destiny, he just goes into it very much like, I just want to destroy you. I'm going to twist everything that you say into being like the most extreme version of it.
Yeah, I've seen both those.
It goes. It's all over the place. So
there are definitely times when I'm not charitable. Like, for instance, in our last conversation, there are definitely times when I'm not.
Oh, listen, he's like fully admitting it.
Okay, there you go.
Not charitable, but I don't think that's selectively. So I think it's more just based on my mood at the time.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I think
everyone. Well, apparently you saw this, Adam, and you just.
Well, I might have remembered it subconsciously. I didn't see it coming. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you guys.
That's right. That happens a lot though. When we watch something, this is interesting. This really shows you how tricksy your mind is, because we both watched this debate already. So then we both thought we had our own independent opinion about something, but it turns out we probably heard Destiny say it, and then subconsciously we forgot about it, and we just assumed that it was our opinion.
I don't know that though. I think it's more just human nature that mood is a bigger factor than than the tribalism.
No, but we
stuff.
probably remembered on some level this part of the conversation.
Well,
Because it's kind of like, okay,
well,
it's like if you do, they've done studies where
I
like
agree.
once,
I
like if
agree.
you do a
Yes,
puzzle
we
or
were
a crossword
primed.
puzzle or
Yes.
something that's difficult, and then you don't, then they'll test you on like the same thing like 5 years later, some extraordinary
You'll
amount
be
of time
amazing
later.
at it. You'll be like
And
puzzle king.
and you won't be amazing, but you'll still be significantly better than when you first did it.
Yeah. Not only
'Cause
that,
you still remember on some level.
not only that, you sleep and your mind like optimizes the memories of it all.
Right.
How the mind works is crazy.
My only point was, don't trust yourself. Don't
Yeah.
trust your opinion. You can't be
Never.
trusted.
Never.
Never.
Levels and the degree of charitability, or varies in the level of charitability they're willing to assign. I think sometimes a degree of charitability can cross over into the territory of making, say, for example, overly permissive interpretations of other people's work, and otherwise of giving them sort of carte blanche permission to dog whistle. So, for example, I'd like to make a comparison, if I may.
So, for example, if you say that PewDiePie is not a Nazi, it's because you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
If you were talking with some random alt-writer or skeptic on YouTube, and they
Oh
had
my
a video
God.
that you had critiqued previously, where they talk about why black people are poor, and they talk at their great length, they say fucking black people are so they're fucking stupid, they're so financially illiterate, all they need to do, like what they could do.
Vaush is really enjoying this example a lot. I notice he's like,
I know.
he's really swinging for the fences.
getting into
here.
it.
I know, it's kind of weird. I feel funny even saying those kinds
What
of
are
things.
what are you implying, Adam? What are you
Well,
trying
I'm
to
just
say?
saying, secret racist.
Oh,
Is that they would just pull up their pants, if they would stop thugging, if they would stop getting fucking tattoos and leaving their baby mamas, then they could probably make something of themselves.
Boy, he knows the argument pretty well.
he does.
And then you two debate or whatever, and you're like, hey, my dude, you kind of seem to be signaling here some political beliefs that I disagree with. And that person then says, well, is it not true that pulling up your pants and dressing as such and not leaving your baby mama are good ways to advance one's social or financial standing in life? To which you would have to say, yes, but that's not the issue. The issue is the intent and the rhetoric and the underlying sentiment that you were signaling. I don't think that you were like openly.
So this is a problem. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
that's
happens
weird.
a lot it's happening more on the left, but it's something that affects both people. Is that usually when this kind of argument, this is what I'm talking about. This is the people getting sucked into arguing against the Mott instead of the Bailey.
Mhm.
And it's like, yeah, like Vaush paints a better picture where he's saying in his example, you have to address the Mott. But a lot of times people don't
Yep.
address the Mott, or they add that into the argument that, if people were more responsible, that's a fake argument. Well, it's like, well, no, it is a real argument.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't necessitate that, the Bailey that comes after it.
Well, assimilating yourself with the culture too is not necessarily a bad way to become more successful. So
That's always, assimilating yourself with the culture.
he's saying it in the most incendiary way you could possibly say
I know,
it,
because
but-
he's saying, because his example is like as if the person is really racist. They're
Yeah.
just using fake arguments. But,
there is some
right.
truth to the dress for the job that you want.
There's
some
lots of truth
to
for that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not necessarily you don't necessarily want to assimilate your culture to whatever is around you. You want to assimilate your culture to whatever is the successful.
yeah,
culture,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Calling for the death of unemployed people, but I think a lot of your rhetoric was classist. And as an SJW, classism is a component of intersectionality that I am concerned with.
Sure. So to speak to your example, this relies on you being familiar with the larger body of work of the person, which you should be with me, and which I would be with any person that I debate. So now I want to be incredibly crystal clear here, because I haven't watched Sargon in a year and a half, and I've seen some stuff more recently that makes me think he might literally be an alt-righter now. I don't know.
Everyone's attacking Sargon now.
I
Jeez.
know. Jeez. I wonder
So
what
I
he,
didn't
what
watch,
did he see?
Well, I didn't watch his second debate with Vaush, but apparently, because I know that after their debate, Vaush retitled their debate to "I exposed Sargon as a white nationalist." So I don't know what he said in that debate that they're referring to.
No, don't trust that. Vaush is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. I'm saying but I don't even know what they're talking about.
I saw the last video I watched of Sargon's was his speech. And I don't know what it was, but it was their live event. And the things he was saying, I was just like he gets it. He totally gets it. Like the infringements on our freedoms are just scary. Very scary.
Mhm.
But the Sargon
is,
of the Sargon of like 2 years ago, I don't think was an alt-righter. He was just a dumb fuck classical liberal. Maybe he flirted with a little bit. But like, if I were to have conversations with him relating to certain things about, I'm trying to think. I don't like to use him for race real as example because I wouldn't with him. Let's say that I'm having a conversation with like my uncle, and he's just like a standard whatever conservative. I might be willing to admit to him, say we talk about like the differences between men and women, that there might be some difference between like men and women, and I'd be like, yeah, of course, there are obviously some differences that we can recognize. I might be willing to make that concession, if we even call it a concession, in an argument with him, because maybe I know him as a great all person. I know that he doesn't like fucking hate women. He's not like a tradcon or something crazy like that. But if I was having a conversation with like you were with Stefan Molyneux, I wouldn't make. I don't even know if I would make that concession, because when I say I think there's a difference between men and women, I know that he's running that back in a way different way than my uncle would be. Right? He's going like, okay, difference between men and women.
Okay, so this is, I think, a huge problem with the way Destiny argues, the way he just elucidated right now. Because
Yeah, I agree.
you can't, I understand his point. Like, if you say men and women are biologically different, that means different things to different people.
Hugely different.
Right. But if you're having a discussion or a debate with someone, you shouldn't, like if Stefan Molyneux says men and women are different biologically, and maybe Destiny does do this, and he's just not describing it properly in this conversation. But what you need to do is you need to say, well, I agree with that to some extent, but I don't know what you specifically mean by that.
Right. You
shouldn't just dismiss the idea wholesale, because then you get into the trap of people, because everyone that's watching you, everyone in the audience has a different interpretation of what it means when you say men and women are biologically different. So then some people that could actually believe fairly reasonable things say, well, Destiny's doesn't think men and women are biologically different. Like, was he an idiot?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wonder also the extent of that. I would love to talk to Destiny about the differences between men and women, because I would do videos all the time, because that's what I was doing on Think Club channel, where I was clipping out studies and whatnot to basically support the arguments that Jordan Peterson was making, because everyone was like, this is crazy. No, it's backed up by science.
I think I'm trying to remember. I think Vaush is totally on everything social construct idea.
I know he is crazy to some crazy extent. Like, he's never read any evolutionary psychology or any of that.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what Destiny's take on it is, because I've only heard him talk about this in terms of trans athletes. And he's always on the side of,
oh my God, the worst
that
topic.
Of men transitioning to women are going to probably have a physical advantage over cis women.
Oh yeah, I think he was kind of reasonable on that, now that I remember.
Well, he was reasonable on that, but I'm saying that's not the same issue in terms of what we're talking about.
No,
we're talking about brain differences.
Differences, eyes difference,
personality differences,
parasympathetic nervous system difference, hearing difference. Right. I mean, you're going to have a lot of operations if you're going to truly transition sexes.
Right.
Women aren't capable of existing in the workplace. Men are stronger. They're the protectors. Women should stay. Like, he's going to do a lot more with that statement than what my uncle would. So we both agree with this. The example I gave, I think more or less you'd agree with. The example that you gave, I more or less agree with. I would be very charitable towards somebody like PewDiePie, who, to my knowledge, I haven't seen him do like weird political shit. He just seems like a gamer bro that flirts with dumb shit sometimes. So when it comes to my content, for the most part, I guess, depending on what you've seen, like, I am a huge determinist, a strict determinist. I've talked a lot about like structures and systems and things that keep people in oppressive settings. And I have my own personal experience with being like a working class, poor, and destitute citizen. It seems kind of weird. So I guess I could admit fault here that the YouTube video was shit. Like, I've shouted at my editors for it because it's clearly just me screaming at my chat. But if you take that and pretend that I have like some insane animosity towards the poor, I don't think that can be justified based on like the entirety of like what I talk about.
No, I completely agree.
How can you be a determinist and think people can improve their situation? It seems like they can't.
Well, no,
like
but
because if you're just playing out some predetermined, chemical role, then really they can't improve their situation. Therefore,
yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Seems like a
doesn't make sense.
Does
it make sense,
argument.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
Like, if you're a strict determinist, is what he said. So,
well, I think he says later in this debate, or he says in a different conversation, like he's like a strict determinist. Like, the Big Bang sent atoms in specific patterns,
Right,
and that is
yeah.
like everything has literally been determined at, which I think is, to me, I think that's crazy.
We're all
That's
actors
complete
on a
crazy stuff.
stage. We're just playing out our roles.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this. I don't even sure. I don't think we've ever seen scientific evidence of free will existing.
The Brett Weinstein and Sam Harris had a talk on this that was fascinating. And Brett Weinstein
Right.
made the argument that evolution isn't even possible in a deterministic world. And that argument I thought was solid. Like, yeah, seriously. If there's no
Why would that? How does that make sense?
Because if there's no possibility for if outcomes always happen the same exact way, there's no possibility for two separate outcomes and one happens and one doesn't, then how do you have
I see. Okay,
evolutionary
So,
progress?
okay, so I don't want to conflate free will with determinism because they're very different things.
Okay, maybe I'm
Even though they
getting it wrong.
seem similar, because when you say like evolution can't exist within determinism, because they're talking about like the position of an animal when it's getting attacked by another animal is determined by, you know, the atoms that existed from the big, like that's way going back into stuff.
There has to be
Like,
some
I'm just
element
talking-
of randomness.
Right. I agree that I think there is randomness.
Yes.
Completely think there's randomness, a lot of randomness.
Right.
I just don't think, okay, here's my verbal tech. I'm going to keep saying I think over and over again. We've talked about this. I think what we agreed on, the safest agnostic way to agree on this is that free will might exist, but you're not born with it. You have to actively figure out, you have to actively learn and train yourself to not be immediately influenced by your emotions and your gut instincts.
Mhm.
And you have to train yourself to try to ignore that to some extent so you can make rational decisions.
Right.
Maybe when people say free, see, this is another thing. When someone says free will, they all have different
conflicting
definitions.
emotions, though.
Right. No, but I mean, because when I say free will, what I mean is are you able to make decisions independent of whatever your initial response is that you don't have control over?
Right. Well, there's,
And,
I
I
mean,
mean-
there's fight or flight are two very different examples of emotions, but one of those is going to win out.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. You don't have a choice when you have a flight or fight response. You're not making a conscious decision what that is. It's your
Right.
body is reacting based on variables that you don't have control over.
Sure, totally.
Sure.
But you can have conscious control over that. Like
Yeah, but it
someone
requires-
who, yeah, this is the argument that it's something that you have to work at, because you would
Right.
sit and ponder the fact that, well, you know, if I fight, then I eliminate future situations. Like you play out the scenarios and you settle
Well, I
for
mean,
one
not
or
even
the
to
other.
that. It doesn't. I'm not saying you have to like disassociate and rationalize everything. I
Mm-hmm.
just mean I forget what it's called. There's some training techniques that for some crazy reason law enforcement in this country is not mandatory to go through, but
Mhm.
there's some training technique, I forget what it's called, where they
De-escalation.
take people and they put them in situations that get them in the fight or flight response.
Oh, nice.
But it's like an artificial situation. and
commonly
they
called
keep-
triggered.
yeah, they trigger you. They commonly get you. They repeatedly get you into the situation so that you can kind of learn to use it as opposed to letting it control you.
Right, to use reason.
Yes.
Yeah. To be able to reason while you're in trigger mode.
Right, which is very important.
I love going back to streams where I'm triggered, because I never feel like I'm triggered in the moment, and then when I would listen back, I'm like, yeah, totally triggered.
Yeah, but exactly. That's the way it is. It's crazy when you realize how much of your behavior is entirely not your control.
It's
entirely
root animal, just
I know.
animalistic.
It's like you have this weird chemical response to something that that's not conscious, and then that's just you for the next 10 minutes. It's so weird.
The amygdala hijack.
Yep.
And I don't think that you have like this long-standing history of intense libertarian, hatred towards the poor. The issue is, I'm not making an argument on your personal character. I don't really care. What I care most about is the rhetoric that people pull from what you say. And even if you do have a past precedent of engaging in fairly good faith arguments on the subject, which I believe you do, it is undeniable that even instances like this can be instrumental in building sort of a dark shadow.
See how many verbal ticks he has? That's why I was like this. He's triggered.
I see what you're saying.
A.
Well, this
of
is a
one's
weird-
community.
That's characteristically un-Vaush.
I mean, I don't listen that closely to what he's saying, so I'll take your word for it.
Well, I listened to this Stefan Molyneux debate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've listened to a few of his debates. I debated him, so I debated
No,
both
but
Vaush and Destiny.
I tend not to. I don't know. I try.
Why
to
don't you debate some people, man? You're the big brain around here. Why am I doing all the debates?
I know.
Well, I guess it's
but,
because I'm calm, cool, and collected.
That's right. I'm Mr. Triggered over here. But no, because I usually get too distracted with trying to absorb the information, like what the person's actually trying to get at. So I guess I just block out a lot of the verbal tics and a lot of the other things. And I don't pay attention to that information, which hurts me to some degree because I miss a lot of things.
Yeah, you got to know. Like Destiny
Gotta know.
heard those. Destiny's like,
Right.
listen, I got this guy on his heels. It's time to go in for the kill. Like, it's so calm. Like, this shit goes wild here. You guys are in for a treat if you haven't seen this.
Well, there's a lot of weird, interesting backstory because Vaush basically, Destiny is Vaush's senpai.
Oh, yes.
And, I mean, Vaush got his channel by being a person who would call in and talk to Destiny.
Right.
So
yeah.
there's a lot of weird, like Vaush is running the emotional gambit here. He's like, I don't know what's happening.
He's like, my father's turning on me, but I turned on him. What do I do? And then we have
someone's going to the dark side. I don't know who it is.
And we have a live debate in 2 weeks. And we're supposed to have dinner. What's going to happen at dinner that night?
I'm sure the live debate will be a lot nicer. Typically, when people are face to face.
Oh yeah, definitely
more cordial. You know.
I sent this video to James. James runs Modern Day Debate. He's the one that's organized the live debate.
Mm-hmm.
And he messaged me back. Is this good or bad? I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
This is great. What is he?
No, I think it could be awful because you want these fireworks. Like, this is fireworks, man. This is.
Oh,
good.
I see. You think this? You don't want them to burn
this
themselves
kind of fireworks
out.
in real life. Oh, I'm thinking we give them shit to throw at each other.
Like, you want Candace Owens versus Blair White.
I do.
Levels of debate. Okay.
Oh. Listen,
that's like, has it ever happened again?
Listen to this elitist.
Once in a blue moon.
Listen to this elitist. I don't read the comments. I want blood.
You've seen this happen to your community probably more than anyone else ever has. You've seen how far left it got during 2006.
Holy shit. Someone in the comments is saying this is the wrong video, that this isn't the fight video.
This is the fight video.
This is the one where they fight?
Okay, there's two. Well, maybe they're being confused.
No.
There's two videos. Before this conversation, Destiny and Vaush had a weird 20-minute yell match at each other.
Yeah, that's the one I thought we were watching.
No.
Why are we not watching that video?
This is more interesting. This is heated.
This is more interesting.
Heated. Well, okay, it's not more interesting. It's longer. Maybe it's significantally longer.
This is more interesting.
It's just 20 minutes of them yelling at each other.
God.
It's not substantive.
I feel the triggering coming on right now.
Wait, are you saying you didn't? You're saying you didn't see this video?
I did not. I've not seen this video. I saw the one where they yelled at each other. I thought we were watching the real video.
Wait a minute. Now I'm going to get triggered.
I thought we were watching the real video.
Okay, you can't tell me that you saw a 2.5 hour debate and then say, "Oh, I confused that for a 20-minute video."
That's why I was like, I thought
people do, Adam.
I thought, well, people clip videos down all the time. I don't necessarily know what I was watching. I think I watched it on Vaush's channel. Like, for all I know, Vaush
people. He's too busy typing the comments to pay attention to whatever video he's listening to. He doesn't even know what's happening.
I saw the Vaush side. I swear to God, the video was like 30 minutes. And there's a lot of yelling, which is amazing.
There's a lot of yelling in this.
So we're not in for a treat. Oh my God!
No, we are. No.
How could you do this?
Adam, why are you sabotaging it? Okay, why are you sabotaging?
Why did you sabotage it? You're the one that loaded up the video.
This video. Okay, we're gonna watch it. You'll just see. You're gonna see. This gets incredibly heated.
Is there a fight?
There's a fight.
Is there incredibly heated?
This whole video becomes nothing but a fight. Okay.
But is
16,
there...
17, 18.
Oh
and you've probably seen now in retrospect how far right it was.
We're not even close to getting far right. But
prior to that point is what I was saying. Prior to that point, when I was a part of your community, people call me like the N-word, the F-word all the time. There was a lot of weird Gamergate sentient. Like, it was
they were like anti-SJ, like far right, like Sargon was far right, like anti-SJW gamer bro shit. But that was back when I was an anti-SJW gamer bro. So I understand that. Yeah, of course. Sure.
Yeah, so you
flip-flopper.
See, I mean, the community can sort of switch on that. And
Yeah,
I think your
follows
community has gotten more conservative now. The issue I have more broadly is, in addition to the consequences of the rhetoric that you put out there, I do think your perspective has changed over the past year and a half, to the extent that I question now how much you and I could even be considered allies on a progressive basis. I wonder, because...
Isn't that interesting?
No, he's not yelling.
No, but see, but that's
Don't
how
try to
Vaush
save it.
frames-
You've already ruined it.
Oh my God! Get out of here! Look at Adam! Look at Adam, trying to destroy what is beautiful. But now,
What is beautiful?
look at how Vaush frames this as like,
I want the
Oh, are
tiny
you
people yelling at each other.
are you going to be my ally in the fight against against oppression? Like, that's the only way I perceive of this is like, are you going to be my ally or my enemy?
I've seen, I mean, I follow your content a lot. I don't think most of what I've seen has been misrepresentative of your positions, but there have been some takes, some sentiments that lead me to believe that your spite towards the left, and I'm very comfortable defending that use of the term, has blinded you to considerations of your own arguments in some senses. And that's what really concerns me, that this is just part of a broader pattern towards anti-worker solidarity, anti-progressive rhetoric on your part.
Sure, and we can talk about like a broader shift.
So I'll tell you what's happening, because Vaush doesn't understand it, because he's an ideologue. Okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I have spite. I hope they burn in hell.
Destiny's he doesn't want to say it. He's being forced to take the centrist pill. Okay, that's what's happening here.
He's force fed.
Right. Because the reason that Destiny is going so hard on the left is because he feels what is the thing that they always say is the deepest. What is the deepest level of hell reserved for?
I'm not sure.
Adam, you don't know?
No, I should know. I'm in hell like every day.
Doesn't know what the deepest level of hell is reserved for.
Is it a woman scorned?
No.
No, oh my God.
Betrayers, Adam.
Oh yeah,
the
betrayal.
Deepest level of hell. Haven't you read Dante's Inferno? Okay,
Dante's Inferno.
In the pit? Yes, classic.
I only read
Inferno.
nonfiction.
The deepest level of hell is Judas, Brutus, and the other guy.
I'm looking for truth, not metaphorical truth. Okay.
Okay.
But anyway, I understand.
Oh, I see. You're going anti Jordan Peterson now. Okay. So anyway, but there is a lot of metaphorical truth to why betrayers are in the deepest pit of hell in Dante's Inferno, because when you feel like you've been betrayed by someone, it's like the most anger, rage-inducing emotion of all time. That's why when people have those divorces that are messy, it's like it's like the hate is like on a level.
I loved you.
Exactly.
You betrayed me. Tell the story of the guy that he sees at Dante's Inferno. It's like some lawyer who's like eating the head of the guy that betrayed him. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but
oh really?
I don't know what your specific part you're referring to, but
yeah, there was some guy there was some guy that betrayed him, and he was forced to eat his head.
Oh, betraying Dante himself?
No, it was just two guys that Dante, I think, ran across, who were just
in the lowest pit of hell.
Yeah.
In the lowest pit of hell, Satan is there, and he's eating. In his mouth, he has 3 heads, and in his mouths are I completely just blanked the name. Brutus and Judas and whoever the third guy is.
Right.
No, but
betrayers.
Dante's Inferno is really good, but it's very confusing because a lot of it is referencing current political things from that time period. So you're like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But so anyway, my point is, that betrayal for many reasons we can get into, which we're not going to because it'll take forever. But for many reasons, betrayal is one of the strongest, most anger, rage-inducing emotions that humans can have. So Destiny it's interesting. Destiny's kind of going through the reverse Candace Owens syndrome, where Destiny used to be on the right, and he would make arguments on the right, and then everyone would agree with the logic behind his arguments. But then he got to a point where people on the right would start to be hypocritical, and they started to dismiss the same logic they were using that he would provide for their arguments. And he said, "Wait a minute, all these people are hypocrites.
Yeah,
they don't care about what's true. They just want to be right, and they just want to use the logic I provide when it suits them." And
Correct.
now, right, and that's 100% true. But see, now he's having the realization because now he realizes the left is exactly the same way.
Yeah.
He was making all these arguments for intersectionality and SJW woke crap. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to communists making fun of Pete Buttigieg for not being gay enough, well, suddenly all this SJW woke arguments just get thrown out the window. And he says, holy shit, the left is exactly the same as the right. No one cares about the arguments. They just want to win.
He's like us. He's realizing, oh shit, principles.
Right.
Oh, fuck.
But so he feels this sense of betrayal because he's like, I spent so many years making these arguments for people.
Yeah.
And now all those same people are betraying me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I get so triggered. So people say, Sitch, why do you get so triggered about Tim Pool? Mm-hmm. Because it feels like a betrayal.
Yeah,
to me.
We're politically homeless.
Right, because I feel like I made lots of videos supporting Tim. We talked on stream a lot of times supporting Tim Pool. Mm-hmm. And now he's betrayed. He's betrayed my enlightened centrism.
How do you think I feel about Scott Adams?
Exactly.
Now he's after artists.
Exactly. Yep. I'm sorry. See, Adam feels it. He feels it.
Yeah. What a dick.
You have to towards some other direction if you want. So if you're really saying that none of this was supposed to be a condemnation of my character and just had to do with like the rhetoric.
So I guess my point was that Vaush doesn't understand this, so he thinks there's some sort of weird political shift going on between Destiny's, like Destiny's becoming more conservative or what. It's like, no. This is entirely emotional. This is entirely this feeling of betrayal and principles.
Well, he thought he was on the principled side.
Video.
Turns out he was wrong.
Did, Well, here's the dark truth, guys.
Neither
no such
side
thing
is
as the
principled.
principled side.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the black pill.
Here's the black pill for you. There's no such thing as the principled side. There's only principled individuals. Okay? It's very important that you remember that.
You know, the saddest thing about that is the social justice ideology right there. That it's only power. There's no such thing. Like that's the postmodernist philosophy.
No, because I'm not saying no. Because I'm not saying that they're doing it for the sake of power.
Well, they are though.
Some of them are, but I think
everyone is. I think.
No, I disagree. That's the social justice reductionism. Because I think lots of people engage in tribalism and it has nothing to do with power.
Yeah,
that's
just
because they don't. Yeah, well, it's just they don't have free. They're not acting upon their free will, and they're just giving into your most baser instincts of just. Tribalism. Got to protect. In group, out group.
Well, it does feel good. We like to punish.
Of course,
people.
It feels good. Look, I'm sure I could go back and look at some of my defenses of Tim Pool and say, "Wow, I was being real tribal, giving him leeway when I shouldn't have been giving him."
Yeah.
Sure. Look, we're not perfect either. Okay.
Yeah, we're super close.
we're as close as humanly possible. We're just under Jesus in terms of being the perfect human being. Yep.
I mean, I'm okay with that. It's a pretty charged video. I think that taken on its own could definitely be seen as something that's kind of like shitting on poor people. I don't think that's how you made it sound when you talk about it. For instance, when you analyze my hyperbole, like you keep making these statements like, I think that my hyperbole is indicative of a lower, a more fundamental feeling that I have towards poor people, that I become contemptuous of them or something like that. It felt like that's kind of what you were getting at. But I guess if you don't mean to say that I harbor some ill will towards the poor, then
I don't know if you do, but like the statement you made, and we can speak to hyperbole if you would like.
Yeah, which statement?
I know you're not doing the lol, it's just a joke thing. We both recognize that even if a statement is hyperbolic, it can still carry underlying intent. Like, for example, this is something you brought up. Mm-hmm. When I said the United States should bomb Israel into glass, I didn't literally mean that. I hope we...
It's funny because until I heard this, I didn't know that he said that. Apparently, Vaush got banned from Twitch
for saying forever. Like that. You can't say that. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, for saying that the U.S. should bomb Israel to glass, which is like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's awful.
It's so funny because as soon as I heard that, I thought of when Vaush was debating Sargon, and he was like, "Sargon, people can use your rhetoric, even if you don't mean it that way. People can use your rhetoric for anti-Semitism." And I said to him, "Vaush, what are you talking about? It's literally this. You're literally doing the same thing when you talk about the rich and the elites. People can use that rhetoric for anti-Semitism."
Yes.
And he's like, "No." And so here he is, apparently later getting banned for saying you should bomb it. Like Jesus Christ!
Don't know if you know this, Vaush, but Israel is a Jewish state.
I don't know if you know this, Vaush, but your rhetoric can be used towards anti-Semitism. I don't know if you were aware of that.
That's so crazy.
You could see that probably be a bad idea in a lot of civilians, but I am expressing a lot of animosity towards Israel. the hyperbole is meant to sort of, that's the difference between, you know, the semantic and the pragmatic meaning of my statement. But with regards to this, I mean, listen to this. Like, this year, unemployment right now in the United States is 3.5%. If you can't find a job now, just fucking end it all. You're never going to be anything in life. Nothing is going to help you. No amount of welfare, no amount of UBI, no amount of social security. You're never going to make it.
There seems to be like a moral distinction here. I don't know if they bring it up, but I just want to mention it. Like no one hates the poor, right? I mean,
I'm sure. What do you mean? Lots of people hate the poor.
But I think there's an important distinction that I don't know if they ever iron out, because if you're poor because of misfortune, that's not your fault. Like, people are behind you. A hurricane comes by and like knocks your house down. People are willing to help you out. It's the people who keep doing dumb shit, buying coke and hookers, that are poor, that nobody has any that everyone has hatred for, basically. Like, if you're poor because you're doing stupid shit, then people should hate you. Yeah,
but usually it's not that clean. Usually people are some combination of the two, right?
Sure, totally. But it's an important distinction
I mean, that's
to make.
the kind of the whole. I don't want to get you. I don't want to get you triggered. I don't want to bring up Scott Adams.
Go ahead.
But that's the whole cultural gravity argument he's making. Is that okay? If you're poor and you grow up, right?
Yes.
If you're poor and you grow up in a poor culture, you have this gravity that's pulling you down, that's trying to keep you poor, or trying to keep you making bad decisions.
Well, they don't want you to rise above them in the hierarchy, in the social hierarchy. So that's their incentive for keeping you down.
Well, that's not how I would. That's not why I would say it's happening. I think it's okay. I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
But they haven't made the distinction between what poor we're talking about, and I see this all the time, where conservatives think of poor people as people who've made bad decisions, and progressives think of poor people as people who've had misfortune dealt on them.
Right.
No, so they're talking past one another. I don't necessarily know which side of the equation
law.
they're on.
They're arguing different definitions.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes. That's a good point.
Just stop. Give up. Just go back and move in with your parents forever, or walk off a fucking cliff. Like, you're done. That's it. Now, I'm no stranger to hyperbole. I know.
Well, and here's another thing too, is that Vaush is acting like, in the clip that I just played, where you saw the context for this, it's very clear to anyone watching that Destiny is arguing with his chatters who are about something very specific. So when he says, if you can't find a job now, just kill yourself, he's referring to the people who are making excuses in the chat.
Right.
He's not referring to all people that are currently unemployed.
You're not literally telling all these people to kill themselves, but I consider the poor to be a marginalized group. And when you engage in hyperbole of that,
not like Israelis or Jews. They're not marginalized.
Level against them, it makes me think like you might be signaling, intentionally or otherwise, that you genuinely do think that poor people or unemployed people are kind of failures. And if you're complaining about your station, if you don't have a job right now, that you kind of fucking loser.
Sure. See, it depends upon which poor he's talking about.
Right.
So one thing that's a little biased here, I would say, is I wish I had your exact words so that I could read them off in a dramatic fashion to make your position sound worse than it was. But when you say that your animosity was being expressed not towards Israel, or not towards maybe Jewish people, but maybe towards the foreign policy positions that Israel takes, or what Israel does to Palestine, like, you try to very precisely pinpoint, oh, well, when I'm being hyperbolic, I'm just targeting like the foreign policy positions of a given country. When you bring up my statement, when I was like, oh, fucking end yourself if you can't find blah, 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 why do you assume that my animosity, the underlying animosity to my hyperbole, is targeted towards the poor and not towards a person in chat whose response to maybe you should buy a cheaper place is to say, well, that's literally impossible? Why can't you assume that I'm being animus towards somebody like that? Why do you have to broaden it to the entire class of poor people instead of just the particular person in chat that I was responding to?
I mean,
this is the problem. This is the woke SJW problem, is that they're always trying to mind read everything you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like, this drives me crazy when I get in the conversation with people like this. And I can't argue with these people where you say something to them and they don't argue what you said. They take what you said and they extrapolate it like 3 positions, and they argue against this fantasy figment position that you didn't even state.
That's why the Kathy Newman interview went viral, because that's exactly what she was doing for like 30 minutes.
Right. And so, look, I know, I hate to bring up no BS again, but that's why I think I'm usually very charitable or very
Usually, I know.
very and that's why I phrase with my Stefan Mahoney thing with I don't watch a lot of his content. This is just my gut opinion. Take it with a grain of salt, because I try not to mind read people's positions. I'm trying to just use what they're saying at its face value and trying to interpret it that way. Now, obviously, people hide things. I mean, you got with Fuentes, he was obviously trying to hide his power level per se, to say for many for a while, and then until eventually came out. So I don't know. You have to find a balance between trying to interpret the subtext between people.
Ability to attract cat boys, is that? I don't understand what you're.
Okay, so let me explain the meme to the boomer here. I forgot Adam. Sometimes I.
Well, I don't hang out with a lot of these alt-right people, a lot of these racist scumbags. I don't really.
Okay, that's true. That's true. I'm the Jew who's secretly infiltrating the alt-right.
Oh,
so
I got you.
So
isn't
in the
there a
alt-right
movie
circles,
like that? What is that movie?
Oh, the Adam Driver movie. Yeah.
Yeah. You're the Adam Driver.
Black
character.
Klansman.
I like it.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm Adam Driver. I'm Kylo Ren. But no. So in alt-right circles, saying hide your power level means hide the fact that you're a white nationalist.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. Or it means hiding your true belief system.
I had never heard Stefan Molyneux say, I am not a white nationalist. And that's like exactly what he said in that debate, which I thought.
No, I'm pretty sure I've heard him say that.
Yeah, I've never heard him say that before.
Right.
So that would be an example of hiding his power level.
Oh yeah, So my point is, it's difficult because if you want to look at the world as objectively as possible, which is how I try to do this, you have to balance between trying to interpret what someone's quote unquote truly saying, but really, really just sticking to what they're actually saying most of the time.
Yeah. I prefer to force people not to be racist by, making laws and institutions that just disincentivize that kind of thing. And I think we've done a pretty good job there. But I guess the SJWs really want to hire the thought police, and that's what really bugs the shit out of me.
Right. Well, that's where all this implicit, everyone's implicitly racist bullshit comes from.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like, seriously, if a guy votes for progressive policies that are going to help the poor, and he hates the fucking poor, who cares?
Well, I don't know if it comes up in this debate, but you really see at some point where I think Vaush says it's something about, you really see how like a lot of people on the left have this idea that you can just social engineer all your problems away.
Yeah.
That's all it requires. You just have to have the right social engineering and everything will be perfect.
Yeah. No, wrong.
Semantically, the statement that you made is by no means like selective to whoever you were speaking to. If what you said applied to the person you were making that.
Semantically, when you said bomb Israel to glass.
Yeah, exactly.
Hyperbolic statement towards, then it would apply to any other unemployed person who was discontent with their situation, or
it would have to apply. It would have to apply to. So I was giving the advice that if you can't afford your current dwelling, sometimes it's good to downsize. And then somebody said, "What if you can't find another job?" And then I said, "Okay, well, if you can't find a job now, and if you're in a place you can't afford, you can't find another job now. Like with unemployment as it is, you're pretty fucked. Like there's no reason."
I would consider that problematic. Yeah, like if you're saying if that's the group you're targeting, if we want to be specific to that group of people who should move, but
do you understand that
to find a job, I would consider that problematic. Yeah.
Do you understand that his response isn't really a response to anything I'm saying?
Whether or not the person in chat was being reasonable is unrelated to the way in which your statement's meaning is interpreted and the group of people that are being.
Oh my God, that's some fucking tap dancing there.
Well, this is the SJW argument. It's like it doesn't matter what your intention is. It matters how other people interpret your statement.
And you're responsible for how those other people interpret your.
I know, but here's the problem with this.
I thought you said kill. I thought you said to bomb Israel to class.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the problem with this is that there's sort of some truth to that, which is like you want to try to speak as precisely as possible so people understand what you're saying, but you're not it depends. Usually, unless you're Nick Fuentes and you're purposely dog whistling bullshit. Okay, most people I don't think are responsible for when they say something and then it gets wildly misinterpreted because it's going again, going right back to Richard Dawkins. There's a group of people that want to misinterpret everything you say in the most negative ways possible in order to score political points against you.
Exactly, to fucking smear you. I've also read that that this is a huge difference between Western and Eastern culture. That Eastern culture puts the responsibility on the listener, and Western culture puts the responsibility on the speaker, which is interesting.
Well, we are very selfish. So.
Yeah, that's why it's your fault, Destiny. You should move to China.
Selected for the conditions you've set for your hyperbolic statement. You're referring to unemployed people, or more specifically, if you want to be charitable, unemployed people who are worried if they'll be able to find another job after they move. And to say to those people what you've said, I would consider...
The worry just makes it so much more.
Worried.
They're worried.
Unemployed, worried people.
They're worried people. I don't worry because I'm on too much cocaine to worry.
Well, this is literally privilege Olympics. It's like, well, the people that you were being hyperbolic are oppressed, so therefore it's wrong.
God,
when you know what's really happening, because this is all fake. Okay, there needs to be a term for this. This is like, you know, when you've been married or in a relationship with someone for a long time, and when you get into an argument, it's like a bullshit nothing argument, but it's like so explosive and angry because the argument's really about something else.
Oh, totally. Yes.
Okay.
You yelled at me for 30 minutes on that last stream.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this is. This is Vaush's I'm mad at Destiny because he's pulling away from political positions I like. So I'm going to find anything I can attack him on and grab onto it and shake it for as hard and long as possible, even if it doesn't make sense.
It's some beautiful tap dancing, though. He's like, you can tell the gears are turning.
It's a lot of he's working hard for this one.
To be frankly discriminatory, in the same way that I would take umbrage with somebody who made a statement of comparable, hyperbole about black people or trans people or whatever.
It's not. Whoa! This isn't about.
And yes, I'm aware of the hypocrisy where I just said you should try to take people what they're saying their face value, and I just mind read Vaush. So yeah, I'm aware.
It's not about black people or trans people. It's not about some intrinsic characteristics. It's the idea that you think if you can't move because it's impossible to find another job right now. I find that statement to be a little bit ridiculous in response to the suggestion that you should move to a cheaper dwelling if you can't afford where you live. Hence the hyperbolic response. I don't believe that it's fair to say that I was targeting all poor people with that reply. In which case, almost any reply that I make to a person that gives that reason.
Well, I don't understand the job argument too, because if they're moving from. If you have a job and a place to live, but the place to live is not affordable with the job you have, and you're moving to a cheaper place, but you still have the job, like, what does finding another job even matter? Like, don't downsize
they're
your
saying,
job,
like, if you have to move, but they're talking about, like, he's talking about moving
away from
because he goes
job.
into it longer in the video. He's talking about, like, moving, like, somewhere that's too far
to
away,
like
state, hours.
Right?
Yeah. Well, not maybe not even to another state, but just another county, somewhere,
which too far enough away that job.
Yeah, where you need a new job, right?
You got to move to the hood.
Well, because that's a lot of problem that people in lower income situations have is that their job is like an hour away from wherever they live because usually they work in
Los Angeles.
Work in exactly. They'll work in LA, but everything near LA is so expensive that they have to live super far away.
It is true. Yeah. The challenges of modern life.
And why they can't move is going to be necessarily targeting like all classes of poor people. Like somebody tells me it's too expensive to move, and I'm like, listen, dude, you should have like some friends that can help you. It's $25 to rent a truck. Like, oh, well, are you attacking all poor people that can't make friends, or all poor people that can't afford the $25 to rent a truck? It's like, okay, well, like literally any response I give to this person is going to be interpreted as an attack on the class of poor people.
But if you're making that statement without knowledge of the specific case the person is talking about, with the specific living situation that they have, you can only be making that statement in regards to whatever it is you were.
So basically, you can't make any statement because you don't know the specific.
Right. Whenever someone says something in chat, I can't respond to you unless I know the exact specific situation you're referring to. So unless I can read your mind through the internet, I can't respond to it.
Unfortunately, too, the 200 character limit on the chat does not allow us to know your.
So I guess when someone goes into Vaush's chat and they say like, so they say something that's racist, like, oh, black people are stealing all the white people's jobs or whatever. And Vaush says, that's ridiculous. Vaush, how can you say that? Because he doesn't know the specific situation.
What if it's a black guy who is literally stealing jobs from white people?
Exactly. Who knows? I know. It's a crazy argument.
No, that's my job. I steal white people's jobs.
we're making it in response to, which is a person who wants to move but is worried they won't be able to find a job. There's no interpretation of your statement that applies the hyperbole you engaged in to any group more specific
Well,
than
sure,
that.
because in general, you should be able to find another job in this economy, especially if you're working like a retailer.
But now you're justifying it. You're not saying
no. Hold on. I'm not justifying that they should kill themselves. I'm not justifying the
No.
hyperbole. I'm saying that,
you're
like, in
justifying the sentiment of antagonism.
What antagonism?
Oh no!
Do you? I mean, would you like me to read it again? Again,
He's a master rhetorician, man. Are you kidding me?
He is. But see,
The sentiment.
here's the problem that
The sentiment of
Destiny,
antagonism.
Yeah, here's the problem that
Sitch!
Destiny walked into. Unfortunately, is because the example that Vaush, he brought forth his own example of the bombing Israel thing, but he keeps pointing that because he can say, well, I was being antagonistic towards Israel. So the hyperbole was the amount of antagonism. Okay. So, but that's not so then he's assuming that that's the same situation that applies to Destiny's example, that, oh, well, he's antagonistic against unemployed people. It's just the amount of antagonism is the hyperbolic thing.
Right.
And that's not really the situation that was happening.
Sure, not at all.
I'm not saying
No,
that
you don't have to
really
read in a
think
dramatic
they kill
voice my quote. I'm saying that if my advice to a person that can't afford where they currently live is to move, and the response is, well, I'm not going to be able to find another job, like, well, what are you going to do at that point? Then you're fucked. There's nothing for you in life. Like, it's over. Like I don't understand what your mentality is at that point. Like, do you just give up and wait for your bills to catch up with you, and then you get foreclosed on, or you file bankruptcy? Like, you have to move, and like, you should be able to find another job in this economy. Like, that's the general like line of discourse. Like, there's no other alternative other than, unless you have a suggestion.
So let's say, for one, there are plenty of ways to express that sentiment without the. Can I
Oh,
not
no.
say the statement
Oh,
was
no.
antagonistic?
Yeah, of course it was. But I mean, like, you've screamed at your child.
You can express that statement without being so mean about it. Okay.
I know.
Okay. You don't have to be mean, guys. Don't be mean. Just bomb Israel, but don't be mean.
Yeah, of course. Well, but antagonistic towards a chatter. I don't think it's fair to say that I'm shitting on all poor people.
I don't think there's any reading of this statement that doesn't also apply to other poor people in the situation.
It just so feels like Miss Manners here. This is totally drifted into like the Miss Manners.
Well, but
you're not doing it correctly.
BS
Don't you know the
coming from Vaush,
etiquette?
because Vaush's whole here's what made Vaush popular. Okay, he was like one of the first people to come on the scene and say, "Yo, you can be like a woke commie, but without being like SJW Miss Manners." Okay?
Oh,
That
really?
was his brand.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Oh my god!
That was his whole brand.
Boy, his
That's how he
audience sure
sucked in-
whipped him into shape, didn't they?
Right, but that's how he sucked in people like Shoe on Head and all these other people, where he's like, "Oh, see, I'm gonna be like a left wing economics guy without being an SJW." Like that was his starting brand. Okay, so it's so rich to hear him fucking say this to Destiny now.
And you don't think. And you still think he's a true believer? Because I mean, he's bending over to his eye. Like if he started there and now he's here.
Okay, so when someone uses the term grifter, the way I define that is someone who's intentionally lying
So you're
or
saying
manipulating.
he's bending over to his audience unintentionally.
No, I think no. I think it's even deeper. I think this is just purely what I say. I think there's lots of psychology going around here about his feelings towards Destiny. But I think what's going on is basically just when you get into these tribalistic fights, we start to view someone as being the opposite tribe. I don't think Vaush is intentionally realizing like, oh, I know that I'm hypocritical for saying this. I think he believes what he's saying. He just doesn't realize he's being hypocritical.
Yeah.
I mean, do you define grifter as someone who's unintentionally lying to themselves or their audience?
No, I see grifters as like legitimately, hey, I have a plan. Let's scheme these guys out of a
Exactly.
shitload of
Yeah, right.
Like,
Okay, that's how I view it.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Like what we were talking about, well, see, even it wouldn't necessarily be a grift because we do it Jarig style. We would, if we like did a SJW type channel where we just were making fun of Vaush, I mean, we would be pretty open about, but some people would just believe it because there are legitimately SJWs that are that bonkers now.
Right.
The chatter. you were responding to. Like, let me give you an example. If there's somebody in your chat who's like, hey, I'm in the closet, I'm gay, and I have like high school friends that I want to come out to, what do I do? And you're like, well, you should, I don't know, come out to them, you know, maybe like shit, like find someone you trust. And they're like, but there's a lot of homophobia. And then you respond to something like this. Right now, gay acceptance is at an all-time high. If you can't come out to your friends right now, just fucking end it. You're never going to have the confidence to do it. Nothing is going to help you. No amount of advice from a streamer, no amount of social support from your friends, no amount of parental support. You're never going to make it. Just stop. Give up. Just go back in the closet. I mean, it's the same. In that instance, you're targeting a specific group of people. Now, maybe the chatter is the one you're referring to directly, but this is applicable to every other person in that situation. And that person is a member of a marginalized community. And I find that sentiment highly problematic. And
So that's a false equivalence, obviously, but I will say it's a masterful false equivalence.
Yeah, I'm telling you. The rhetoric. Off the
Very
charts.
strong rhetoric. Yeah.
would take issue with you doing that as well.
The gay acceptance here isn't comparable to the rate of unemployment right now. Like the rate of unemployment is such that pretty much any person that goes out and looks for a job should be able to find something. It might not be the best job. It might not be one that you would consider like full-time employment, but you should be able to find a job. The idea that
You should put gay on your application here in Los Angeles.
homophobia exists and as little as our society is unemployment right now is totally like not a comparable thing.
Okay,
so there are I understand that. Like, I understand that. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's not. It like.
Well, and also it's a really serious comparison because, like, if you're unemployed, like, you can't compare being unemployed to being gay because, like, one of those things is like, okay, you don't identify as being unemployed, right? You identify as being gay. Like these are things that affect people's psychology, like in very different ways.
I know. I've never identified as being unemployed, even when I didn't have a job.
Like it's not the same, so you can't use it as a comparison. But like,
and also like if you believe that being gay is something you're born with,
I know. I was thinking that too.
You'd say that being gay is like an immutable biological characteristic that's not going to change. Where presumably you're not saying that being unemployed is an immutable biological characteristic.
You don't know, man. I might pull that one out. I could roll that one out.
Maybe.
That seems like an argument I would make.
I mean, I guess there's probably some percentage of people that are, because of their biology,
I got some friends that hang out at the beach
forever
and
be
surf.
unemployed. So
I have some friends that hang out at the beach and surf a lot.
That's right.
I think that's how they identify.
Yeah.
I would agree in this case with the homophobia thing. I would never make a comment like that because there are parts of the country you could probably still be killed in for being gay. Like,
so you're agreeing that the level of broader applicability is the case in both examples. You're just saying that there's not a perfect one-to-one comparison between the unemployment situation.
It's not a one-to-one comparison either because the consequences for not coming out are arguably like not much as compared to the consequences for not moving out of a place you can afford. Right? If you're in a place you can afford,
depends on the situation. I'd say
I reject that wholeheartedly. No. Like, does not coming out or hiding your sexuality from friends or family suck? Yeah, sure. But being in a place that you live in that you can't afford, having all of your properties taken from you, having your wages garnished, being kicked out, and being homeless, I would argue that's probably worse.
There is a high level of suicidality amongst people who feel they have to stay in the closet about their sexuality
is that even
or
a
gender
word?
Identity. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the severity
I'm not
of their
dismissing
concerns.
it,
But
Vaush,
whoa.
come
You
on.
can't say you're the last SJW and then make statements like that and then get like pissy when there's pushback.
I'm not okay.
See, this is the problem because this happens a lot when you're arguing with someone, you're debating someone. They say something, and you're like, what they said doesn't make any sense, and you know it's wrong, but you don't know exactly why it's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think that's a lot of what's happening here because Vaush makes that comparison to being gay, and it's a masterful comparison because you hear it and you're like, that doesn't seem like a correct comparison. Something about it seems off. And you might not instantly know, especially if you're in the debate yourself, you're not going to instantly be like, why is this not work? What am I missing here? What's wrong about this?
Yeah, I know. You got to be quick. These guys are quick. I'm not that quick, so.
Hey, do you want to debate over whether or not it's more harmful to have to conceal your homosexuality from some people for some point in time, or whether or not it's more harmful to run it?
And then the problem too with these debates is then it's like, okay, because this is what happens. Someone says something and you're like, I know that's wrong. I don't know why it's necessarily wrong, but I know it's wrong. And you kind of try to work out in the debate why it's incorrect. But then since you're debating, you kind of end up having to defend whatever you first throw out.
Yeah.
To explain why it's wrong. And you kind of get right.
And the person might not be helpful. And like we're trying to get to the truth here. Like we're helping one another.
But we're not arguing with each other.
Yeah, sometimes we do though. And
Yeah, but even when we do,
Our
like, at
arguments
least
are
I'm not. I
constructive. Yeah.
I don't know about Adam, but at least I'm not like I've got to destroy Adam. I must show him that he's wrong and
Yeah, totally.
defeat him.
No, we both
So,
want
right.
to, we're both working towards truth. That's one of the problems with debates. And some people don't even think debate is worthwhile because of that. Because you can get to positions that are not even close to the truth.
Right.
Like this
Well, it's not
route
worth.
that
I
they're
don't think
going
it's.
down.
I don't think debate is worthwhile in terms of trying to get to the truth. I think it's worthwhile in that it's fun to watch. So,
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe you can get to the truth. Maybe the audience can kind of try to get to the truth, but I don't think the people involved.
Well, we're doing
necessarily
that.
agree.
We're trying to
Right.
get to the truth here.
Are we?
Yeah, I feel a little
okay.
bit.
Okay.
I mean, I think Destiny made a good argument about
Right.
them not being comparable.
Well, I just think it's hilarious that this is all spawned off of what I would say is an incredibly
Superficial.
milquetoast,
Yeah.
normal take of just, yeah, obviously if you're in a lower income situation and you're living somewhere you can't afford, that you need to do everything you can to move to a better situation.
And it is
And that there's
it is hilarious to see two SJWs literally arguing over who is more
Right.
oppressed, a gay person
Right.
or
Poor
an
person.
almost homeless person.
right. I mean, and it's funny because Destiny wasn't even making like, because I don't know if you remember from the it was when Ben Shapiro was interviewing Andrew Yang,
Mm-hmm.
and Ben Shapiro makes the same point. He says, "Oh, poor people should just move," right?
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew Yang is like, see, and Andrew Yang is smart because instead of saying going the Vaush route, saying, "Oh, that's very problematic. How dare you say that?" But he said, "I agree with you, and that's why I have all these policies that are going to help people that in lower income situations move to better areas."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no.
That's how you do it.
Of money in your place of dwelling and have your utilities, your phone shut off, your car taken from you, and your wages garnished. Like,
No, because my statement was that it depends on the individual circumstances.
okay, and my statement
this
is
is
that
hardly a-
my statement is that there's a huge push towards doing something. If you're in a place that you live in and you can't afford it, that you kind of have to make an action there. And if you give excuses in regards to not making the action, it's like, okay, well, what are your excuses? Like, and if one of your reasons I can't find another job, and it's like, well, there's no reason to think that right now. I think that it's okay to attack that particular belief. But if somebody
Right,
says,
so
oh,
you've
well, you know,
gone back.
I haven't gone back anywhere. If somebody says that, like, I'm a homosexual or I'm gay, and I can't come out right now because of whatever, the penalties for not coming out aren't going to be the same as the penalties for just lapsing on all the bills and being kicked out of your dwelling and being made homeless.
Well, because you're applying the worst case scenario to the end one. I could say the consequences of having to live on a really tight budget because your rent takes up 70% of your income aren't nearly as bad as not being able to come out because your parents and friends are repressive and then you kill yourself. So depending on how you frame it, either one would be worse. I'm not making statements that either one is objectively worse than the other.
Well,
I'm just saying it's a complicated situation.
What about the gay person that is almost homeless? Oh, gotcha.
Ooh.
Who can't come
Well,
out?
I mean, also, I don't know what the numbers are, but I'd be curious to even see what the suicide rate is for homosexuals in the country is right now, because I'd assume it's gone down significantly, right?
Yeah.
But this is entirely immaterial to the broader issue, which is that in both the gay example that I gave and the unemployment example that you gave, the antagonism directed in the statements that were made are ones that can be applied broadly to everyone in the situation of the chatter who you're yelling at, not just the chatter themselves. You've gone back now to arguing not whether or not this is universally applicable or whatever, but to the salience of your point.
I'm trying to think of a more antagonistic person on YouTube than Vaush. Like, it's so funny. Vaush is here making this argument that no, Destiny, you're too antagonistic. When, like, who is more antagonistic than Vaush? Anyone?
I know. What's so hilarious? Because it's funny because he said earlier in this, he said he talked to Claudia. He talked to ranting feminists. I don't know if you remember her. That was the girl who Bearing would always get into these spats with.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's funny because I listened to that conversation, and Claudia basically comes on and says, "Oh, you know, the rhetoric you used was very strong, blah, 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 blah." And then Destiny just says, "Yeah, I agree with you. I was being hyperbolic and the rhetoric I was using was not productive and you accept XYZ." And then Claudia says, "Oh, okay." And that's like the end of the conversation. And like, it's it. She just says, "Oh, okay. I understand your underlying points and I don't disagree with the underlying points. I just had a problem with the strength of your rhetoric."
Hilarious.
And Destiny says, "I agree with you." And then that's it. They're able to have a totally normal conversation.
Tone policing.
Yeah.
point that unemployment rates should in some way mean that the complaint of the chatter is invalid, and I take umbrage with that as well. I took a look into the unemployment stats, and I did a little bit of research before coming here. It seems one of the reasons why our unemployment rate is so low right now is actually because people are dropping out of the labor economy, not in fact that everyone can just easily get a job or whatever.
That's not
but
true.
but that underemployment is so severe an issue, and also commute times are getting really long, but I think that's immaterial to this. That underemployment is so severe an issue that it's discouraging a lot of people from participating in the labor market. And remember, when you're getting a job, you can't just get a job. You have to get a job that can pay enough for you to live. Now, if you're a college kid, maybe that's a bit easier. But if you're a family, the prospect of finding a new job after moving that can support the entire family unit, this can take a long time and sometimes just won't happen. You'll be accepting a lower level of relative income one way or another. There are so many intricate complexities and barriers that poor people have to overcome, and none of that nuance comes across in your statement, which honestly just sounded like any skeptic, like any libertarian skeptic yelling at chat that it's their fault.
Sure.
For not
Okay. So I'm not saying that it's anybody's particular fault, but you're literally trying to like use this deluge of stats to try to tell a poor person that it's literally impossible for them to move. So
No,
firstly,
please stop
anything.
using that
So
straw man. I'm not saying that.
Well, you are. You're like stacking all of these weird things. Like poor people don't actually deal with this and still find ways to move in real life. They do. So if you want to talk about like labor force participation rate, we can talk about why those numbers are down, because as boomers reach retirement age, the labor force participation rate goes down. But if you look at the actual unemployment rates, or the unemployment plus people that are discouraged from seeking work, the U3 and the U6 unemployment, those numbers more or less have been pretty similar, and they track each other as they have throughout all of the U.S. employment history. It's not like our real unemployment, or it's not like the U3 unemployment is down, but all the other unemployments are magically super high. For some reason, everybody always appeals to the U6 number, but it more or less tracks the U3. It always has, it probably always will. So this idea that actually it's really hard to find jobs today is not probably true. Now, are there definitely barriers to finding work? Can it be difficult to find comparable work? Can it be difficult to find a place that you can work and transport yourself to? Yeah, of course. But all of that is besides the fact. If you're in a place that you can't afford right now, you have to move. Like, that's it. Like, you can talk for 30 minutes about all these different reasons why the systemic and structural issues make it difficult, but a poor person doesn't care about that. Like, you have to move.
I disagree, but that's not what your video was about.
Sure, if you want to critique if you want to critique the hyperbole of my video, say the messaging was crass or off point or whatever, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, 100%.
Is the term that I would use. It was
what?
prejudiced against an underprivileged minority, which is
how is it prejudice to say if you have to do something, you have to do something? I'm not saying it's their fault.
So this is part of the problem with the conversation. When you say it starts doing when you're having a debate with someone, it just starts to go in circles. Okay, because the problem is Vaush is trying to get at some underlying issue, which is that Destiny secretly hates poor people. Right.
Yeah.
That's Vaush's point.
So
when Vaush confronts Destiny with that, Destiny says that's not true. But then instead of just talking about that topic, Vaush then tries to go off on all these tangents where he starts talking about the rhetoric, because he can't really argue the point. Because how do you argue that? Someone says, he says, oh, I think you hate poor people. And they say, well, I don't. Well, that's kind of like, okay, where do you go from there?
Is it moral to love irresponsible people?
No. What do you mean?
Should you hate irresponsible people? Should you hate irresponsibility?
No. I mean, you should hate irresponsibility. I don't think
totally.
Irresponsible
you should hate
person, right? You think you should hate irresponsible people? Like, everyone's irresponsible.
Well, I think the root of his argument is that if you continue to live in a place that you can't afford, it's fucking irresponsible.
That's true. That is irresponsible.
Yeah. So should you love that person for being irresponsible? No, you should grab them by the collar and shake them.
You can love them and still grab them by the collar and tell them.
No, you have to hate them. You have to say, listen, I'm obligated to hate you for being a dick.
See, because if you hate them, then you don't tell them anything, because you don't want to interact.
What is love? What is hate anyway? Come on.
Okay. You have to have unconditional love for all humanity, Adam.
You have to have unconditional love aside. The argument that Destiny is making, I think, is pretty sound here. Like,
right.
Something is going to happen. Like, if you don't do anything, what's going to happen? Bad things are going to happen.
But that's part of, if you want to talk about the rhetoric, this is part of where, if you're really paying attention to the argument, Vaush is failing completely on the rhetoric, is that because he's not arguing his underlying point. He keeps arguing the shadow point. Okay. He's trying to argue whether,
interesting.
Because the real point that Vaush wants is, does Destiny hate poor people? But then Vaush keeps bringing it back to, he keeps making Destiny's point, which is that he keeps making excuses for why people can't move.
Right.
And then Desi keeps saying, well, it doesn't matter because you have to do something if you're in that situation. You can't, unless you're just going to roll over and die.
Well, if they were talking about the difference between irresponsible people and people who were down on their luck, I think it might clarify that point. Because I do think there's an argument for strongly disliking irresponsible people. I mean, the morality is based on strongly disliking irresponsible people. You want people to pull their own weight.
No, that's true. That's true. I don't know. I just, because I'm not, again, how can after saying I don't believe in free will for most people, like, can you really hate them for that?
Oh
though?
my God.
Can you hate them?
You're like, they're
can you
doomed
just say,
to
I don't like them?
irresponsibility.
Right?
Well, you put the responsibility program into them automatically, so they don't have to think about it. That's what you do.
Okay. So breaking news, everyone. Breaking news. Pete Buttigieg.
Oh my God.
Quit the race.
Did he really? Holy
yes.
shit. Oh wow.
Isn't that crazy? I did not see that coming.
He couldn't handle the homophobic attacks, I guess.
Well, I assume he just ran out of money. So.
Oh, that's probably more likely.
Yeah, it says New York Times, Pete Buttigieg to quit Democratic presidential race after losing badly in South Carolina.
Yeah. Democrats never win South Carolina anyway. I don't know why they're stressed about it.
Well, because it's supposed to represent, like, the black vote and more minority vote.
Oh yeah, and they do need a certain percentage of the black vote.
So because they're saying, like, since Biden won so huge there, they're like, is this going to change things for Bernie? I don't know. It's all bullshit because this happens every election cycle. Whether it's the Democrat or Republican, you have all these people winning the early states, and then Super Tuesday comes around and it changes everything. Nothing matters really until Super Tuesday, because that can change everything.
Yep.
So
I'm voting for Yang. Go. I don't care if he dropped out. It's funny. Okay. I don't think our friend Vaush here doesn't support universal basic income. He doesn't want that homeless person to get that almost homeless person.
Yeah, what's his
person to get $1,000 a month. He says, no, fuck them. That's what Vaush says.
What's his rationale? Because I would assume, I don't know if I've heard him talk about this. I would assume it would be, because you want to cut their other benefits and just give them UBI.
That's exactly what it is. He's like, they make more money. They make more money in the welfare system where they literally can't get a job because they will lose their welfare.
Right. Yeah, it's stupid. I agree. It's stupid.
Kill yourself if you can't find a job. You're never going to be in these. No. You listen. I understand. I agree with you that sometimes you just have to fucking move. But for one, the process.
But it's hard. Vaush wants to add the addendum, but it's so hard.
I know.
Process of paving over all of the difficulties, or just like, just move, lol, forehead, can be used deliberately by sometimes bad faith actors and sometimes people who act in good faith but are a little bit.
It can be used by people acting in bad faith. He says unironically using it.
Guess what, Vaush? They occasionally eat food too, and breathe air, and drink water, and do a lot of the same things you do.
Angry at lefties right now, like you, to pave over institutional barriers.
You can't. It's not about paving over them, but as a poor person,
I'm saying it's impossible to move.
You can't. As a poor person, you have to pave over those difficulties. You can't do anything about them. You can't say to a poor person, "Well, listen, if you want to be able to move, then we need to expand Section 8 housing. We need to get universal health care, and we need to get a federal jobs guarantee, so you've got a job when you move to a new place." That doesn't mean anything to an individual person, Vaush. They can't do anything with that information.
Yeah, no,
agree. Well, then stop.
Individuals need to stop wearing do-rags and pull their pants up. I agree.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when you're talking to
and also when I played the reason I played the whole 5-minute clip instead of just stopping when Destiny says to kill yourself was because you see right after that he says, too many people on the left on the internet have gone crazy because they used to say the reasonable position, which is that you do need to do all these things, but there are these systemic pressures and problems that prevent you from doing it. He says all the stuff. He says all the nuance, but see, people just hear like the clip and then they cut out all the nuance because he didn't yell the nuance at you while telling you to kill yourself. He just said it. So
to an individual, and you have to act. The only thing you can do, to quote our good friend Jordan Peterson, who tells you to clean your room, is to take control of the small areas of your life where you can. You can't just scream at a person about the.
Give it 1 year. Destiny's going to say that sincerely.
Oh, you think so? You think it's gonna happen?
He's moving closer. He's moving
He's moving
closer.
closer?
He sounded
Yeah.
a little. He sounded a little sincere, just a little bit.
15 different structures that are oppressing them. When they can't get out of their current situation, they have to find a way to leave. And guess what? A lot of poor people that live in places that they can't afford do manage to find ways to leave. They find new houses, they find new jobs, and sometimes that can be a net gain to their overall income. That's all I'm saying.
I did it, but I'm white male. I have all this white privilege, male privilege. So
Well,
I did it.
yeah,
It was
it's
hard.
true.
I didn't have wealth
are a white
privilege,
male.
but
yeah, you moved all over the country.
yeah.
You used to
Hell
live
yeah.
in Louisiana.
I lived in a car for like 3 months when we lived in
Jeez.
Louisiana. Yeah.
Weren't you washing dishes?
You get a truck with a good camper and you're kind of set. Don't park next to the swamp though. They have horrible mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. But this is the problem that I've talked about a lot, which is that it's very difficult for people to hold the two conflicting ideas in their mind, which is that you can say on an individual level, you should have the pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality because it's psychologically better for you in life. But that doesn't mean that you should necessarily say that that is the way it should work for society at large.
Yeah.
But it's like people can't hold these thoughts in their mind.
No.
It's all or nothing, baby.
I'm saying it's impossible for poor people to move, but you're acting as though the conversation that you had with your stream was a private conversation with a friend. There are many things that, when said individually to a friend, can be uplifting and motivational, but when applied in a broader public setting, can be incredibly invalidating and detrimental. Like, for example, and I'm going to keep going to this because I think this is completely analogous. If there was like a black dude who was struggling finding jobs because he lived in the slums and he didn't have a good idea of like professional workplace attire, whatever, it might be a good idea to say, hey dude, pull your pants up, wear a fucking belt, wear clothes that cover your tattoos, quit with the fake fucking grill shit.
See, this is the problem. This is why I really don't like what Destiny said earlier about like how depending on who you're talking to, you can agree or disagree with certain things. Because like Vaush is saying here, it's like, oh, if I was talking to a friend, I could say all these arguments, but I can't say that. But if you're having a public debate with someone, Vaush can't even concede any of this in a public forum. And so this is where you get the confusing shit where you get people who aren't on your side or who are in the middle or on the other side who just say, well, you're a crazy person because you're not even admitting to like the most basic of things everyone knows is true.
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe you'll be able to get a job. This is good advice. I mean, that would help an individual. But when you say that on a stream where tens or hundreds of thousands of people are going to hear it, the rhetoric, the functional purpose it serves is indistinguishable from a racist bait where you imply that it is the poor decision-making of blacks that has led to their current plight. And likewise, you saying that you're a failure if you worry about being able to get a job when your rent is too high, if you were going to move, your comments.
I love when they go to like the cultural impact argument because it's so hard to tell what that is now because social media is so new and it's really difficult to tell like what Destiny is saying, if it's more harm than good, or if any of us are saying is more harm than good.
Right.
But Vaush obviously wants to make the argument that what you're saying is terrible, awful. The cultural impact is devastating here.
Right. Well, but it's
poor people are killing themselves over this, Destiny.
All the poor people listening, all the poor people who apparently have time to listen to Destiny on Twitch all day, you know. But it's crazy too because, and I think they get into this. It's like only these far left communist types think Destiny's like on the right or conservative or whatever. Like everyone else is like, no, Destiny still has a lot of very SJW intersectional beliefs about things. He's very far on the left in a lot of economic issues and it's a lot of social issues.
Yeah, very far.
And he talks all the times about, I mean, he's not libertarian. He talks all the times about that there should be some kind of Medicare for all. There should be all sorts of programs to help everyone. So it's like this is the problem with the internet politics game, because these people that are gunning for you, it's like there's no charitability whatsoever. The second you say something that they can run with, they're just, I don't care about all your other positions that you said that negate what I'm going to criticize you about right now. I just want to attack you on this.
Do you think it's instinctive to destroy him just because they're in the same marketplace, like competing for the same dollars, the same eyeballs?
No, I don't think it's that cynical. I really think a lot of it's that, Vaush thinks Destiny is betraying him because he's moving to the right.
Oh, okay. They want to
So-
be a team.
Yeah, he's saying you're betraying the team left because you're not on board with all the commie shit.
That's so
Or
sad.
or because Destiny's now getting mad at the left for being hypocrites because he's starting to take the black pill and realize everyone's fucked on both sides. So
On that, while maybe valid if you were being, real with a close friend, are destructive in a broader sense. And the problem is, I know you agree with this because I've seen you make this argument, the distinction between the semantic and the pragmatic, the distinction between individual.
Yeah, if the cultural impact is so dangerous, Vaush, why are you taking the microphone? I just don't. That totally baffles me.
well, but he says all sorts of things. That's a problem. That's what's so rich coming
Yeah,
from him. He
totally.
says all sorts of incendiary, over the top, hyperbolic, crazy shit.
Yeah.
That all this could apply to. Like if Destiny was talking to some super SJW tone polices everything they say, then okay, maybe they'd have some sort of basis for what they're saying. But from Vaush, it just seems so hypocritical.
Definitely.
Practical advice and broader prescriptions. I know you understand the difference
I understand it, but there's a difference between attacking my rhetoric versus saying or trying to claim that I have an underlying animosity towards the poor. Do you understand the key difference there? Because if you were to frame this entire conversation as Destiny's messaging here was irresponsible, because I think that somebody could take the video and just use it as a build yourself up. Like this could be indistinguishable from a Ben Shapiro owns the poor, video compilation or whatever. Yeah, that's definitely true. I would concede that with a second thought. Sure, I could have been more responsible in messaging when I'm screaming at a dumbfuck chatter, for sure. But to try to say that it betrays some underlying animosity towards the poor when you're making jokes about nuking or bombing the fuck out of Israel, when there are actually Israelites getting killed right now around the world, when Jewish people, I should say, are being shot to death, by alt-righters, I think is a little bit strange coming from you.
I take issue with a pivot. I agree that my
it's not a
rhetoric has
pivot.
been-
I'm definitely, it's a one-to-one comparison.
A year and a half ago, or
Okay, wait, so
ago.
do you disavow that now and then I won't attack it? Will you say, well, that was a mistake that I made and I shouldn't have said that?
Oh, wait, absolutely, yeah. I agree, fuck Israel, but that was a really bad way to promote my messaging. There have been times where I've done a really bad job of presenting the ideas that I tend to engage in. One of them
Wait,
is
so why do you say
criticizing-
fuck Israel right now? Why do you think that's...
So wait, he said that happened a year and a half ago. So I thought that happened recently. I don't know why. If anyone in the chat knows, why did Vaush get kicked from Twitch?
Yeah, that's a problem with video format because we have shit that we said 3 years ago that
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I've never. Here's the problem too. When people say it's a joke thing, it depends what you mean by that. Because if I were to say, I don't think I've ever said anything that would be comparable to bomb
totally.
Israel
Yeah,
or anything.
No, not close.
And when we say hyperbolic things, like when I say oh, Jews control the world, the joke is I don't believe that. It's the literal opposite of what I'm saying. The joke is not that I'm being hyperbolic. The joke is not that I'm being hyperbolic. The joke is I mean the opposite. So
Yes.
I don't think, oh, we should bomb Israel, and they say, well, I was being hyperbolic. It's well, okay, but you lose all grounds to complain about tone policing shit after that, I think.
Yeah.
It's acceptable. Any alt-righter would hear that and agree that yeah, fuck Israel. They run the world.
No. I fundamentally reject this assertion.
Ooh.
Fuck
Why?
Israel means one thing, which is an umbrage with the state of Israel. That people would read it.
Oh, really?
Oh my goodness. Holy
wait a minute.
cow.
Wait, I
Holy
thought
cow.
it's up to you how every person that hears your message interprets it, right?
I thought it was up to us to interpret that for you, Vaush.
Right. I thought, yeah, what's happening now? It only means one very specific thing. Two vague words combined, fuck and Israel. That only means one specific thing. Okay.
I thought we were dealing with the proto-Hitler here.
Into this anti-Semitism is something I can easily address with the mountains of pro-Semitic work that I have done, but I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation of my statement. It is rhetorically and semantically accurate. Fuck Israel, fuck the state of Israel.
Don't you think it would be more? Don't you think it would? So do you have animosity towards every Israeli citizen? Don't you think it would be more precise to
I say fuck. Wait, I say fuck America too, but I love the American people. Most of them are probably
all right, end of stream. This guy's got to go. This guy is out of here.
How dare he? He said, fuck America. How dare he?
Dude,
Triggered!
These guys, I can't believe I would never donate to a Patreon with a guy who said, fuck America.
Fuck America.
Seriously,
I know.
That is, talk about betrayal. The level of I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of when you're on this very far left bent and you're like, America's the imperialistic oppressor.
America birthed you, Vaush. America
all the
fed you.
Chapo trap house people. Oh,
America fed you
evil.
when you were hungry. America wiped your fucking ass, dude.
There was
America kept your parents safe. America gave you schools.
America keeps him safe.
Gave you security. America
Gave him
takes
this
care
job.
of you today. Yes.
Right.
America developed the technology that you earn a living off of.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's being very irresponsible with his rhetoric.
Disgusting.
There was a clip I saw either today or yesterday, someone Chapo Trap House saying that they hoped if we went to war with Iran that America would get its ass kicked by the Iranians.
Oh my God.
And you're like,
for
what?
real?
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, and it was like a 20-second clip. So I don't know if there's some crazy context or he's like, I'm just joking. Like, I don't know what the context was, but I was like, wow, that's crazy.
I don't condone all this American foreign policy shit. Like I don't want America meddling in foreign nations and stuff like that, but we're amazingly lucky that we live in a country that actually has some accountability for behavior like that.
Right.
Other countries, Syria, if they want to go next door and gas the people, there's no democratic institutions to stop the elites from doing that. Like that's a far more dangerous situation. You're throwing your lot in with Iran?
Exactly. That's it. Because I don't agree with going to a war with Iran, but that doesn't mean if we did, I'm gonna say I hope Americans get killed and we lose. Like that's two very different ideas. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's Chapo Trap House.
So bonkers.
A bunch of commies. I think someone said some response to that video was a bunch of commies sitting on their couches smoking pot and getting paid thousands of dollars to rant. And like this is the opinion that they come up with.
Wow. There was the Democratic convention. There was the one with the con guy that they actually tried to at least seem somewhat patriotic, and it seemed like a new leaf for the Democratic Party. And I thought, well, finally they get it. They're like, you have to appeal somewhat to nationalism, to people's loyalty for their nation. But it seems like we're so far from that now in this Democratic race. They're like...
It's because of what I said in the beginning of the stream. It's people arguing against the Mott. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Because the conservatives picked up the flag of using the flag and using America and the idea of jingoism as their shield against other ideas. And then so the left was like, oh, well, if the right is doing it, we have to do the opposite of it.
Right.
Okay. And so they it's the same thing with because it didn't used to always be that the left is the party of the poor and the right is the party of hating poor people. That's not the way it used to be, right?
Yeah, totally.
But it's the same situation.
I'm waiting for Elizabeth Warren to say, I hate America. At a campaign rally or something. Jeez.
Dipshits or whatever, but I love them. Is this being done in good faith? The idea that because I say fuck a country, that I'm actually signaling.
Well, that's my question. That's why I've said a million times. I don't think you hate Israelites. I don't think you hate Jewish people, and I don't think, judging by your larger body of work, I don't think that you have. I don't think somebody would cite you as saying, "Oh, well, look at what Vaush says." That's why I know it's good to hate Jews. But I would use the exact same argument you just gave for myself. Nobody's going to cite Destiny and be like, oh, look, Destiny says it's okay to hate poor people because it's all their fault. You mean Destiny, the hard determinist that's debated 50 million people about how fucked systems and structures are?
Semantically, the statement fuck Israel means fuck Israel. Semantically, the rant about how you should kill yourself if you're worried about finding a job or whatever, semantically, that statement refers to everyone in that position, not just the chatter.
And what is Israel? When you say fuck Israel, what does that mean?
The state of Israel, the thing named Israel. No, I mean, not every human named Israel.
Okay, you can hear the twists and turns and the loops and the BS going into this. This is ridiculous.
Acrobatics here.
I know there were a few. I knew a kid named Israel. I don't mean that kid. I mean the state of Israel.
So when somebody like Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes says fucking Israel, it's not though. It's a similar argument.
Just because people with high levels of bias can use that as a way of dog whistling their intention does not mean that there is any equivalence.
Vaush doesn't have high levels of bias. Not at all.
Well, it was, but he was literally arguing the opposite of this 10 minutes ago.
I know.
No, but that is a good point. If this idea that, fuck Israel means one very specific thing, is no, if Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes says, fuck Israel, do you think they mean the same thing that Vaush means when he says it?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
between me making semantically correct statements and you making semantic statements where you're backing off the semantic meaning but asserting the pragmatic. Well, actually, you're backing off that too because you agree the rhetoric was irresponsible.
I like the idea. This is such a weird idea that saying fuck Israel is semantically correct in terms of meaning only the government of Israel, because that's not what that means semantically. Okay.
Hey, you got to give someone a wrench because there's bots in our chat and nobody has a wrench. Oh, I guess, wait.
Sheep is there.
Yeah, Sheep is there and the Wooster's there. What are you saying?
What bots? What bots? What are the bots saying?
I don't know. Maybe it was Stanton High messing with me.
Nuance Bro is there. He says CPAC is over. Nuance Bro went to CPAC, everyone.
I thought
Get some good video material out of that.
There is a bot though. I see a bot in there.
So you get rid of it.
Hot, sexy live chat. Join me. Tap here on the photo. That you don't think that's a bot?
Well, but look what they said. They said China is a meddlesome as American and communist. They think they do it for free. I think the name.
Well, these bots are smart. Are you kidding me? Come on. Look at that. Somebody took Sheep took him out. Sheep must have been playing video games. Okay.
Okay.
Wrenches.
I don't know. I'll leave it to the wrenches.
Saying that it was defensible neither for its semantic nor pragmatic meanings, but instead because you were trying to like give individual advice to one person, and it just.
I never said I was trying to give individual advice to one person, right? The statement starts off as, "Hey, listen, if you can't afford the place you're at, one of the best things you can do is move because that's one of the biggest expenses you have. It's easier to lower that expense." Someone in chat says, well, "What if you can't find another job?" Or people start giving excuses, and then my hyperbolic, admittedly, response is, unemployment is 3.5%. If you can't find a job right now, like you're fucked. Like you're totally fucked. Yeah. Like is that like a harsh statement?
You're fucked. Well, don't run away from your own rhetoric. You're fucked implies like you're the victim of unforeseen circumstance. You didn't say you're fucked. You immorally condemned the person.
No, you're right. Yeah, okay. Morally condemned is a clear thing. But yeah, I said, well, fuck you. You're never going to be anything. You're never going to make it or whatever. Sure.
Yeah.
I wish I had your exact bomb Israel statement so I could keep reading it off and try to score points in chat.
Even if you had a point there, and I am willing to disavow previous statements that I've made because I have had problems with controlling my rhetoric before. Why do you keep jumping back to that? This should be one and done. Just admit that this rhetoric is basically indistinguishable from a Ben Shapiro.
I've already. Do you understand? Do you understand that I've already admitted?
I think it says it's a one and done. Just accept that this rhetoric is bad, which Destiny literally already said yes, and then he says, but also accept the follow up that you hate poor people.
That I've already said that the rhetoric here was very harsh. It was probably irresponsible. Maybe it could be taken out of context or be clipped to make it look like I hate poor people. Sure. But what I don't appreciate is the characterization that it betrays some underlying animosity that I must be harboring towards poor people.
How you feel about poor people. You have changed a lot.
That's what I really want them to debate. Seriously. That's what I'd be pushing for.
How Destiny feels about poor people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very
well, I want Destiny. Destiny's a smart guy. I wanted to make the argument that you should hate irresponsible people. I wanted to make that argument.
There you go.
I mean, he seems like he wants
responsibility. People. I think you should not associate with them, but that's a different issue.
What? You want to excommunicate the irresponsible
exactly.
people?
There it is. There it is. It's all about definitions, baby.
You want them to move away from you.
No, I think we should take all irresponsible people and put them in camps, Adam, and force them to be responsible by making iPhones for everyone else, like China is doing with the Uyghurs.
Oh my God.
You hear that? They think the Chinese are making the Uyghurs like slave labor now.
Sitch, the mask is slipping. We talked about this.
Oh shit, I'm revealing my power level, everyone. I'm here for the responsible master race. We're gonna take over the world. Only responsibles allowed. All irresponsibles will be thrown into the ocean and shot.
What do you mean?
In that order. They'll be thrown into the ocean and then shot.
What do you mean by responsible? It sounds like a euphemism for something.
When I say responsible, I mean all the people I like. And when I say irresponsible, I mean all the people I don't like.
Oh, I got you. Well, good.
It's a very easy criteria, okay? And if you keep asking questions, that seems very irresponsible of you to keep asking me questions, Adam.
Do you want to read some?
Person would know exactly what I mean.
I am totally responsible. You want to read some super chats? Speaking of responsibility, you want to read some super chats? It's been a while, and
that's true. I just want to get through the debate.
Other people might weigh in on this. I know. What the hell? You grabbed a 2-hour video. Like when I agreed to this video, I knew it was 30 minutes long.
You knew because you were wrong.
I
So you
know.
knew what was wrong. That's fine. The dialect for $2 says Sitch's verbal tick is well.
Yes, exactly.
Well. The Wooster for $4.99 says this is like watching a low-level goon getting reprimanded by a high-level mob boss. Destiny is going in for the kill slowly. And
Oh, okay.
Destiny's tiny coke.
Who's Fredo here? Who's Fredo here? That's what I want to know.
You see that?
Who's the Godfather and who's Fredo?
Obviously, Vaush isn't Fredo because he's not as inept as Fredo, but
I
be
don't
fair
know.
to Vaush.
I don't know.
This guy's name, Adam, is Destiny's Tiny Coke. Which is funny because when you read that, I didn't think about this because when you say it, I didn't think this, but when you read it in print, it's very easy to misread Coke.
Destiny's tiny cock.
That's what I thought when I first read it. I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, oh, Tiny Coke. That's funny. Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, Vaush is out of his depth. He can't keep his audience without being an a-hole. He expects nuance out of others, but not himself. Very true.
Yeah, I believe that. His audience wants him to just go out and raise hell. Like he is their baseball bat to the world.
Right. He's the attack dog. I mean, this is classic in-group, out-group preferences. It's, he'll bend into knots defending Hassan or someone in his in-group, and then he'll give no charitability to Destiny, who he's now viewing as part of the out-group. I mean, that's really what this is. He's like, Destiny, I feel like you're pulling into the out-group. Why are you doing this?
We had a clubhouse here. You had to ruin it.
We had a clubhouse. Everything was perfect. It's very interesting. I don't know. I saw, do you remember, what was that movie? Where the Wild Things Are. Did you ever see that movie? Everyone hated it.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Everyone hated it because obviously it's based off of like a beloved children's book, but you can't make a 2-hour movie based off of like a picture book that's like 12 pages because there's no story there. But I remember I saw the first time I ever saw it, I missed the first 20 minutes of the movie, and I just saw it from that point on, and I thought this movie is genius.
Mhm.
Okay. It's like a weird drug trip, and it's about the explanation about why society decays.
Really?
I thought this is a brilliant movie. And then I saw it from the beginning, and I didn't like it at all. Because something about the beginning like ruins it. I don't know. It's very strange.
They spell it out? They make it too explicit or something?
Well, no, because it makes me think maybe I was just reading into it, and that's not really what the movie was about. So anyway, that was a complete tangent. But Vagabond66 Gmail for $2 says, good advice from bad intent. Good advice from bad intent, so ignore the advice.
Okay.
What do you think? Good advice from bad intent, so ignore the advice. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, no, I don't think so. It wouldn't be if something had bad intent in terms of hurting you, it wouldn't be good advice, right?
Yeah, it would be hard to call it good
It'd be harmful.
advice.
Yeah. CG Reed for £5 says, you should be up to date with my body of work, but I haven't watched any of this guy in a year and a half, and he is now an alt-righter, a stripper.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. I
What?
don't watch any of Sargon stuff, but he might be an alt-righter now. From what I hear from Destiny, from the title from the title of Vaush's stream.
Yeah, because Destiny's always defended Sargon as not being alt-right, but he hates Sargon. But he's always defended that point. And then
he still hates Sargon? It doesn't seem.
I don't know why they hate Sargon. I couldn't tell you. But so I'm assuming what happened. That's why I brought up. I'm assuming what happened was he saw the title of Vaush's debate, and so that's why he just said, "I don't know what's happening."
I agree.
Right. Render onto Caesar for $1.99 says, did you see Sargon's interview about reason? I did not. Did you see it, Adam?
If it was the live talk that he did, I watched a maybe 20-minute clip of it.
Okay.
Which it was good. He was making good points.
Good. We still need to do never got around to it, our UBI video.
Well, he's doing live stuff, so I think he's busy. So
Sargon's got to get owned by Charles Murray, the most racist man on the planet.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly. How do you?
But see, there you go. Sargon can't agree with Charles Murray because then he will be an alt-right racist.
Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of putting him. Sargon is pretty smart. Like he might know that this is a. What we're setting up is not going to be.
We're
good
setting Sargon up to be an alt-righter. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
Frost 509 for $2 says Vaush is Vader. Yep. He must bring order to the galaxy.
No,
that's true.
Come on. Vader's cool. Vaush isn't that cool.
Neo Tsu for $2 says, "Did Vaush ever do a co-op on his own channel?"
No, that was in
Funny.
the debate with
Mhm.
Stefan Molyneux. He was drilling him. He's like, "Why don't you set up a co-op? It seems like you hire people and you say you have."
Oh, does he has people work for him?
Yeah, he has editors
That's
and stuff
funny.
like that. He's like,
Oh,
"Why don't
that's
you
interesting.
invite
Okay.
them to moderate your show? Why don't they get part of the mic time?" Like,
Ooh.
I mean,
that's a
this
good
is what
point.
Richard Wolff's idea is, that they get to, the people who contribute to the business get to make the rules. Maybe they would like to.
Participate. Right.
Yeah, maybe they would like to do some shows on your channel.
Right.
I'm
Why-
sure
why
they
you-
would.
Yeah, if Vaush is just hiring editors, why is he engaging in capitalism?
Yeah.
I don't know. CG Reed for £2 says, "Tim betrayed by getting sick of BS from the left." No, Tim betrayed because when he first came onto the scene, and the reason I liked him and defended him was that he was basically calling out all the problems with the media
Right.
and the clickbait and the media just doing stuff to generate outrage and money.
Right.
And he would say, "Oh, I'm going to be objective and try to give you like a realistic, or not realistic, but a more objective take on the information."
And then
Or,
he fell in love with Donald Trump.
Well, no, then he fell in love. Then he fell in love with getting views and making money. Okay?
Right. Oh no.
Tim is very hyper aware of his analytics. He's talked about this before, and so he knows what videos will get views. And unfortunately, as we know, what gets views is tribalism and outrage and clickbait, and it's exactly why the media does it. So when I say betrayed, I mean he became Anakin. See, Tim Pool is Anakin. He became the very thing he swore to destroy.
Yeah.
Okay? He became the clickbait king. He literally had a video the other day that said, "New court case proves." Let me bring it up because I don't want to.
It was some Trump thing. I know he aggravates your TDS.
He does aggravate my TDS, but it wasn't because of that. It was. Let me just bring it up real quick. Let's see, where is it? He did criticize CPAC recently, which is good.
Sitch actually, this channel, the PSA Sitch Undaily channel, Sitch made a go of doing what Tim Pool does, and he had morals and shit. he couldn't sleep at night. He felt bad. He was like searching for more and more incendiary shit, and one day he realized, I'm a drug addict. I gotta get me some viral views.
Look, that was part of the reason I started doing the daily videos, because I felt like, I'm like, Jesus, every day I'm looking through stories to make people mad.
Yep.
Like, I realized I was doing that, and I was like, this is not
healthy. Yeah, it's totally not healthy.
No, okay, so yeah, it was on his main channel yesterday. He says Trump just won major court victories, proving impeachment was bunk.
Oh,
Okay.
I love that video. That video is great.
So yeah, so first of all, fuck you. I know you didn't watch the video. I know you're saying that trigger me. So first of all, the court case factually had nothing to do with that claim anyway. It had literally nothing to do with that. Like, that's a complete lie.
That's how you trigger.
How you trigger
Sitch. Facts that are off. Oh God.
The case was about whether the House could compel people to testify that Trump was saying didn't have to testify because of executive privilege. That's all the case was about. It had nothing to do with the merits of the impeachment. Okay. So, but then here's the problem. In the first minute of the video, Tim walks back the title and admits that the title's fake.
Really?
Yeah, because he says, I forget exactly what he says, but he says something like, like it doesn't prove everything's bunk or something. So it's like, he knows what he's doing. He knows the title is like a clickbait lie just to get you to click on it. And then, it sucks you in.
You're just jealous.
So when I say Tim has betrayed, that's what I mean.
That big bathtub of money he's swimming in every night.
Oh, yeah, exactly. There you go. I'm just jealous of the bathtub of money. There it is.
He's oh, man. It's got to be huge. Like, he's probably filled up that whole RV he drives around in with money.
I'm sure
it's probably
Tim
money's
has made
like flying.
loads of cash, yes.
I'm rich.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, "Is Twice Betrayed Destiny going to become the third host of this show?"
Maybe.
That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny. He might. I'm still rooting. I don't know if he will, but I'm still rooting for Destiny to become an enlightened center.
Destiny's welcome on anytime. Destiny's totally welcome on anytime. Vaush is welcome on if we're in the mood.
That's true. But he still has a lot of like woke opinions that I don't care for.
Yeah,
but
obviously.
But at least I think he's getting the right mentality, which I think is the best thing you can hope for is realizing the in-group out-group tribalism is really the live or die by sword that swings both directions. That's really the thing that people should be fighting.
You have some woke opinions I don't agree with.
Sure.
We need price gouging.
Oh my God, you fucking Frost519 for $5 says, isn't it just that the left keeps going left, leaving more and more people behind, but some like Destiny stay where they are instead of shifting? Well, that wasn't Destiny's issue, because Destiny's claim was, I'm making all these arguments to logically explain the left's position, but then when the left attacks someone like Pete Buttigieg or someone else, and they do it in a homophobic manner, everyone suddenly forgets all the issue, all the logic and rationales and arguments they used against the right. So it's not a question of the left keep going left. At least in terms of Destiny's specific issue. Paper Relic for $2 says, Vaush thinks everyone is a secret Hitler. I played that game. That game is very fun. Have you played Secret Hitler?
I haven't. It sounds fascinating, but I saw that super chat go through and I agree 100%. Like Vaush is the brown shirt. Like, are you for the state? Are you with the Fuhrer?
Well, that's what. Yeah, whenever someone starts to go down this, like, are you on my team or are you the other team?
Yeah, totally.
That's a big red flag.
Huge.
Egon for 199 says, so you're saying Kathy Newman has ESP? There you go. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like the truth behind their words. I'm like trying to mind read like the psychology of motivation.
Oh yeah.
That's my rationale for why it's
yeah.
okay when I do it.
Totally.
Damn Collective One for $4.99 says, clearly when Sitch is so hyperbolic about how much he hates the Watchmen movie, I mind read him to be actually saying he thinks it's the best version. And that's why you don't get a wrench, Animal Collective One.
Oh man, he's giving us so much money. That's horrible.
He doesn't get a wrench. Anyone that doesn't agree with me about Watchmen doesn't get a wrench. That's
terrible.
The rule.
We know who the real Hitler is.
Uh-oh. It's the name. Wait a minute.
You must agree with me.
Hold on. I got to bring up someone told me, someone on Twitter sent me this message and they're like, "Okay, this is how you pronounce the name." And I said, "Oh shit. I should take a screenshot of this." Okay? Because I know that it's going to come up on stream and I'm not going to remember, but I want to remember. Do you know what I'm talking about, Adam?
The
Do you know
name?
where I'm going with
Adam Boomer? No, I don't know.
No. Oh my God, where's the tweet? It's taking too long. Where is it?
Yeah.
Where is it? I have, don't you hate on Twitter? Don't you hate on Twitter when you see like, oh, a bunch of notifications and you click it and you realize like, it's just two fucking idiots arguing with each other.
Yeah. Oh my God. You got it. It's like, why?
They never like untagged you and you're like, fuck, like just untag me.
Yeah. And that the mute conversation never works. Never works.
I know. Well, no, it does work, but I don't think you do it until too late.
No, it never works for me.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
So Vercingetorix, I did it. Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix. I said it correctly for $5. Says, for all of history, people moved to where the jobs were. Why can Latin Americans move to new countries and blacks can't move to new cities? Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I didn't think about that. You could bring that up to say, in terms of Vaush's argument, saying, well, wait a minute. I mean, that's the argument that the left makes for immigration. You have all these people moving to America to get a job.
Yeah.
And you're saying that poor people in America can't move to other parts of America to get a better job?
Yeah.
Destiny's Tiny Coke Can for $1 says, Vaush is sad that daddy doesn't love him anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the psychology that we're mind reading all over this.
Yep. I'm mind reading betrayal for both of them. They both see betrayal in different ways, and that's why they're angry.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah.
The Wooster for $9.99 says, Sitch, when are you finally going to write your manifesto for radical centrism? You could become the Marx or Julius Evola of the movement for centuries if you get your political theory published. There you go.
I think you should do that. But finish your novel first.
There you go. I'll make it. No, that's what the novel will be about. It'll be really a radical centrism manifesto. The Wooster for $1.99 says, daily reminder that leftists like Shu are R words. How dare you? How dare you? I don't. She's been making a lot of bad takes recently. She's getting sucked into the
Bernie,
Vaush sphere.
Bernie bro tribalism.
The Bernie bro takes. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
Halesburg for $5 says Donald Trump is the first U.S. president to favor gays getting married. Are you shocked? Obama was originally against it. So
not shocked.
I'm not shocked because it's sort of like because of the timing. I don't think it's anything inherent about Donald Trump. I mean, first of all, I made a video about this. Donald Trump's administration is trying to remove the thing that protects gay people from being fired from their jobs for being gay. So I'm not going to buy the whole.
Well, isn't his argument that we don't need it anymore?
No, that wasn't his argument.
Oh.
Their argument was, well, this helps trans people, and that's who we're targeting. So even if it affects gay people, that's unintentional and thus not our problem.
So his argument is we want to be able to fire trans people?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Because it uses the same, I did a video on this, the same legal logic that protects trans people is what protects gay people.
Mm-hmm. So
you can't get rid of one without getting rid of the other.
This was an old video, though.
Yeah, it was an old video, older video. So I forget where I was going with that, but
that's
yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so I think it's more a product of time because I don't think you could really have. I'm not sure anyone can get elected today and be openly against gay marriage. I'm not sure that would fly.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The Rooster for 199 says, "How did Vaush become so based on the JQ?"
Yeah,
it's so funny because all these guys they get so triggered over Israel. They're like, "Oh, Israel, Israel is the evil state."
Because it's the Israeli Palestine oppressed narrative that they
exactly
love, hook, line, and sinker.
Yep. You see everything. Yeah, it's the problem when you see everything through the singular lens of oppression. It's you get dumb takes. Very Dead Horse 499 says it's funny to me that breadtubers can simultaneously say unemployment is low because of under and overemployment. That's true. I want to debate Vaush, damn it. Yeah, there you go. Ask him. I'm sure, I don't know. You could probably call in or something.
Yeah,
I thought he's one of those guys that lets people call into the show.
He argues with people all day.
Yeah.
That is fun. I don't understand why you don't do more of that.
The call-in stuff?
No, just argue with people.
Oh. I don't have time for I gotta make videos that don't ever get uploaded to my channel, Adam. Okay.
Just argue with people. It's fun.
I gotta work on videos that never get uploaded to my main channel, Adam.
I made like 3 videos.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. The Wooster for 199 says Destiny and Sargon redeeming friendship arc when? Probably never. Probably never, unfortunately. Vagabond666 Gmail for $2 says it's that Vaush is as racist as Spencer and Fuentes. Ouch.
Yeah.
Sean Welch for $5 says, until Vaush turns his channel business into a co-op, he has nothing to say. Also, Sargon said a billionaire conservative bought the majority of Twitter. Yeah, I saw the headline. I didn't read the article, but
really,
apparently some very rich conservative guy bought Twitter, or he didn't buy Twitter. He bought a bunch of shares in Twitter.
He bought a controlling share of stock?
Well, here's the thing. I didn't think you could buy a controlling share of stock.
I believe you can, if you have a controlling share, that you can change people on the board.
No. I'm saying, yeah, but usually companies won't allow that much stock available to prevent that.
Yeah, but the problem is if it's out on the open market, they can accumulate it.
Sure, most they can. Right, that's how hostile takeovers work. Right?
Yeah, you don't have to. Most of the time, the person who wants control keeps 51%. But if 51% goes out.
Yeah, but so I'm saying usually, well, I don't know, because maybe there are rules where some companies you only have to have like 10% to have some sort of claim. So maybe that's what happened. I don't know. It says a major Republican donor has purchased a stake in Twitter and is reportedly seeking to oust its chief executive, Jack Dorsey.
Wow.
So this just says it's taking a sizable stake. I don't know what that means because this could all be bullshit. Like,
that would be interesting. It would be. It's a kind of article that you would just make up because it does sound so good.
Well, it's the kind of article like, okay, so you could have some rich guy bought a bunch of Twitter, but maybe it's not enough to like enact actual change.
Yeah,
like it's enough to like yell and maybe people listen to you. But
sure.
So I'm not sure if this guy. I'm not sure if anything will actually happen because the article doesn't seem to say. Because unfortunately, most news articles are terrible. They don't actually give you the relevant information.
No, they don't.
Vagabond666 Gmail for $2 says breaking Sitch racist, Adam still racist adjacent.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Terrible.
Okay. As a person of shadow, it's impossible for me to be racist. I'm literally the most oppressed person on the planet. Nobody cares for us poor shadow people.
He doesn't even have a nose.
I know. It's terrible. DGM Voices for $10 says Vaush sometimes makes good points, but his condescension and total lack of self-awareness makes it impossible to be persuaded, even if you don't already agree with him. Exactly.
Interesting.
Exactly. And that's what's funny about him complaining about rhetoric, because Vaush has good rhetoric for owning people, but he has bad rhetoric for convincing people that don't already agree with him.
Yeah. He's a weapon. He's not really. I mean,
he's Candace Owens. He's an attack dog.
Yeah.
He's an attack dog. Damo Collective 1 for $4.99 says, when Destiny talks, his jaw moves side to side like Ace Ventura, saying, alrighty then, or Ernest going, ew. Watch for it. I never noticed that. I'll have to pay attention to that. That's funny.
You don't watch enough.
I know. I don't watch enough.
Are you watching now, though, right?
Yeah, I'm watching now, more so than normal. But the Wooster for $1.99 says, Sitch doesn't like arguing because debates are gay. There you go. There it is.
Not true.
Our famous, the most, I like that. That's the best quote to survive the Brooks debate. Debates are gay.
Oh, yeah. That's a Brooks quote, isn't it?
That's a Brooks quote.
Holy cow.
That's who you're defending. Danimal Collective 1 for $4.99 says Sitch should come out or delete himself, just like Vaush said, word for word. Sitch should come out or delete himself, just like Vaush said, word for word, free of context, because context is alt-righty and dumb.
Yeah, context sucks.
Context is alt-righty and dumb. I do agree with that completely. Just like debate is gay and context is dumb. Where are we? Christoph Slav Joes for $3 says Adam is close. America fundamentally changed in 1913 after socialists first took federal power. Kennedy, Reagan, and Trump are liberalist attempts to reassert the populace. Insert conspiracy theory of your choice here. Also, hi Adam.
Nice.
Okay.
Sounded a little bit trollish. I'm not sure if that was for real.
I don't know.
1910.
1913. I'm not sure about who was elected in 1913. That was a socialist.
Yeah, it's okay.
But
moving on. Sounds like you're conceding the point.
I'm conceding the point. Here we go. Nemesis Engine for $1 says, I like the Nemesis Engine is like the Paradox. Is that Paradox Engine's Nemesis Engine? Says Adam is correct about Destiny sandbagging a kill shot from the get-go. There you go. Paradox for $1 says Sitch not saying anything about Destiny's anti-SJW past. I'll be honest, I actually didn't know that was Destiny. I didn't know that was Destiny's past. I knew that he said he was conservative. I never heard Destiny when apparently he was in this conservative or anti-SJW gamer phase.
Yeah, me neither.
So, I knew that I heard of him. I knew there was a StarCraft player who said the N-word or something. That's all I knew about him. So I knew that I'd heard that he had been conservative. I didn't know he was like an anti-SJW gamer bro, or at least that's how he characterizes it. Sitch, you still have not watched my video about it. It also proved Destiny was canceled 10 years ago. I don't remember that video, so I guess I haven't watched it. So I guess you can resend it to me, and I'll try to watch it.
And you'll watch it and go, oh, I did watch this.
Oh, no, I'll watch it and say, oh, I remember not watching this. But I'll try to watch it. I remember you sent me a video about, yes, I do have the memory of you sending me this video. But send it to me again. Dawkins for $3.83 says, did you guys see cover Vaush and Vanderklay? It was great.
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it in the debate with Sargon.
You liked it? It was good?
Well, he's just like super respectful with Paul Vanderklay, and I didn't understand why he wasn't respectful with Sargon, so I brought it up in that debate.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know why Sargon triggers them so much. I don't know.
And it's funny because even in the Paul Vanderklay debate, Vaush is like fawning over Paul, saying, "Oh, I'm so glad that we're going to have a good faith debate here. So many of these things are not in good faith." And I'm thinking,
right,
that's exactly like the Sargon. Like the whole Sargon thing was not in good faith because you drug it there, because you made it not in good faith.
Right. CT for $1 says, don't worry, Sitch. I'll be your sponsor as you go through those terrible pasta withdrawals. I'll help you put down the needle so you can stop injecting angel hair into your calves like heroin. You're welcome, friend.
Do you like pasta? I'm not a huge
I
pasta
don't
fan.
even eat pasta.
Oh, okay. Pasta's good
guys,
occasionally.
I
but-
don't have a pasta problem. There's no pasta problem. Okay. I can quit whenever. I mean, I don't even eat pasta very often. Okay. It's got gluten in it. Okay.
Yeah.
No gluten. No gluten for
Occasional
Sitch.
pasta.
Not even occasional pasta. Because look, here's the problem with pasta. Okay. Almost all the best pasta is filled with milk and cheese, right?
Mm.
And that's all not good for lactose tolerant Jew boy over here, right?
Yeah.
Right? I used to love me some ravioli and vodka sauce, right? That was the best.
You never
Or
have half and
tortellini
half?
and vodka sauce, right?
You never have a half and half and ice cream and all that good stuff?
No, I have to eat
Really?
the lame coconut ice cream.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's not so bad.
That is so
Yes.
sad. That's
Look,
depressing.
It is sad. I am an oppressed person. Therefore, I can
Yes.
attack whoever I want because I can't digest dairy properly. I am the most oppressed person, group of people on the planet.
I would throw that out there a lot. Like if you ever debate Vaush, you should open with I haven't eaten ice cream ever.
I haven't
Like,
eaten ice
that's-
cream in 10 years.
Oh, it's
okay?
been 10 years? So you
10
that's even worse because now you know what ice cream tastes like.
Of course. No, I was, this is really weird. As a baby, as a baby,
Mhm.
I was lactose intolerant. But then when I became like a toddler, I wasn't.
Because you were like,
then
fuck
then it
that
hit
ice
me
cream is
again.
great. I'm not like,
Exactly. I loved ice cream. But then it hit me again when I started to go to college. And when I was done, when I was getting out of high school and
Oh.
going to college, it hit me again.
and you just feel sickly.
Yeah.
God,
Makes
I
me
wish
poop.
I had some ice cream.
Terrible. Thank you. Paradox for $1 says, is it me or does the poor rich disagreement sound like Destiny watched some Peterson and agreed on his observation that hating the rich is not the same as loving the poor based on Orwell's Road to Wigan Pier? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm waiting
That's
for
what
him
it
to
sounds
do
like.
some Jordan Peterson. I'm ready for him to join the Jordan Peterson Defense Force.
He's going to do it. He's going to join the JP Defense Force. It's going to happen. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
There was someone linked in the Discord. There's another Rat Rules attacking Jordan Peterson video
Yeah.
that we
I
might
know,
have to look at.
I watched it.
Might have to look at. Oh, you watched it? Was it stupid?
Oh yeah, it's totally stupid. And not only that, it's he chases the algorithm, man.
Right.
It's like doubly incendiary because Jordan Peterson was in the algorithm because he had the drug thing and
The health problems.
yeah, exactly, health problems. So you're making
Right.
videos attacking the guy while he's having health problems, dude. That's the lowest of the low. Lowest of the low. You can't.
Well,
get
no, the
lower
low.
than that.
It's the second lowest. The lowest of the low would be attacking him for said drug problems,
Yeah.
right? The second lowest of the low would be attacking him just because he's trending, even if it's for really bad
Yeah.
reasons.
Exactly. Oh my god.
So it's the second low. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, that's one of the reasons why I didn't respond because, I didn't want to be accused of that same kind of garbage.
I see. Zofras for $1 says, Sitch does not allow me to stay up this late. Good night. I fully expect that you two are still streaming when I wake up. That's right. Guys, I don't know
We're
if you know
not
this,
going
but
to
I'm
get
actually,
through all this video.
No, we're not. But
Yeah.
I'm actually Zofrat's father. And so
Oh,
she's
really?
not allowed to stay up. Yeah, she's not allowed to stay up this late. So I'm glad that she went to bed.
Interesting. What's Frat's mom look like? I guess she's hot enough.
No, Zofrat's was obviously a virgin birth. I'm going. That's right, guys. I hate
Then
to tell you, this is it.
hold on. How are you the dad
Guys.
if it's a virgin birth?
I'm going full MGTOW. Okay.
What?
No women.
Are
no
you
women
really?
ever to touch. No women can ever sully
Hold
my
on.
perfect
This
maleness.
is-
Okay.
This is breaking news.
I conceived of Zofrats purely on my own.
Are you
through
really
through
MGTOW now?
Sheer manliness. I willed Zofrats into existence by the power of testosterone. Somehow it came out as a girl. I don't know how that happened.
Those
but it's very confusing.
MGTOW guys are crazy, dude. If you're going MGTOW, they're gonna have to interrogate you.
Make sure.
Are you joking? I, can't
remember-
tell if you're joking. Are you?
No, I'm joking. Obviously,
Okay,
I remember early in my YouTube career, there was some MGTOW people that were like trying to get me to like be MGTOW. I'm like, what the fuck are you
What?
talking
Really?
about? Like this is like so. Like,
This is
counter-
awesome.
Yeah, like this is so counter to the idea of like being a centrist and just saying that because the whole thing with MGTOW is like, yeah, I understand there's people who have legitimate grievances or have very bad relationships with people, and then they transfer that to being, oh, that's all women are evil. It's like, no, you don't understand. It's because it's most people are terrible, but if you're straight, you're only going to have specific type of relationships with women. You're not going to have those same type of relationships with men, so you're never going to experience that level of awfulness.
Don't you think MGTOW was designed to battle institutional sexism?
No.
It is, though. That's exactly what it's for.
I don't even know what you mean by that.
Well, men's rights activism is there.
Well, men's rights activism is not MGTOW. So
yeah, they are slightly different, but
yeah,
they're in the same ballpark, though.
Oh, okay. You're gonna piss off all the MRAs.
Really?
Say that.
Oh, I guess. Yes. Yeah.
You,
Okay, I apologize in advance. I apologize.
I made that mistake.
Don't come after me.
They all jumped down my throat. So I was a good boy this time, but Adam
so you are correct. MRAs are battling institutional sexism.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. Yeah, it's always funny when the feminists are like, "I don't understand why the MRAs don't support us because we're like fighting the same thing." It's like, holy shit, you're so like, it's so stupid. It's like, and it's like, no, you're not fighting the same thing. Like maybe you're fighting the same like outcomes, but you're blaming it all on the patriarchy. Okay, you have like this. Yeah. It's like saying like, well, I don't understand why all Jews aren't really Christians because, they want to help the world just like Jesus. It's like, well, you kind of believe a little things differently on the core level. It's a little different.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nemesis Dude for $2 says Vaush got banned from Destiny's Discord for bothering females, and then he got banned from Twitch so he did get banned from Twitch for the Israel take. Okay. This all happened between a year and 6 months ago. Really, Vaush has been banned from Twitch for that long? Wow, I didn't realize that. Since then, Destiny has been avoiding Vaush. It's why 20-minute shout match is not on Steven's channel. Yeah, I knew about.
Oh, okay.
I knew about the Discord thing because you can actually find. I don't know if it's on Destiny's channel. I think it's on Destiny's channel.
Vaush is going to have a Me Too here. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's what happened. It's not really a Me Too. It's like he was being very kind of
pervy.
Pervy, not pervy, but like, yeah, sort of pervy, but like sexually aggressive in private messages with someone who it was very apparent this person was uncomfortable with his advances.
Interesting.
And they told him that, and it's like they have like this weird back and forth where it's like you just can't accept it. So
he's like, "Hey, baby, why don't you like me?"
There's like a whole video about this on YouTube somewhere.
Dig into people. I mean,
it's fun drama, but yeah, I don't really care about it. I care about it. Like, I don't care about it. I like it because it's fun drama, but I don't care about it in terms of like.
I mean, if it comes
really
to
just
us,
ad hom at this point.
If it comes to us in a super chat, I'm not going to ignore it.
If it comes,
but
yes,
yeah, I'm not going to go digging across the internet.
Right. I guess you could use it. I don't know, because on one hand, it's like it is kind of ad hominy, but on the other hand, it's like okay, it is sort of hypocritical then for him to make all these SJW claims, right? If that's his own behavior, so.
Yeah, no.
Guildmaster, yeah, of course. Guildmaster Skarma for 250 says, "Why would poor people care about what Destiny thinks? Does Vaush think poor people go on Twitch to look for advice on their financial situation and what they should do about it? What does he want Destiny to do? Tell the poor people there's no chance at all." Exactly.
Well, I think there are. I think when you're young, I mean, people tend to be poor when they're young. So, and I think they do turn to people like Vaush and Destiny for advice. So, don't you think?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you're poor when you're starting your first job than when
I don't think people turn to the streamers for advice typically.
What are they doing then?
They're just listening to them because they like to have their worldview fed back to them in a way that they like and agree with. That's the most cynical take I can possibly
That's
get.
Terrible.
It's sad but true.
But they listen to them to refine arguments that.
Right. No, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
that they want to be able to. A lot of people like to argue online. I know I do. I love it. You love it. So, I mean, I listen to a lot of stuff thinking, oh, that's a great argument. I should adopt that argument. And I'm sure people listen to us for the same reason.
Right. No, that's very true. And that's true. You listen to Destiny because you say, oh, I wonder how he's going to argue something that I agree or disagree with for that reason.
And maybe I will if it works out good.
It really shows what Jonathan Haidt's talking about how we're really controlled by the unconscious lizard brain.
Yeah.
We're like the rational mind is really at service to our animal mind.
Yeah, we want to win.
Yep.
We want to look good to the ladies. So when we DM them uncomfortable messages, they respond.
They have to respond positively.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Nathan Margolis for $1 says a total of 123,289 suicide descendants from 18 states during 2003 to 2014, and of those, 621 or 0.5% were identified as LGBT. L and G alone are 2% of the population in America, so gay suicide is low. Wow, I didn't realize it was that low.
Well, that's good.
That is good.
We accept them.
I'm shocked that it's that low. I thought it would have been way higher. So they're saying only 0.5% of suicides between 2005 and 2014, or 2003 and 2014, only 0.5 of them were identified as being gay. Or, yeah, being gay. That's crazy. So, okay, there you go. Hamid Rodriguez for $5 says, Presidents Unde made two great videos about Vaush where he said that Vaush's content is therapeutic for his followers to confirm their biases. Oh, okay, that's what I said. And how his approach to politics is more negative to the left because he is too antagonistic. I agree. Contrast for $1.29 says, point of personal privilege, DPD Sitch, Donald paranoia disorder, classic Sitch, hoarding his wrenches, ailing with hoarding his wrenches, all while his alling. I don't know what you wrote here. You can't even write your insulting meme Streamlabs contrast correctly. Alling with his piles of linguini on the TDS scale. Where do you sit? 1 is Adam, 10 is Sam Harris. Be a wrenchless squall.
Oh my God. Awesome. I'm glad I'm at a 1.
Well, I don't even agree. Sam Harris isn't at level 10 anyway anymore, right?
Contrast deserves a wrench. I just want to reiterate that.
No, he doesn't. Didn't Sam Harris downgrade himself from level 10 TDS?
Yeah,
to
he
like
has. He kind of
6
has.
or something. Yeah.
He has kind of come off the TDS.
I don't know who would be the number 10 top TDS person is that Asian doctor guy who always responds to all of Trump's tweets.
That guy's blocked me on Twitter.
It's like Eugene something, I think. Yeah, that's probably number 10 for TDS. Honky the White Clown for $5 says, this debate is like listening to two bearded Karens piss and shit about who gets the last pair of pants during a Black Friday sale.
Yeah, it's kind of.
There you go.
I don't know how you could say this is the exciting one.
I like this. It gets more yelly too, but you'll see.
We might have to fast forward to the yelly stuff then.
Well,
year and a half. I don't know. Now you have to understand that from a leftist perspective, all of your positions are going to be suspect because we represent the workers.
Is this the everybody I don't like is a fascist argument, or what do you mean? All of my positions are suspect because I'm not a lefty.
Good.
From a leftist perspective, anyone who doesn't adopt, sort of
anyone who does not submit.
This is perfectly putting the spotlight on Vaush's ideology.
Totally.
Okay? Anyone that doesn't completely accept like this, how I define
you must submit
worker left opinion is suspect. Like what the fuck?
Anyone who doesn't agree with me is a Nazi.
Is suspect. Yeah, like Jesus.
A leftist perspective on like the relationship between the worker and the owner, their relationship to say classism is going to be a bit suspect to us because that's an issue we're very sensitive about.
Oh, he just called you a classist.
Well, at least he's narrowing it to just class issues. Okay, I'll walk back a little bit.
As a fascist, I know many liberals who have very good positions on class, but it is nonetheless something.
You said not everyone's a fascist. I thought.
Oh. A divisive topic.
All you're pausing.
Groups. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, that's okay, and I'm okay with that. I just don't like it when somebody that should be familiar with the greater men of work. Now, if you want to say like Destiny's a capitalist or something, sure. But to say that I have animosity towards poor people because I told a person in chat to kill themselves if they can't find a job at 3.5% unemployment, while easily brushing aside your statement about bomb Israel, glass it, is, I think, a little bit rich. Okay.
No. I have defended that statement.
You haven't. You can't. Wait. Okay. I'm curious.
Semantic.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. It's semantic wording is accurate. Now, if you
bomb Israel is semantically accurate, you're telling me bomb Israel.
Oh no. Okay. I apologize. I misinterpreted what you said. Fuck Israel is semantically.
No.
Accurate.
Your statement was you should bomb Israel, glass it.
Yes. Luckily, we have bombs that only take out the state.
I just said I misinterpreted. Yes, no. Fuck Israel is semantically accurate. Bomb Israel is not. For bomb Israel, I would say
How it's so stupid.
Do we
Fuck
have
Israel.
bombs that only take out government institutions and
Yeah,
leave the
exactly.
people
Yeah,
standing?
That's what they mean when they say smart missiles. It only kills government employees, apparently, right?
Well, not even the employees. It just takes their jobs
Just
away.
the buildings.
And-
Literally
and
just
here's
destroys
Vaush.
government buildings.
Here's Vaush arguing about unemployment when he wants to just take away all those government jobs.
Oh, I'm surprised Disney lets them get away with this idiotic "fuck Israel" semantically correct point, because that's such a stupid point.
It is stupid.
that the semantic meaning is obviously hyperbolic. I would hope most people would say, but I recognize as a public figure, I shouldn't rely on their interpretations. I should try to make myself clear. But the pragmatic meaning, which is "fuck Israel," is something I stand by.
Sure, but we're not talking about "fuck
semantic
Israel."
nor
We're
pragmatic.
not talking "fuck Israel" isn't what you said. You said "bomb Israel, glass it." So I don't know why you're trying to replace what you said before with something.
What would you like to say? What would you like to say about that statement that I have not commented on?
Well, do you disavow it then? Are you saying that that was
That's
a
just-
horrible statement to say, and that it might
Yes.
betray like an underlying hatred you have towards Israeli citizens or
Or
Jewish
Jews.
people? Or do you think it was just a hyperbolic statement that was irresponsible to say and you shouldn't have said it?
I think it was hyperbolic and irresponsible. The sentiment of the hyperbole I stand by, which is "fuck Israel," but I wouldn't make a statement like that again because
Okay.
it's too easily open for misinterpretation.
Then that is 100% my position then.
Oh, and
I
fuck
stand by the
Israel's not
sentiment that if
open
you're going to
for
use any excuse possible
misinterpretation.
to say that it's literally impossible to move, which was the chatter's response to my chat, that my sentiment is standstill. That like, okay, well, if you're never going to try to do anything to change your position, you're fucked.
I don't think.
But
the
I don't have a
idiocy of the
broader.
chat, which is a universal constant, is a justification for you to make classist statements.
Okay, then I don't think that your hate.
Oh my god.
The disconnect. It's like it's gotta be so frustrating. You have we've had this going back and forth. Where we'll argue about something, and then
Oh,
one
I
of us
know.
says something, and then it's just like it just goes back to square one because we're like, wait, no.
Very circular.
Hatred for a foreign policy
Why do
position
you
is
realize this is
a way
the
for you to make
definition of
anti-Semitic
pivoting, right?
statements. What?
I am fine. You realize this is the definition of pivoting, right? I'm fine to discuss that issue in a vacuum, but you seem to keep jumping back.
Okay, I guess he doesn't know what the word pivot means because that's not the definition of pivoting.
What
guys.
what's your definition?
Pivoting? Didn't we talk about this last stream for some reason too?
No, I don't think so.
We said because we talked about. Remember how I said they rebranded flip flopping the pivoting because pivoting sounds nicer?
yeah. I do remember that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. Pivoting. Yeah. Pivoting is when you turn away from something. Right?
Yeah.
Usually, it's like when you try to. Usually, when you try to take something and you try to turn it into something bad, and try to turn it into something good.
Yeah.
Is pivoting. So bringing up. So if someone's attacking you for some point, and then you say, "Wait a minute, you're being a hypocrite because you've literally engaged in the same behavior," that's not pivoting at
Right.
all. Pivoting. I mean, you could say pivoting could be. Whataboutism is pivoting in terms of like if Destiny brought up something completely unrelated that Vaush did that was bad. Like if he brought up like, oh well, you were creepy in the DMs and Discord. Like, okay, that's like, what does that have to do with anything, right?
Right.
Back to it because you're unwilling to. Why? You've even owned up to what I asked you to own up to.
No,
What I
no,
would like
okay,
to
I
discuss is
have
whether
not-
or not you have an underlying sentiment.
Sure. Okay. If that's all you want to say, that I have used rhetoric that could be interpreted as irresponsible, that's fine. I'm okay
Well,
with
no,
that.
I would say it's classist rhetoric. It's bigoted towards the poor. And whether or not that's reflective of your underlying beliefs is something that I would like to get at here.
Okay. And then you acknowledge that what you said could be seen as anti-Semitic and it's underlying, but we don't know if your underlying beliefs are anti-Semitic or not.
I think I've done a pretty good job over the entirety of my past year making up for the poor optics I've engaged in with that statement. I think anyone in good faith looking at my content would know I am not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but nobody's
to
looking
the
at you in
best
good
of my
faith,
knowledge-
Vaush.
I know. But this is so ridiculous. Is the idea that people are looking. People
Yeah.
that aren't super far leftist or communist looking at Destiny and thinking like, oh, this is some sort of neoliberal capitalist shill who wants to just, totally hates workers and poor people.
Yeah. Man.
I mean, all the conservatives think that Destiny is like a communist. So-
looking at your content for the past year, which I consume quite a bit, do not know whether or not you
So
have
you're
animosity.
I'm going to assume that your consumption of my content is probably limited to the clips that you see posted of me on Twitter by other lefties. So that's why you're not sure if I actually hate poor people or not. Because I noticed the other examples that you've given of me
Why doesn't he just ask him?
hating poor people, or when I say things like workers are dumb, I don't think co-ops are going to work. And that's like the only take that you've heard of mine, apparently, that went viral on Twitter because lefties like to jerk themselves off over shit that I say about workers or whatever.
Embarrassing as it is to admit, I have watched every single YouTube video that has been produced by your editor over the past 2 years.
Okay, sure. Then in that case, I'm very curious. Why do you think that my position on poor people...
That's why the loyalty, that's why the betrayal is so...
Betrayal. Yep, there's the
so
betrayal.
harsh.
See, I wasn't totally mind reading.
Every video.
has changed, that I hate poor people? Like, what major positions of mine do you
hate
think...
poor people. There's a lot of nuance here. I don't think everyone who's prejudiced against black people necessarily hates black people. I think it speaks to underlying sentiments that are reinforced by broader societal classist, messaging. We live in a classist society as we live in a racist society. I don't think it's unreasonable that people wouldn't...
Wait,
I know, so hard.
What the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, we live
Did
in
you
a
catch
classist,
that?
racist society.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to decode the nonsense
say
here.
about workers or whatever.
Embarrassing as it is to admit, I have watched every single YouTube video that has been produced by your editor over the past 2 years.
Okay, sure. Then in that case, I'm very curious. Why do you think that my position on poor people has changed? That I hate poor people? Like, what major positions of mine do you think...
poor people. There's a lot of nuance here. I don't think everyone who's prejudiced against black people necessarily hates black people. I think it speaks to underlying sentiments that are reinforced by broader societal classist, messaging. We live in a classist society as we live in a racist society. I don't think it's unreasonable that people would internalize those sentiments, much in the same way that I probably internalized a fair...
Okay, so the best I guess I can figure is that he's saying...
We're all secret racists.
Well, okay, so he's saying you can be prejudiced against someone without hating them, which I agree with, sure. You can be like, people can be prejudiced against black people or poor people without hating a group of people. I agree with that.
Well,
but then
prejudice just means that you expect a certain behavior out of them.
Right, like you could say, oh, all Asians are good at math, all Jews are good lawyers, or whatever, right?
And I love them because they're good at math.
Exactly. So, but then it sounds like he's saying, but then society itself is racist or classist, and that is where the hatred comes from. So the hatred flows downward from society.
Well, and also that you internalize it from society.
Guess that sounds like bullshit to me. I don't think. Do you think racism is more a top-down structure or a bottom-up structure?
Bottom up, from personal experience.
I don't know. It could go either direction, I guess. I mean, there are times where people in power will use, scapegoats and shit.
Sure,
right?
totally. If the personal experience is like everyone around me hates a certain type of people, then maybe it's that's still.
Here's it. I think it has been like. Here's what I'll say. I think in the past there has been a lot of top-down racism, classism, sexism, blah blah blah.
Sure.
But I think in modern times, right? But I think in modern times, it's most of people that are racist or sexist. I think it's mostly bottom up. I think it's mostly what you're saying.
Personal
people coming from individual, personal experiences.
Exactly.
Racist and sexist sentiments as well. That's just a process of living in a flawed society.
Sure.
But I would like to talk with you about this because the video that I went over on my channel was riddled with things that I can only interpret as belying underlying antagonism.
Sure. What is my underlying antagonism towards poor people? Why do you think I have this?
Sure. So here are a couple of the statements. We can just...
Holy shit! I just realized that he's right. His mouth does do the alrighty
side
then
thing.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a verbal, if that's like a tick. Maybe he has a facial tick, or I don't know what's going on with that.
Discuss them one by one, or however many you want to let me go on. So one that you made was poor people are some of the most financially fucking retarded people in the entire world. The issue
isn't that like a fact?
How do you think they got poor?
Exactly. Isn't it like kind of a chicken and the egg situation? You're like, well, I mean, that's sort of like, right? If you're not financially illiterate, then you're probably not going to be poor.
Yeah. And if your folks aren't financially literate, they're probably not going to teach it to you. So it's a repeating cycle.
Exactly. Right.
That I would take with this statement is that while it is true that many poor people are financially irresponsible, so are, the existence of the credit card has propped up the middle class for the past 70 years, So are people of all economic strata. The poor just suffer more for it. Now, I know
Wait, were you quoting me? Because I literally said almost exactly that. I said middle class people are about as stupid when it comes to finances, but they have more of like an economic bubble to protect them from their stupid fucking decisions.
I was writing, that was later in the video. I was writing that down and then I deleted it. The decision to say that in its own, though, in addition to being, I would say, irresponsible rhetoric, I'm sure you would agree with me on that, because absent the clarification that other groups of people engage in poor financial decisions, this can come off.
Well, but see, this is like, it's very annoying because oftentimes when you say something on the internet, some asshole is going to pick apart everything you say. You have to like give a million
Hey,
nuances.
we're that asshole.
I know we're that asshole. So you have to give a million, and we do this, I'm sure, a lot of times where we misunderstand people or
bring out the
misrepresent people.
caveat truck.
Right. Yeah, you have to give a million caveats. And it's part of why, when I said it's very difficult a lot of times to do a contra video is because she'll have a million caveats and everything. So
well, she knows because making videos over a long period of time, you know your audience's response to everything you say.
Right. Yeah. So, but in this case, it's not even. I don't even think it's necessary because Destiny said this is where the uncharitability comes from. Because like he just said, poor people are some of the most financially illiterate people. He's not saying he's not saying only poor people are financially illiterate.
Yeah.
He says some of the most. And I don't see how anyone could. Right. And I don't know how anyone could disagree with that.
Yeah, I know some rich people that are pretty financially illiterate. Well, I guess not financially illiterate. I'd think financially irresponsible. But I mean, that's...
Right. But see, there's a problem. Is that term that means two different things. Vaush conflated that, and Destiny didn't catch him there.
Yeah.
Because you could be very because being financially illiterate means you just don't understand finances. You don't understand how the markets work. You don't understand how to budget yourself. You don't understand cost stuff. There's a difference between being illiterate, not understanding something, and being irresponsible, where you could understand it, you just don't give a shit.
Even irresponsibility lies on a spectrum because, if money's no object, who cares if you're irresponsible with your money? Like sometimes you might be irresponsible just for fun.
Right, exactly. Like if you could be some, one of the Wall Street heirs, right?
Yeah.
Not Wall Street heirs, I'm sorry, Walmart heirs, one of the Walmart kids, and you can be as irresponsible as you want. Who cares? You're not going to blow through your billions of dollars anytime next lifetime. So
yeah. Sometimes you have to put $1 million on black.
Off kind of dicey. Your decision to just say it like that. It's just not something that I would say.
I guess it feels like I can't I don't like this idea. I don't like this idea that I have to overqualify every single thing that I say. Like, God, poor people are so horrible when it comes to finances. But we all know that the only reason why poor people are bad when it comes to finances is because socioeconomic conditions means that they don't have access to the education that would make it necessary for them to make good financial decisions because they probably didn't inherit the generational wealth that wealthy, mainly white people in the past would have conferred upon them. Like, I don't want to have to give that statement after every time I say something. No, but I don't want to do that. I would be okay.
He's like, I don't have to say it every time. Vaush's like, no, that's great. You have to say it.
Yeah, you have to say that. Yeah. I want your channel to be as boring as possible so people come over and give to my Patreon.
Right. But see, this is the in-group, out-group thing. It's like, it's totally like when you hear someone in your in-group say something, you're assuming that when they say something like that, you're assuming that there's all these caveats that they're just not verbalizing. But when you're dealing with the out-group, you throw all your assumptions, they all go in the other direction. Oh, well, no, all these caveats are the bad caveats. Oops, I did the thing, everybody.
Oh, it's good. You can fast forward it then. It's a perfect opportunity.
But till this point, but fairly tolerant.
Find some yelling.
Good memes. This is pivot. Because how you approach solutions is just as, if not more important, than an ability to recognize the existence of the problems. I imagine we would
probably disagree, but I'm sure we would have a ton of common ground. And the things that we would disagree on would probably be nuanced empirical points, where he might say, I believe this is a good solution. I would say, well, empirically, I don't know if there's the data to support that as a good solution. And then maybe we would quibble a little bit and disagree there. But in terms of understanding why does a poor person do the things they do, I'm pretty sure me and every leftist economist of the fucking world would more or less probably agree with most things. That lack of access to education, parents with good financial discipline, et cetera, would probably lead to
I agree, and that's why I agree that it would be irresponsible for a person to I imagine you would agree with this then, that for a person to speak as you did in this video without any broader clarifying statements. You admittedly made a few towards the end of the video, though I think the damage was done and there were
it was too late. Once you've pulled the trigger, once you've said the words, there's no going back.
What is it? What is the point of this? God.
The point of this is betrayal, Adam.
Yeah.
It's betrayal. As much as you're ragging on Scott Adams, he does have a really good idea with his 48-hour rule. Everyone gets 48 hours.
I love that. I love the 48
clarify or apologize.
Yeah. He's way out past the 48-hour rule on artists. I just want to make that loud and clear. Okay.
That's true. That is true.
far more bad statements.
What
than
does the
clarifying.
damage is done mean? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, good.
Do you not agree that as a public figure, your rhetoric spreads?
Oh my
out and
God, you
influences other people's
caused
perspectives?
Yeah, but do you
harm in the
think-
world,
do you think there are
Destiny.
Realistically,
You think there's always like conservatives like, well, look, here's a clip of Destiny saying poor people are stupid. Case closed. The left
Yeah,
destroyed
exactly.
forever.
You don't understand about all those hurt feelings in the world, Sitch. I mean, there were
That's
feelings hurt by this. Most of them
That's
were
true.
Vaush. You know, I would say 99% of it was Vaush's feelings, but like, still, that's important.
do you think people are taking that video and they're like, yeah, I definitely agree that Destiny says that just poor people are all dumbasses for they have the
No,
poor genes.
no,
Like,
it's
what
what
is
we
the
want.
This is all very reminiscent of the N-word debacle. We're like,
Oh, yeah, totally.
Destiny admits that he says the N-word privately in jokes sometimes when he's referencing things that say the N-word. Oh, we have
At
to
least
just
that
destroy
guy
him
brought
now.
some studies and shit, though. I mean, he was trying to make an actual argument
No,
here. All
that guy
Vaush
was-
is doing is like
That guy, what was that guy's name? That guy was so full of shit. Oh my god.
is Vaush going to pull
He's-
out an actual argument here, or are you just
Well,
going to
he-
say,
I-
"Oh, you
but
know,
he's
in
not
the
making- they're not-
ether here, you
I
know,
guess,
hypothetically, somebody had their
right,
feelings hurt when you said that."
Like-
Like, Jesus.
Well, what studies are you supposed to pull out? I mean, I don't even know.
Well, I don't know.
what
The
studies you
guy had a
referenced, but-
study about people who use the N word in private tend to be more racist. Like he was.
Yeah, but it turned out that that study wasn't even what that said, though.
Oh, really? I think
Yeah.
he-
There was later. Yeah, Disney later went through the studies, and they were all like,
points
completely
for at
irrelevant.
least points for bringing a freaking argument. to you.
Points for at least bringing up bullshit studies that didn't have anything to do with it.
Well,
I
if
don't know.
Vosh had a bullshit study, he'd be all over it right now. Are you kidding me?
I think it's
Like,
opposite. I think you lose points for bringing up fake studies.
Okay. What tangible harm in the world was done by this? I mean, think of the hours of entertainment people are getting out of this.
Exactly.
I think the benefits far outweigh any costs here.
it created more drama for people to watch. So
And to be
yeah,
entertained by.
benefit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
To virtue signal on. I mean, think of all the virtue signaling that's being done in this video that Vaush is doing.
Right.
I mean,
Net
this is like a
gain.
virtue signal gold mine.
Did you see? That's what it literally says in the chat.
Does it?
Yeah, someone says so much virtue signaling, so much virtue signaling, so much virtue.
Oh no,
signaling."
I didn't see that. Yeah.
I guess
He's
they
just
feel the
mining
same
it
way.
away. He's like, oh,
Yep.
this is great. He's
Oh,
going
damn it.
full
It's that they hear
Minecraft
you
on
say
the
that.
virtue
They hear you
signaling.
say like stuff like this. Poor people are financially retarded. If you can't find a job, you should kill yourself. Poor people are
Wait. Why are we conflating all the videos together? So this is the same Vaush that says
When is Vaush going to track down that person the financially retarded person that actually killed themselves? Like until he pulls that out.
No, the financially illiterate gay person who killed
Yeah,
themselves
exactly.
because they were too afraid to come out of the
Vaush
closet.
would be
That's-
all over that.
right. That's what you want.
should
same
bomb
video.
Israel and glass them. Oh, okay. So
Why
the same thing.
you realize this is pivoting? I have already discussed to the full extent that can be discussed that statement. The fact that
Semantically
you
correct.
keep going to it suggests to me you're uncomfortable discussing this.
I'm not
talking about the
uncomfortable with it. I just don't like the
then
idea.
Let's stick to it.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
talking about the same video with quotes that were made within a few minutes of each other. So
Okay,
when
sure.
a
That's
shadow
great. So in
appears-
this same video, I actually did say in the end that poor people have less access to education or whatever. Middle class people make the same dumb decisions. They just have a bigger bubble to a bigger safety net. That's fine. Okay, so I'm good with that.
And I give you credit for the clarifying statement that you made. I
Okay.
don't think that it
But it's
addresses
not
the
enough.
entirety of the negative statements or bigoted statements that you made, and I certainly don't think it compensates for everything else that had been done.
Yep.
Even if you gave a perfectly explanatory sort of denunciation of the worst interpretations of what you had said earlier in the video, right at the very end, I don't think that excuses stuff. I'm more sensitive with my rhetoric than you.
Oh
Wait,
my
you
god.
love that? Even if you gave the perfect clarification, it doesn't matter. Once
Yeah.
the words have passed your lips, you are doomed forever.
Canceled Destiny. Are you kidding me? He said the wrong thing.
This is the problem too with people. I mean, like, look, we
No
we don't
forgiveness.
even stream every day, and I'm sure we say lots of dumb stuff,
Oh.
which we would be like, oh, that's not exactly what I meant, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that people who stream every day, hours and hours and hours every day while playing video games, okay,
Yeah,
zero
half
playing
paying
video
attention.
games. Right, yeah, half pay attention. It's like you give no charitability to, like, okay, maybe you word something not exactly the best way, and then he doesn't. He admits, he says, okay, I didn't word it the best way. It's like, no, the words have passed your lips. You are doomed forever.
He can't point to the tangible harm though. He's just saying it's hypothetical.
That's true.
There's
That's true.
no
well,
tangible
how
harm
could you
here.
point to the tangible harm?
We've
Right.
pointed to tons of tangible benefit, tons of entertainment, tons of, like, we have super chats, tangible.
Money has been
yeah,
generated
exactly.
because of this controversy.
Yes, we're on your side, Destiny. Keep it up. Miss Manners over.
Keep arguing.
Miss
Keep
Manners over here
attacking.
can suck it.
Right.
I know the difference between us fundamentally is that you stream because you like streaming and you like finding truthful positions or what you imagine to be truthful positions, whereas I'm trying to build a political project and I have specific political goals. But both of us understand because I
see.
What is the
That's-
political project, though?
I don't know. To convert people to socialism.
I mean, if you're Vaush, let me tell you, if your political project is to get co-ops into the world, you got to start a co-op, man. You got to do it. I hate to say it, the most powerful one in the world, started by a Catholic priest. You gotta have some goodness in your heart. You gotta be a good person.
It's so interesting to me because for Vaush to readily admit that, like from my perspective anyway, I'm like, okay, if someone says I started my channel to like find out what is true, and someone else says I've started my channel to like promote politics, I'm like, one of these people I'm going to trust.
Yeah.
One of these people I'm not going to trust. Which one's it going to be? Like, come on, really?
Yeah, totally. Politics
learned
mess
it
shit up.
from you. How sensitive the dumb idiots who watch streams, love you guys, are to changes in rhetoric from the people that they look up to.
My
If I get a little bit too edgy on stream one day, I have to have a ban wave in my Discord from all of the edgy, otherwise fairly apolitical people who suddenly think it's cool to say the N-word. Your community has changed over the past year and a half. I reject this idea that you can just be callous and flippant with your rhetoric because people will just know you're a determinist.
Sure, I agree with that to some extent, but right now, on the majority of my platforms, my community is still far too left for my liking, so I'm okay being a little bit edgy in the other direction to bring it back a little bit towards center. I don't think that in the entirety of what I do, even if you limit that to the past 6 months, that people are going to run away from my stuff looking at me as some extreme conservative libertarian or whatever, except for literally the delusional lunatics that are over on BreadTube or farther to the left of them. I don't believe that
BreadTube is libs, my friend.
I know. Everybody is libs compared to you guys. Bernie Sanders is a lib, literally. Everybody is a lib compared. I understand. I know. You're so far left. You're so cool. But what I'm saying is that
talk about my arguments rather than strawmanning me, I'd very much appreciate.
Did you so?
Dude, this is
So Vaush
finally
just
it's getting
unironically said that bread. I'm assuming it didn't sound like a joke. Maybe he was joking. It sounded like he was unironically saying that BreadTube is just liberal. And for those that don't understand, when a communist calls someone liberal, that's like code word for they're a dirty centrist. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Oh wow.
If a communist calls someone liberal, they mean they're a dirty centrist. That's basically what they're saying. They're saying they're a fence sitter who's just too much of a pussy to go full commie.
Wow.
That's what he's saying. BreadTube is. He's literally saying that's what BreadTube
the full
is.
commies. The full commies.
The full commies
are
are
just
not
centrists.
communist. Yeah, apparently.
Appreciate that.
okay, that's great. I don't care about the purity testing for who's left enough, okay? What I'm saying is that
They're
the
literally
only...
libs, but okay, please.
That's fine. What I'm saying is that the only people that are seriously accusing me of being conservative are people that are literal leftists. And when I say leftist, for clarification, I mean like socialists and communists. Like nobody else in the politosphere is ever making that claim towards me. Every right-leaning person I've said literally says that I'm like a communist or socialist. Like they think that I'm that far to the left. So if some of my rhetoric is a bit hyperbolic and it seems to be pushing a little bit towards the right, based on where my community is at right now, I would prefer that rather than to overqualify the fuck out of everything and still harbor a community of disgusting commies and socialists. That's where I'm at right now.
So a couple of points here. For one, your argument essentially, if I am to understand this, is that your community has grown too pro-poor people and you are compensating for it with anti-poor people rhetoric.
What's up?
I love that. So Destiny's like, my audience is too filled with commies and socialists.
Yeah.
And then Vaush is like, so you're saying your audience likes poor people too much? Like, the rephrasing of that is so amazing, so brilliant. It's so brilliant, so dishonest, but so brilliant.
To bring up what you just brought up makes sense in no other context. You are compensating, perhaps. We are getting too progressive with class. We want to bring it back by hating on the poors a little more.
So did you have too many people in your chat that were too pro-Jewish person or hated hate crimes against?
Dude, okay, listen. I have up until this point been fairly tolerant. I like it. It's good memes. This is pivoting. I don't know.
I'm not pivoting. When you're
This
seriously
is the
saying
definition
no,
of
come
pivoting.
on.
I have addressed
Gosh.
that. I disavow the rhetoric. It was a bad thing for me to say. And
You
I
think
understand it
that
can be
you think that
interpreted.
I'm trying to be anti-poor person? The idea that I'm pushing back is this statement, and it's funny because I said this 2 years ago, is that I get a little bit scared when I talk about class stuff sometimes, that I can't give a piece of advice to somebody without people instantly saying, well, that's impossible because of all these class reasons. That's something that I've worried about for a long time. So when you talk about...
You interrupted me, buddy. It really depends on the context in which you make these statements, obviously, and we both acknowledge this. Statements which can be individually helpful can be collectively destructive.
Sure.
The individual advice to pull up your pants and stop with your do-rag shit is individually helpful, collectively destructive. So I don't think that is of any relevance. And furthermore, I don't particularly care.
Why is that collectively destructive? Did he say?
Well, I understand what he's saying. Okay, I'm assuming he's making the same point I'm making that I've made in the past, which is that because collectively that argument is then used to justify there being no sort of systemic aid for people, right? Because you're basically just blaming an entire group of people for their problems and saying, well, the government and society should just tell those people to fuck off.
You're saying until the culture changes, there's nothing we can do about it.
Right. Well, it's basically saying, well, the government should just tell you. The government. It's basically saying it's very ultra libertarian. There should be no aid or benefit to anyone. Everyone should just pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Gotcha.
Right? So I'm assuming that's what he means.
If other people call you a conservative, or if they're...
But the interesting thing about this is that Vaush is acting like because you have a public platform, it's impossible for you to have this conversation about individual versus communal advice or differences or philosophies or whatever, that everything you say has to be only interpreted through the singular lens of public governmental policy, which is obviously stupid.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, how are you supposed to get to truth? It seems like debating things publicly is the best way to crowdsource answers. So, but he's saying the world is so fragile that they can't take this kind of debating an idea.
Right. But see, that's exactly why it was so helpful for Vaush to lay all his cards on the table, which is that Destiny's streaming because Destiny's interested with finding out what is true and Vaush is interested in promoting politics.
Yeah, totally.
So obviously from Vaush, so that's why from his lens of the world, everything's seen through the lens of political policy. Therefore, Vaush will never say anything on his stream that doesn't have some sort of political policy attachment to it.
Yeah, essentially truth doesn't matter if his goal is to like on some political movement.
Right.
Like if the truth stands in the way of my political movement, goddamn the truth.
Sorry, truth, but
yeah.
You know, truth is overrated, Adam. What did truth ever put food in your mouth? Okay, did truth ever get you labor rights for your union? No, it didn't. Okay, it didn't do that.
It did put food in my mouth, Adam. Though.
No, it didn't. Shut up.
Did too.
This strange cabal of evil leftists who are trying to invalidate your political alignment. I think you fall pretty standard on the neoliberal, alignment.
Of course, every leftist is a neoliberal. Every person.
Wait.
Okay, this drove me crazy. I had a tweet about this. No one knows what the word neoliberal means anymore. Okay, this really drives me crazy. Okay, because the actual definition, type into Google, you look up what neoliberal means. Okay, it means like someone who's in favor of laissez-faire capitalism. It's basically very closely aligned with libertarianism. It's let the market solve all the problems. Okay, don't have any sort of intervention or government regulation whatsoever.
Yeah, so that's what neoliberal so far from that.
Okay, so the problem is the people on the far left have sort of slowly kind of manipulated and warped neoliberal to kind of mean centrist Democrat. When that's not what the fucking word means at all.
It's like laissez-faire capitalism, right?
Yeah. There's no laissez-faire capitalist in the Democratic Party. That's the antithesis of the Democratic Party. Like people are calling, this is what pissed me off about Shu, because she's buying in all this shit with the Bernie Bro stuff. People are calling Pete Buttigieg a neoliberal, and it's like, he's literally in favor of Medicare for all. That's like the exact opposite of letting the market solve everything.
Yeah, that's the state solving it. evil.
But you prefer to be called.
I don't. The problem is,
assessment?
well, the problem is that when you're applying a political label to me, I don't know if you actually care what my stances are, or if you're just trying to find like a slam dunk because neolib is like the new boogeyman of Twitter.
What do I have to do to explain to you that I'm trying to act in good faith?
So we've pivoted so far away from this. My initial problem is that you're saying what I need to do is my community's become too pro-poor people, so I need to be anti-poor person. I have no problem with people that are pro-poor people. What I do have a problem with is people that become so obsessed with class analysis that they take agency from every single possible person that could act in a particular given situation. That's something that I've always been worried about, where like, oh, well, hey, here are some things that you can do to improve your situation. Wrong because of this thing and this structure and this system and this class and like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, that's not good. That's the idea that I'm pushing against. I'm not pushing against poor people. I'm not saying fuck poor people and we should hate poor people.
Three quick things. Well, three quick things.
Go for it.
First of all, I think you literally fit what would be described as a neoliberal. You said you were leaning towards Pete Buttigieg. I don't know why you keep...
Wait. Why are we talking about political labels right now?
Because
I wish they don't get into it. I really wish you'd have asked them to define neoliberal, because I don't know what the fuck how they're defining this. If they think Pete Buttigieg or Destiny is neoliberal, like that's madness. I think maybe they're defining it as just anyone that believes in capitalism. Maybe that's how they're defining it. I don't know.
Because I was saying where people generally align, you're the one who brought up being called conservative by the socialists. You brought up political labels before me. And then when I mentioned the term neoliberal, you freaked out like I was trying to get
usually anything...
Stop usually! I'm an individual. You haven't spoken to me in ages, okay? We used to speak amicably.
Then
okay?
let's speak as individuals. Stop trying to slam a political label onto me so that you
what
can
what do you mean slam a political...
Wait a minute. This whole conversation has been, Destiny, you can't talk about things on an individual level. Everything has to be interpreted
I know.
through the
And
lens.
now it's like, we used to be friends, please.
I know. That's very strange.
Label them. You just called me you lefties. You said the lefties over in BreadTube. You brought up the
You
label
already
before I did,
identified.
buddy.
Wait, that's because
Secondly,
wait. That's because you earlier in this conversation identified yourself as a lefty. You said that me as a lefty, when you bring up class, of course I'm going to be suspicious of you. So you identified as a lefty. So if you don't want me to use that label, then that's fine. I'm totally okay not doing
I've
it.
heard you describe yourself as a neoliberal before.
No, the way that I describe, yeah, you did. No, actually,
you
you've never heard that, and I can't tell if you're being dishonest or not. So I'll tell you what I've said, and you've heard me say this. What I've always said is that if you're very far left, you probably see me as a neoliberal. If you're very far right, you probably see me as a sock dem. That's how I've always characterized my positions. If I'm talking to a lefty, I might joke and say like, oh, okay, yeah, of course, I'm a neoliberal to you. I'm probably a sock dem. And then if I talk to somebody who's a conservative, I'll say like, I'm definitely a sock dem, maybe a neoliberal, depending on how you view it. Like,
most asinine pivot I have ever heard.
It's not a pivot. I'm directly responding. If you don't care what I describe myself as, then why are you trying to?
How's that a pivot? He literally answered the question.
He just
label me a neoliberal. Why are we talking about political labels at all? You're the one that brought them up.
Because you were the one who got upset by what I consider to be a fairly... Look, none of
I got
this
upset
matters.
because you tried to give me a political label. And now you're saying, well, I don't care about political labels. Then let's not talk about them. What's your point two?
Okay.
Okay.
They can be valuable in assigning broader characteristics.
Have they
whatever
been
the case may
valuable in
be,
this conversation?
I agree. You have made them distinctly unhelpful.
Thank you.
But
So let's move on to
earlier,
point two. Okay.
What I was saying earlier was, I was saying that you were engaging what was basically classist rhetoric, and you responded with...
But see, this is a problem, because you need to actually engage in this, because so much of this conversation from Vaush's perspective is are you on my team or are you on the bad guy team? Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure that out.
Right. So tying down what the label is that applies to you answers the question of whose team you're on. So it really actually, even though it does seem like a non sequitur, he really should have addressed this neoliberal idea. What and said, okay, Vaush, tell me what you think neoliberal actually means. Okay, so because I need to know how you're defining this, because I'm not a neoliberal by any normal definition.
Don't you think they're kind of talking past each other at this point?
Well, of course they are talking past each other. But to be fair, they've been talking past each other the entire conversation.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They've never really engaged with one another.
Because I said, remember, this is how I characterized this from the beginning. This is like the argument between like a couple in a relationship where none of the arguments are really about the core issues. Okay, this is Sitch's mind reading. Okay, like, I'm gonna mind read and say,
we want to talk about the issues here, Sitch. I just wanted to hear him yell at one another.
I know. So I'm so sorry, Adam. I know that you just want the chaos. Okay?
I do.
This is going to be our characters in the comic. I'm in the search for truth.
Yeah, exactly.
And enlightenment.
I just
and
want
Adam
the laser
just wants
eyes.
the chaos. And Adam wants laser eyes and chaos.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, well, my community's gotten too far left lately, so I'm okay being edgy bringing it over. That sentiment is indistinguishable from you saying, I am comfortable engaging in classism because my community has gone too pro-poor, too pro-worker. That is indistinguishable from the sentiment. You're essentially saying you're comfortable engaging in a soft sort of.
Isn't Vaush's whole stick engaging in classism? I'm a little confused there because.
Well, seems like he's very uncharitably suggesting that if you say you have any problem with communism or socialism, that means you have a problem with being pro poor people. Like that's his interpretation of
interesting
of this, which
but
is
also,
obviously insane.
I mean, he hates rich people basically.
Right.
So that's classism, right?
No, but a lot of people like myself, I'm not in favor of communism because I don't think it helps poor people.
No,
I don't think it
not at
helps
all.
anyone.
Yeah, it doesn't help anyone.
So this is an absurd way to look at it.
Either the market has control of the resources or the state has control of the resources. And the market,
or the enlightened centrist position that there's some form of there's something in between.
something
regulated
in between.
capitalism.
Well, hopefully the state, the two balancing one another, the state having some sway over the market and the market having some sway over the state.
Right. Yeah,
controlled form of bigotry, because it will help you orient your community towards a direction you're comfortable with. If that's an assessment you want to go with, I can leave that at that. I'm not going to bother attacking such an obviously cynical and sort of disparaging strategy towards cultivating your community. Is that really what you're admitting to?
If you want to classify my behavior as engaging in a soft form of bigotry, obviously I'm going to disagree with that classification.
Okay, so but then you agree following the truth value of that classification.
What do you mean?
So assuming that I am correct, or that you agreed with my sentiment that you were engaging in classism or bigotry, which it is, then therefore that is something you're comfortable deliberately engaging in to cultivate your community and drag it further right.
I don't think I'm comfortable engaging in classism or what you would define as classism, depending on what you would define as.
Assuming that is true, assuming that you are engaging in classism, what I described in this video of yours, the quotes I took, what I would call classism.
Assuming you're a total bigot.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Means why you're a total bigot.
Why are you even debating this, Destiny?
I don't know.
Like, hang up on this guy.
But this is such a
this
weird
guy is not your friend, Destiny. Hang up. Prank caller.
This because it moves your community away from the left.
Assuming the prior to be true, then sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. And
very disappointing. Very disappointing. Very, very.
The way that I would frame that is, I would rather take a position that seems to be a little bit more free will-esque, even though I don't believe in it at all, if I can avoid my community taking a hard bend towards class reductionism. That would be how I would phrase it. But sure. But
none of this has anything to do with class reductionism.
Okay, of course not. And I would say none of this has anything to do with class antagonism. But
it's so weird that he keeps tagging his argument back to determinism. That's so bizarre to me.
Well, no, because he's saying. Well, I don't know. Maybe his thought process is, if he's deterministic, he's saying, well, that's why I believe that you need to have systems in place to help people. I understand that.
This is why determinism leads to nihilism, because like if you can't change things, fuck it.
No, but I agree with you in terms of saying he's a hard determinist. I don't agree with that. But if you're saying you're like a kind of a softer determinist, I would understand the point of bringing up, because you'd say, I understand that people who are in these situations didn't necessarily have control over why they're in their situations. Therefore, me being a determinist shows that I'm in favor of government and social programs and all that XYZ stuff.
Right.
I assume that's why he's bringing it up.
Well, we've said that rich people can be irresponsible and get away with it because they have more resources. Poor people can't necessarily be as irresponsible because they can't risk the resources. So
sure,
I mean that.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone's
essentially is unfair. Right.
But I don't think anyone's arguing against that. Right.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
The question is, what if anything should be done about that? I guess is the political argument.
Yeah, and how we should penalize the irresponsibility, which we still have not even touched on. What the hell?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well.
Like I feel like this is all definitions. Like they are only arguing definitions here. You're a neoliberal. What's neoliberal mean? I don't know. I'm one.
Hey man, Sitch's law. Look, Sitch's law.
Sure. Yeah, we can get into that. So One of the arguments that you made in here was that basically a Candace Owens Democratic plantation. You're in dehumanizing Black people by saying that they can't overcome their circumstances. Now, I need to be perfectly clear with this, and I'm not going to budge from this position. Your idea that there is this big group of like lefties or socialists or college students, I hate when you conflate these people, who believe poor people literally cannot move, is a straw man. I understand maybe you don't like some people's approach to it or their opposition to individualistic arguments in favor of moving, but it is a straw man. So when you say, don't just act like poor people are some amorphous blob who can't improve their conditions.
Oh my God.
Oh,
this is so...
It's so dehumanizing. You are engaging in that argument. It's called the bigotry.
This is like so OCD. Like he's printed out the exact transcript of the thing.
Right. Look, it's Adam. It's very dehumanizing, okay? It's very, your rhetoric is very dehumanizing, okay? It hurts my fifis.
I just envision like a darkened room with a spotlight and, you know, the Nazi officer with the transcript of what you said. Did you say?
No, he's got, see, that's not, I'm thinking like he's got the cork board with all the strings and like the note cards tying into everything. And it's like on one side of the room, it's like is classist or is racist, and he's got all the strings pointing to like things that Destiny said.
Yeah, there's also the Hansen guy too, who has the chat logs where he's like,
Chris Hansen has the chat logs.
Yeah, he's like, I have the logs here, but didn't you say, you know?
Excuse me, sir, but didn't you once say that you hated poor people?
Of
low expectations. I know, Vaush, because I've used that same term in a debate 50 million times in the past as well. The only difference is that you are ignoring every statement that I'm responding to in chat, and you're pretending that I'm just spewing this out into a vacuum, or that I would use this as a legitimate defense against somebody that gave me an actual point to contend with. What you call a straw man was an actual position given to me that I've not only seen in my chat, but I have seen listed several times across Twitter conversations, across YouTube conversations before. I can't think of any off the top of my head. For the most part, I don't think most left-leaning people believe this. I just kind of see it wheeled out every now and then by people that are probably being baited into saying something they shouldn't, but that is what I was responding to. Do I believe that most people absolutely believe that any poor person can do nothing to improve their position? Absolutely not. Do I think that, do I think that most people should watch what I say and believe that I think that poor people are just where they are because they deserve to be there, and that left-leaning people are just trying to keep them down because they think that they're too stupid or whatever? Of course not. I don't think that you can read so much into me having one shouting session with my chat and then try to pretend that I'm extrapolating this to the entirety of my critique to people on the left, when I've had dozens of conversations with well-established members of the left where I've never wheeled out any of these arguments ever in my entire life.
But you don't understand, Destiny. I printed out the transcript here.
I mean, that's a really good point that I wouldn't have thought of if I was in his situation, which is that he's debated shit tons of people on the left against him, and he's never wheeled out these sort of quote unquote neoliberal arguments that Vaush is ascribing to him.
Why wouldn't you wheel out the transcript from an actual debate where he was making an actual argument against an actual person that he had prepared for?
Figuring out what is true. It's about creating a political movement.
Dude, it's about a gotcha. Getting Destiny in some gotcha.
Here's the thing. I'm Joe Biden. Here's the thing, folks. Okay.
Vote for the other Biden. Say vote for the other Biden. If you don't like me, vote for the other Biden. Say that real quick.
Wait, when did he say that?
You didn't hear that? Oh, now he's running for the Senate in South Carolina. You didn't know this?
No, I know he misspoke and said something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said vote for the other Biden.
Yeah, he said if you don't like me, vote for the other Biden. I think he meant to say vote for the other guy, but he said vote for the other Biden. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's always like one word away from him. I totally
lost my entire train of thought.
You're probably going to make an excellent point, too. I feel bad. What happened?
It was going to be the most enlightening, mind-shattering, mind-blowing point of all time.
No, just go back. You'll remember. You're going to be Biden for a second. You're going to be Biden.
Because I said,
what was Biden say about neoliberalism?
No. It was about because the point that Destiny just made about how I've never brought up any of these arguments.
Yes, Destiny
in my left conversation.
Destiny would debate these arguments if he actually believed them, but he doesn't believe them. That's why he's just lashing out at chat, and Vaush wants to
Oh,
pin
okay. I
this.
remember what I was going to say.
I knew
Okay.
it.
Here's the thing, folks, before I was so rudely interrupted and brought off track. Okay.
Say one more. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so there's a reason that people who are very ideologically extreme on one under the other, they hate people, especially like centrists of their own side. Okay. So, for example, there's a reason that you had such animosity from Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and all those people to CPAC because they view them as like the moderate conservatives. And there's a reason you're now going to see so much of the same animosity from the far left to people like Destiny, because they view people who are kind of in the centrist position, or at least centrist of their own side, they view them as stopgaps that are preventing people from getting sucked into their ideological spectrum.
Oh.
So Vaush sees Destiny as being a stopgap preventing people from going full commie, just as Nick Fuentes sees CPAC as preventing people from going full alt-right.
Yeah, he's the doorman. Destiny's the doorman. Vaush is like, let them in. The communist utopia is here.
Right. And since Vaush, as he said, his whole channel is about creating a political movement, someone like Destiny is completely antithetical to Vaush's existence as a streamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there it is. There it is, folks. That's the deal, folks.
Yeah, Destiny's standing in the way of progress.
Yep. Destiny's the bouncer. He's not a big bouncer, but he's the bouncer.
It's funny that it's the same exact problem they have with Jordan Peterson.
Exactly.
Funny.
Exactly. And it's true because it's funny because even before all the left mainstream media started to crap on Jordan Peterson, even before that happened, if you went on like Poll or some of these other places, they hated Jordan Peterson way before the mainstream media started hating him because of the same thing. They're like, they realized
on
that
the
Jordan
right.
Peterson
he was stopgap on the right. Yeah, exactly. They're like, we have the ethno-state utopia right here. Just come inside.
Right. And I'm trying to remember, there was some specific thing that he said where like up to that point, some of the alt-righters were like holding out hope that maybe Jordan Peterson is our guy. Maybe he believes the alt-right shit. Yeah. And then he said, I don't remember what it was exactly. He said something that was like pro-Jewish or pro-immigration or something. And then it's like it all like the switch flips and they all like, Jordan Peterson, wash your penis. Oh my God.
Exactly.
That's what they would always say. I don't remember where the derivation of the wash your penis meme came from. I don't know.
It's crazy. Something about wash your penis. Clean your room became wash your penis.
Clean your room became wash your penis.
Yeah.
There have been some arguments that you've made with leftist figures that I take umbrage with, but I would have to go over them and take notes because my memory is not that great. This sentiment, whether you want to say it's because you were baited into it by some...
I like this. Someone in the chat said, remember when Vaush used to say he thinks Dan should be murdered? Dan was a conservative guy that they used to argue with Destiny a lot.
Oh, really? Yeah. He did a number on... I've heard him do some, like he goes out and calls conservatives full on racist. And I mean, he's bad, dude.
Well, I think he's advocated, I don't want to put words in his mouth or anything, but he's advocated for, he's not advocate. I don't know if he's advocated for saying that you should be able to kill conservatives, but he said like, it's understandable or something that why he should be like politically able to kill people on the right or something crazy like that.
If you're making an argument that you have to be responsible with your platform, I don't think Vaush is the guy to make that argument.
That's true.
I really don't think it's...
Yeah, if he's giving any hint of umbrage towards killing people just because they're conservative, you can't talk about being politically responsible.
Yes, very irresponsible.
Some stupid chatter or not. I mean, this is the bigotry of low expectations argument. And you said it publicly. You said it in a way. You threw it out there into the void.
You understand
please, if I may.
Go for it. Okay.
When I see, listen, I can say this on somewhat equal terms now because I am now also myself a streamer. I understand the dynamic between myself and chat, though obviously you've been doing it for longer. I can fairly say that when I'm responding to people in chat or arguing with people in chat, which I often do, I am careful not to make arguments against them which are semantically identical to fallacious conservative talking points. And I'm aware of them, and I don't do it. I'm careful not to do that. Not that
I mean, what if you do it unintentionally, though, Vaush? What if there's a conservative argument that you don't even know you're making?
But
come on, Vaush,
because
you're not omniscient.
Destiny's already conceded this point completely. He said, I don't like the wording. I understand it could be a Ben Shapiro quote. I didn't mean it that way.
Sure.
He's already conceded this point completely. So to keep pounding on it's pointless.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're saying, I guess, I mean, as Vaush said, there's no redemption here.
Well, he
Once
is
you
using
say something.
he is using it basically to say, I'm better than you because I would never do that. I am
Yeah,
omniscient.
But that's what's crazy is because he's the one who even now is defending the statement of fuck Israel, which
I
that
know.
You literally say
I
that's
know.
what do you mean? You can't like that's something like obviously the right people will say all the time.
That's something Richard Spencer would say all the time.
Right.
I often come close to doing it, and I don't think people should do that because I think as a public figure, you shouldn't be using, and you keep doing this, like, because a few people in chat were saying dumb shit. I looked through the chat. I didn't say anyone literally type out, no poor people can move. I've been a part of the left for as longer than you've been involved in like political debates, and I've never seen somebody take that position. I'm sure there are some fucking idiots
usually it's put in a
Twitter.
sarcastic manner, like just move forehead, where the implication
That's not the
is
same.
That is
Just
exactly
move.
the same.
No. I don't know if you don't know the hottest Twitch memes of the era. Just move forehead isn't saying semantically, no, poor people cannot move. It's saying that you are minimalizing the struggle of moving. So when you say something like just don't feed, like when you're playing League, they're not saying it's literally impossible not to feed. They're saying that it's unhelpful advice that's difficult to implement.
Of course. But when
"Don't
that's a
move forehead"
response
is
to it, but that's
saying-
not a response to a piece of advice or a thing given, right? If I tell you like, hey, listen, like if you want to get a high wage, you need to graduate from college, and somebody responds like, just graduate for it. It's like, well, what the fuck kind of dumbass response is that? Like, more people go to college today than ever have, blah 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 blah. That would be like my same response. Like the implication to just X forehead is usually trying to say that thing is either difficult or maybe not impossible, but very difficult. But that's not a real response to that.
Yeah, difficult, very difficult. Yeah, I agree with those sentiments. Impossible, no, very different things.
Okay,
And
sure. We can say that there is a difference there. Sure, I'll concede that when somebody says just X forehead, they don't literally mean it's impossible, even if some of them might be implying that. They mean that it's just difficult. It's still not a response to what I say. Also, secondly, you brought up the bigotry of low expectations. You do understand that this is actually like a problem to some people in real life, right? That this exists, or do you acknowledge that exists as a problem at all?
Specific?
That there are people that are hurt sometimes by the bigotry of low expectations.
You mean there are? So can you clarify? I'm sorry.
That sometimes when you expect very little of a person, you treat them in an infantile manner, that it does actually have a negative impact on them.
Oh, of course, that's a real thing. And the context in which your statement is defensible really kind of hinges on whether or not it's part of a broader conversation where you're acknowledging and validating the struggles associated with that group. But that video isn't that. This video isn't full.
So it sounds like we don't have a fundamental disagreement on literally anything. You just think that my rhetoric was over the top and I was blowing up at China's. That's what it sounds like.
That your rhetoric was classist, and that you have now defended engaging in classist rhetoric because it helps push your community further from the left. And what's more,
I did not agree that my rhetoric was classist and I would push my community farther from the left by engaging in classist rhetoric. We said for that one statement that if I would assume that it was classist, that my goal was to push my community away from the left by doing that. I would argue that I'm trying to move away from people that are class reductionist or people that are too extreme to the left. Not that I'm making classist arguments. That would be the way I would phrase it. Don't act like I've agreed with your position that I engage in class. You just literally said that. You said that we agreed that I engaged in like class antagonism or classist rhetoric to move my community away from the left. I did not agree with that.
I think I said, but if I said we agreed, then
okay, then my bad. I misheard you. Or you misheard.
Well, either way, I don't.
Whatever
the case may be, I
agreed.
spent the first 30 minutes of our discussion arguing why I believe this rhetoric to be classist. I think that if this was a discussion on race, you would be much more willing to concede these points because the antagonism and bias that groups experience is to a lot of, I'm sorry, liberals, more evident and more pernicious than the biases that people face for being poor or of a lower class. And I guess if I can get to, because I took a lot of notes of this, there's a lot of antagonism here. If it's all hyperbole that you meant to direct against chat for being stupid, then whatever.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Right.
There are a lot of statements here that kind of minimize or invalidate the difficulties of moving, which again kind of strikes to the broader issue I have, where those two things combined really make it seem like you're edging against poor people. But the ultimate issue here, and this is the thing I have the biggest problem with, and we're going to have to step back from this video, is what the fuck has happened to you with the left, dude? I've watched everything that's happened. This isn't any more severe than what happened with the alt-right, but I feel like you have completely, I mean, I get it. I was in favor of the
Figures Sitch steps out when he finally starts getting to the argument that Sitch has been saying that he's making the whole time, like the tribalist argument. you know, what has happened with you? You're leaving the team.
Anti-left arc for the first few months because there were a lot of fucking grifters on YouTube.
Yeah, because
There were a lot
people
of who
basically
make bad
sold
arguments.
any semblance of rational or critical thought. Like I criticized so many people on the right for, and then they just sold it all for fucking communism. Like I can't unironically.
Yeah, see, God, Sitch, come back, Sitch. Maybe I'll read a couple super chats here. I don't know. That's kind of going out of my comfort zone. I don't know what super chat we're on here. I'll go back to the last one that I can possibly read, and I don't know if this is the next one. The Wooster for $4.99 says, when commies say liberal, I just think of their adage, liberals get the bullet too. Yes. That's bad. What do they mean by that? Do they basically mean they're restructuring society? They don't care if you're a progressive, they don't care if you're liberal, conservative, libertarian. They don't care. You pledge your allegiance to the Communist Party or you get the bullet too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Kill him.
I read one super chat. I paused it because they're actually engaging in the argument that you said. The argument you've been making is that this is really about tribalism and Vaush feeling out Destiny about leaving the team, and Vaush has finally just come out and said, "What the hell happened to you, man? You were a good teammate.
You were the chosen one, Anakin. You were supposed to destroy the Republicans, not join them."
Yeah, exactly. I think there were probably tears on Vaush's side.
Oh my God.
And then Destiny is making the argument that you were saying that he's making, like, the left became full of Lunabib.
Right.
So I'll just continue.
Believe that there are people that are talking about fucking communism on the internet today and like defending the USSR and fucking China and shit. It blows my fucking.
Did you hear that little why?
Yeah.
I was like, why?
Blows my fucking mind too. Are you kidding
I
me?
know.
Seriously.
I know.
It
is
Vaush,
mind blowing.
Read. The name of the book is Why Nations Fail. Like, if you want to know why nations fail, you go looking for books. You're like, why? Just Google why nations fail. Why do nations fail? Google that.
I mean, see, again, this is part of. Hold on a second. Where's my guy?
What happened? Do you lose?
I'm looking. I have usually
your,
on my desk. I can see the little D&D figure.
You lose your.
That,
oh no, you lost.
That Felix and CT and everyone gave me. I don't see it. I don't know what happened to it. Where my little guy?
You lost your avatar.
I didn't lose it. It just must have been. I must have moved it somewhere or something. Anyway, I'll find it afterwards. I'm so sad.
And I'll take a little.
I have
break
all
too.
these I have all my Sitch stuff on my desk, so I look at it.
Oh,
It brings
really?
me joy. Anyway,
I have a
don't even
naked
remember
lady
my
on
point.
my desk.
I got totally sidetracked. Again, whatever. We'll just move on.
Mind that there are subreddits full of people. Yeah, go. I'm sorry.
We're conflating a lot of groups.
Oh, okay. I know what my point was. I remember. My point was, it is crazy that it's sort of like the Mott and Bailey shit again, because for so long, most of the people, maybe it's just the internet, because the internet allows fringe groups to like coalesce and feed on each other. Because it seemed like for so long, there was no one anywhere close to the politics that was suggesting either white nationalism or communism in any sort of serious rhetoric whatsoever.
Yeah, no capacity whatsoever.
Now, and it seems like nowadays, I could be wrong. It seems like nowadays there's more people on BreadTube seriously promoting communism than white nationalism. And that to me, it is crazy, because it's like there's literally like never been a successful communist country. I could understand if there were people who were advocating for sock dem stuff, pointing at other European countries and saying, look, they have social democratic policies that are effective and we want that. And then you have people on the right say, oh, you're just communist, and they kind of straw man them. I could understand that, which does happen. But there's all these fucking legitimate communists out there. And you're like, what world are these people living in, Adam?
Yeah, the communist, your commie was the typical conservative straw manning progressive. Yes. And you'd be like, yeah, well, obviously you're being, I mean, Academic Agent does this to me all the time. He always says I'm a commie. I'm like, dude, I debate commies all the time. He's obviously being hyperbolic. It's a typical conservative straw man argument. But yeah, now it's like, no, they really mean it.
Yeah, it's just and I agree. It is crazy that it is current year and that we have to debate communism again.
Yeah, Destiny's having
It's
that
really
same
stupid.
kind of frustration here. I wonder
Right.
though if it is part of the fact that it's an attention economy, and just going to those taboo places is really the way to build attention. I was thinking Go ahead.
Might be it, maybe. I think it's populism.
I mean, what is?
you have to
Yeah,
say-
totally. What is Vaush selling to his audience?
It's populism. It's people. You have a group of people who are very angry about things. They don't
Yeah.
know why. They
No,
feel
they
a
do know
disconnect
why.
from society.
They work shit jobs and they make low wages.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's some people. Some people they have bad jobs, they make low wages, they feel this disconnect from society, from their lives, they're looking for some meaning in their life. And so people are going to start gravitating towards whatever their gut intuition has primed them to gravitate towards. So if you're on the right and you have those feelings, you're going to start gravitating towards right-wing populism. If you're on the left, you're going to gravitate towards left-wing populism. That's all that's happening.
Well, Vaush, don't you think Vaush is selling more power at work? It seems like his message is, I'm selling you more power at work. Who doesn't want more power at work?
Well, yeah, that is the rational intellectual point that is being sold here. But I don't know if that's the emotional point that's being sold here.
Well, you're diving into some meaning thing.
I'm looking a little bit deeper, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. More power at work, I think, is.
More power work.
And I mean, libertarians are selling the same kind of pie in the sky thing. They're saying no taxes whatsoever.
No oppression, yeah, because only the government oppresses you.
Yeah. More freedom.
More freedom, right?
It's enticing. More freedom is more power. Everyone's selling more power.
I'm slowly buying into
why
the
are you-
SJW idea.
Sitch right
all
now
about
is
power.
pacing around his room looking for his figure. He's like, oh my God, did I flush it down the toilet?
I am actually. I'm looking.
I
trying to
know, I
find
hear
it.
you. We're trying to have a show here, Sitch.
I look.
Let it go.
I care more about the figures than the show. I hate to break
Let
this to
it
you guys.
let it go.
I'll
It's
find
funny
it
because
afterwards,
earlier, like a mosquito snuck in my room somehow, and I saw him floating around. And I was trying to get him, and now he's biting my ankles. I'm like, sitting
Oh
here itching, like,
no!
and you're here pacing around the room. All right, I'm continuing on the video, but I'm going to take a bathroom break too. I'll be right back.
Okay, go kill that mosquito.
Groups here. I'm very anti-tanky. I've done many videos.
agree with that, and I've clarified that a million times. But I'm
No,
sure
no, I
you've
know, I
seen
know.
this same problem.
You
So
retweeted my before your Twitter got nuked. That was the one retweet I got, was when I complained about the tankies. I knew
yeah,
we
sure.
should have
And to clarify 1,000,000,000%, I don't think you harbor tankies or flirt with it, but a lot of people on the left do. And who was that guy you said, Caleb Merchip or whatever the
found
fuck?
it, everybody!
Yeah, that dude is a literal tanky, like a literal fucking ML like tanky. And yeah, and I've run through a
did
lot of
this
people
happen?
like that, and it blows my fucking mind how many people today are
I
just
found
chill
the
with that.
figure,
And then
everybody.
when I try to have any
Disaster
reasonable
averted. I
discussion
found it.
with people on the left, everything gets
stuck in, like,
moralized
the mouse
in this
wire
impossible to
somehow
have
and
conversation, and it feels just like I'm
moved
talking
into,
to alt-righters again.
like,
So maybe
hanging
when I
off the
talk,
mouse wire
maybe when
on
I
the
talk to an
desk. But it's
alt-righter, they try
okay.
to say like, oh, you know,
Disaster
immigration
averted.
is bad for the economy, blah blah. And I was like, well, no, it's not. And they're like, okay, actually, it's just evil because you're destroying our culture. I hate you. And it's like, what the fuck? And then when I try to talk to a left-leaning person, like, well, maybe single payer isn't the best way to do healthcare. Maybe it should be a more politically feasible option. Oh, you fucking hate the poor. Oh, you want all people to die. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's the same type of thinking. Now it's just moved over to the other side, and it blows my mind. So that's where I think anti-left arguments come from. Yeah, go for it.
But this is the issue that I take. This is
See, it's happening. Destiny's going to accept. He's going to accept the enlightened centrism. It's happening, guys. He's seeing the truth. He's going to see the matrix for what it is.
exactly like the poor people are financially illiterate take. Everyone is. If you spent your time arguing with any group of people, suckdems, neoliberals, tankies, ANCOM, socialists, alt-righters, you will find an extraordinary amount of dipshit grifting. I doubt there is any political community that I could find on YouTube or Twitch where I could not decimate them, whether I agree with them or disagree with them, for their bad faith arguments. But I apologize here if I'm
I'm like, at least Vaush is egotistical enough. See, he could decimate anyone about any of their bad faith political arguments because he is a true believer. He is a true knower of information and facts and logics and rationals.
incorrect. I feel like you have taken this a little more personally with the left. And the reason why I feel that is the case, if you do not mind me saying, is because I saw you
Okay. Here it is, chat. Will Vaush realize it's because Destiny feels betrayed by the left? Will he figure this out? Or will he give a completely stupid reason that has nothing to actually do with it? Let's find out. Let's find out.
You cultivate a more political identity when you argued with the alt-right, and you felt as though a lot of your previous sort of neutral libertarian positions were being co-opted by right-leaning people, like your it shouldn't matter, you know, what color the person in the video game is, and then all the alt-righters will be like, yeah, it shouldn't. But then a black person comes on and they scream. And then now that you're arguing with leftists, you feel as though the same thing has happened. All your talking points against the alt-right have been...
Okay, there you go. Look.
I'm back.
Credit where credit's due. He figured it out. He cracked the case. I don't know why he didn't just bring it up in the beginning.
Vaush
figured it out. Vaush figured out that Destiny feels betrayed by the left because he feels like they're all hypocritically using his arguments while not believing in the true logic underneath them.
Man, that's gotta hurt. That's a kidney
Vaush
punch.
figured it out. I'm impressed. Look, I give him credit for realizing it. I didn't think he realized it. I forgot that Vaush figured it out.
Well, good for him.
Oh, but I know you were very concerned, Adam. I found the figure while you were gone.
Nice. I was gonna get mine. It's in the other room. I forgot.
Oh, see, guys, I have my figure on my desk, so I'm always looking at
Mine
it.
is in a
He's
place
got
of
the other
honor
room.
on our mantle.
Oh, okay. On a mantle that no one looks at. Okay, sure.
What do you mean?
Whatever.
Everyone looks.
Please,
It's in the family room.
You think all Adam's artsy fartsy friends come to his house and they
Yeah.
go, "What is that nerd D&D stuff you have in your
They do.
mantle?" Oh,
They always comment
what
on
a
how
nerd.
cool it is. My figure with the little dog and the
yeah,
dragon's
sure. Like,
sword and stuff.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
and taken, consumed, and misappropriated by a community that is more left-leaning than you're comfortable with. I feel like this has struck a more personal chord.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a more personal chord. It's the same one that I felt when I realized that I was just a useful idiot to the right a long time ago. I don't want to be a useful idiot to any political group that's only using me to serve some political ideology. That's not what I do online. I don't consider myself an ideologue. I don't give a fuck who wins the election. I'm not like a Peter Bust or a Bernie or Bust guy. I mean, I do care who wins. I obviously have my preferences, but it's not like it's not part of my like identity. Like my identity. I don't go out and when somebody's like, "Who are you, Stephen Bunnell?" I am a neoliberal or a communist or whatever. Somebody could show me a convincing argument for socialism tomorrow, and I'd be like, "Fuck capitalism. I'm all about that shit," and I would move over.
That is centrism right there.
There
The
it is.
Search for fucking truth.
Search for truth. That's what I said. I said he's competent. He's becoming the enlightened centrist.
Truth always wins.
Yep.
My problem is I don't want a group of followers that are using me as some like affirmation of some political ideology they have, and that's all they want to do with me. That's all they want is to further it. So yeah, I push against that pretty hard. But I did the exact same with right-leaning people. I didn't realize I was fostering that community of left-leaning people. Now I'm trying to push those left-leaning people away. Now it might seem like it's more vicious or it's more personal this time. It might be because you're a lefty, so you disagree with what I'm saying, so it comes off harsher. I don't know if that's true or not. Or it might be because we're in primary season right now, so all of the left-leaning shit is there. It might be because I had a lot more lefty friends than conservative friends when I was on the right, so you've seen me like burn.
That's what's so hilarious about all this too, because it's like, the second it's the Democratic president is chosen or president candidate is chosen, Destiny is going to go back to crapping on Trump, and all this inter left-wing fighting is going to happen. It's going to go away.
Maybe
this is what it's funny to me that there's always people, all the Bernie bust people who are like, if Bernie Sanders wins the primary, the mainstream media is going to sabotage Bernie. They'd rather Trump win. All the liberal media outlets would rather Trump win. I'm like, what fucking world do these people live in?
they are freaking high on crank cocaine or something. I don't know.
It's like this is crazy. You think the left wing media that has been attacking Trump since day one is going to suddenly start defending him because they're so scared of Bernie Sanders? Because I love, and they're like, oh, because the left-wing media is all a bunch of owned by millionaires and billionaires. They all really secretly like Trump. I was like, oh, what is this conspiracy world?
They have
that
the
we're
worst lens on like reality.
I know.
It's awful.
Well, not, and they literally, this drives me crazy. People literally forget the shit that just happened. It was only in 2016. Okay. It was only 4 years ago where we lived this exact same situation with Trump. Okay. I guess they don't remember because they were on the left, or maybe they weren't politically active. When Trump was first running the primary, almost every single conservative pundit talked about how they didn't like Trump, hated Trump. They said Trump was a joke. You know, he's not going to win the primary. They all did. There's
Never
only
Trumpers.
like a handful. Yeah, there's so many never Trumpers. There's only a handful of people. I'm trying to remember. Like, I think it might have been Hannity only. I don't know. There's only like one or two big political names that actually supported Trump until he won the primary, and then all of a sudden they all fell in line. They all fall in line. That's literally what's going to happen with Bernie if he wins the primary.
Yep.
Everyone's just going to fall in line because at the end of the day, the tribalism of being against the right or the left is so far stronger than this internal bullshit.
I can't believe Bernie Sanders is going to win the primary. I'm just shocked.
Well, who else is it going to? I mean, you know, Biden had a really good showing in South Carolina, but the question is, was that just a one-off because he put a lot of resources into South Carolina, or is that going to manifest into something broader? I don't know.
I'm shocked because I think Bernie Sanders actually has a chance to win. I think he's the only one that has a chance to beat Trump. It's like populism versus populism.
Exactly.
And
Populism versus populism.
Man, people
right?
started voting for change with Barack Obama, and they're going to keep voting for change until they get it. Like,
until they get it, or everyone becomes something happens like the coronavirus or something
Yeah,
bad
totally.
happens that everyone's become so afraid of change that they want to go back to, they want something safe, which I don't know what that's going to be, but
yeah. I wonder if the coronavirus stuff is actually going to help Trump, because the same way that the Iraqi war helped Bush, like people are more hesitant to change leaders in a crisis.
don't change horses in
No,
midstream.
it's an argument that I know I hated hearing that. It used to trigger the shit out of me, but at the same time, I mean, it worked. It worked.
It depends how the coronavirus stuff is phrased or framed, because you already have people on the left are trying to frame it like any future problem with the coronavirus will be a failing of the Trump administration.
Yes.
So it's really going to depend on whether that framing sticks or not for the average person.
You can't tell me that, like, during the election, people were talking about the clusterfuck that was Iraq. It's the same thing. I mean, even if it's a clusterfuck.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think part of the reason, and I think this is very applicable to Trump, a big reason Kerry lost the election is because people weren't voting for John Kerry; they were voting against George W.
Yeah,
Bush.
totally.
Okay.
Yes.
In the last,
Oh, that's true. People will be voting for Bernie Sanders.
and as far back as I can remember, okay, which was like the first, even remotely first presidential campaign. Actually, that's not true. I remember earlier ones, but like I think ever since Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole, okay, we're going all the way back there. Every time it seems like every candidacy since Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole has been one candidate people like and one candidate people don't like.
Yeah.
And they just want to vote against the other guy.
It's just a mismatch. Yeah. They're
right.
like not even
no one really
competitive.
liked Bob Dole. They just didn't like Bill Clinton. But guess what? Bill Clinton won.
Yeah.
Same thing with George W. Bush. People didn't really like Al Gore or John Kerry, but they didn't like George W. Bush. But guess what? George W. Bush won. Same thing with Obama. It's the same thing with Trump the first time. So it seems like you can't, at least from my history, it seems like every time a candidate has been running against someone, they've lost.
But this is a legitimate matchup. Like, people love Trump and people love Bernie.
Well, that's why I'm saying. That's why I agree with you in terms of I think he's the only candidate that could win because he's the only one that really galvanizes people's support.
Remember when the bird landed on his podium?
I forgot.
Remember the little bird that landed on his podium?
Little bird landed on Bernie Sanders' podium. And everyone was like, it's a sign.
It stood there for like a minute. Everyone was like just on bated breath. What's going to happen? Is the bird going to kiss him on the forehead?
Is he like a Disney princess? Is he going to start singing and the animals are all going to surround him?
Vote for Bernie!
I totally forgot about that. That's hilarious.
I'm telling you, the debates, I mean, it is going to be, I mean, this election season could be crazy amazing if it's Bernie Sanders versus Trump.
It is going to be great. I hope they're debates between Bernie and Trump should hopefully be amazing.
Yes.
Should hopefully be amazing.
Could be crazy. We'll see.
more lefty bridges than I ever did burn, conservative bridges back in the day. There might be a variety of reasons why, but at the end of the day, like, I'm still pretty much the exact same person that I was a couple years ago. I have some underlying philosophical positions that have never changed, and then I just try to like reason my way out to the best policy positions to achieve those ends.
Okay, I disagree that you haven't changed. I mean, I've been following you for a time. It's not as though I'm allergic to disagreeing with you. I mean, there was more of a difference in politics between us back in 2015 than there is now. I would wager my political positions haven't really changed much at all. They've just got.
I'm curious. What do you think what have I changed on? I'm not trying to like get you on something, but I'm just curious. Like what? Because there are a couple of like major policy things that I did change my mind on, but my underlying philosophical beliefs are still the same. What is like some massive radical change that you think I've made, regardless?
The main issue is I feel like you've engaged in a level of uncharitability with left-leaning actors that's bordering on acting in bad faith. And while there are a lot of bad arguments you've called out, and I like those call-outs.
Okay, so he says, I feel like you've changed your political positions. And then Desi says, well, which ones have you changed? What have I changed? And then he doesn't give him a political position.
He doesn't.
He says, well, you're just engaging in bad rhetoric.
Well, you're not being charitable to uncharitable actors. Fuck them. You shouldn't be charitable to them. Seriously.
You're using sneaky Destiny debate tactics to win arguments.
Well, yeah, why should you if they have bad arguments, why should you be charitable?
Right.
Outs very much. I feel like it's been supplanted by this broader spite towards the left. This broader attitude of antagonism, which I don't know how much of it is personal or not. That's not I'm not like impugning you. I don't think there's anything wrong with being personally involved in politics. Mm-hmm. I build a political project. That's my goal. I come on every day and I think, what can I do to bring about, like a better understanding of socialism and progressivism? That's my goal. I understand that you don't do that, but you're going to be used no matter what you do. Your politics, your positions, your arguments, and your debates are going to be used by people who disagree with you no matter what stance you take. So when you argue against left-leaning people, or when you say that all left...
So just accept it. Just take it. Just be our stooge. Be our stool. Yeah. Be our argument guy that we can stand upon and throw at the conservatives. Don't ever speak.
Do you remember the super cringy stream where Vaush basically asked Destiny to be a communist? He's like, can we expect your support in the Socialist Party or something like that?
I don't remember that. No.
And Destiny was like, like he laughed and rolled his eyes. Oh, yeah. God, it's tremendous.
Lefties have sacrificed progressivism on the altar of class reductionism or whatever. You're not just making your own arguments. You're speaking for other people. Sometimes I imagine people with whom you would have pretty severe disagreements. And those are the people that I worry about. If you have your runabout, whatever, I know my positions are sound. I can defend anything I believe in.
Sure. So
Vaush's positions are so far from sound, dude. Your positions are not in any way sound.
He can defend anything.
Well, you can. You can defend anything. Like, the Christians think their positions are sound. Like, come on.
The NREAP for £5 says, Vaush makes good points in the way coins fall on their sides, edge, and stay that way. It's entirely a freak result of making so many bad points. There you go.
I read one super chat. I don't know.
Okay. CG Reed for £2 says, Sitch equal Italianist, pasta point of no return. I appreciate the pun, CJ. Thank you. Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, you may be Zofrat's father, but I want you to be my daddy.
Who said that?
Daniel Collective.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I like that. It's kind of like the inverse of in Guardians of the Galaxy. Bob Jones for $4.99 says, MGTOW are the male version of feminists that become lesbians because men are trash. Very true.
Yeah.
But MGTOW lack the security in their masculinity to date men.
Oh, that's not what it takes?
Apparently that's what it takes.
You just have to be really secure, masculine.
Very secure in your masculinity and you'll become gay, apparently.
I thought it was just an attraction to the same sex.
You're wrong, Adam. Anyone can be conditioned to be gay.
Really?
Okay, or trans.
So you believe in conversion therapy then? Wow, interesting. Breaking news.
Only conversion therapy towards LGBT
the gayness.
Because they're oppressed people. So therefore it's okay to convert people to be
being
more
oppressed. Okay, I get you.
It's not okay to convert oppressed people to not being oppressed.
Converting non-oppressed people to being oppressed. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
because we live in a
Fascinating.
current time where being oppressed is political currency.
Oh,
and
it
social
is.
currency.
You're right. It's like
Right.
a gold mine. I'm oppressed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It
you're
all makes
better
sense.
off if you're gay.
The in read for £4. We'll give 2 super chats. So we're together. Says them leftist missiles took our government jobs, and also says this debate is like pushing 2 magnets together.
Oh, totally. That's exactly
Yes.
what's going on. No, it's not
2
going to
same
happen.
2 same size magnets. Yep. The Wooster for $4.99 says whenever commies say liberal, I just think of their adage, liberals get the bullet.
That's
too.
the one that I read. Yeah.
Exactly. Very true. Alexander K for 17 Donkey Kong dollars says the neoliberal is the true enlightened centrist. How dare you? How dare you? I know because you could say it should be because you got the word neo like the Matrix in there.
Yeah,
you know?
totally.
Neoliberal. Yeah, no, sorry. The Wooster for $4.99 says Destiny is a gatekeeper for the left, the same way centrist extremist Sitch is a gatekeeper for the center by kicking out Chad Timpool.
Wow.
There it is.
Tim
There it
Pool,
is.
I saw a video where Tim Pool was kind of a Chad. Like he was pulling full.
Oh, you're talking about that clip where he was like, "Oh, I'm on all the dating apps, like racking up all the girls."
Yeah, yeah. I was like, whoa, Tim.
He didn't say. I'm being a little uncharitable. He didn't say it wasn't that bad.
No,
He
that's
said-
exactly what he said.
He said
He was like, I'm just raking it in, basically. He's like,
he said,
I fuck a couple of girls a night. No big deal.
He's yeah, right. First of all, you think Tim Pool has time for a relationship of any kind?
He does it
Spending
between
all his day making
videos, man.
videos.
He's probably got a naked honey like sitting in the camper.
I don't think so.
Oh man,
But,
I don't know.
He said something like, "Oh, there's all these angry, disenfranchised young men on dating sites who are mad that all the older men like me know how to like rake in all the girls." And you're like, "What?" Like it's just very weird. It was very weird because in the same interview he talks about how difficult it was for him to find like a girlfriend or something. You're like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" I don't know. It was very lame. Whatever it was cringy and lame. Laura the Nerds for $2 says, umbrage is the lamest way to clutch your pearls. That's true. I take umbrage with what you said, Adam. Ha! Yes, umbrage.
No, I know. Oh, so man, this guy just
So problematic. That was like someone, I told you on Twitter that like there was these 2 fucking people arguing, and it's like fucking tagged me. They're arguing about whether so-and-so called PewDiePie Nazi or something I don't even give a fuck about. And so
bad news.
one of the guys unironically was like, well, there's only so many big yikes moments you can have.
Oh, really?
Big
Huh.
yikes moments. That's the wording you're going to use to try to come across seriously. Okay. CJ Reed for £2 says, and this is why they think Pepe, OK Sign, Milk, and Clowns is alt-right. That's true, because they're trying to read into everything. Hello for $5 says, what has happened to you? He changed his opinion. A lot of people do.
Yeah,
It's funny 'cause
new information.
New information. It's funny because I don't even think he's really changed his opinion that much on anything.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
I
not.
don't
I
think
don't
he's
know.
changed very much. Hugo Gills 56 for 50 Mega Man dollars says, I understand the choice of video, but Eggman made Vaush look so small. Well, check it out. I didn't watch it because I don't really care about. It's hard for me to watch a debate when I don't care about either side of the debate.
Stefan Molyneux? But it's
I don't care
on
about Stefan Molyneux.
communism.
I don't care
though.
about Vaush. So
It's on communism though, on capitalism. So that's why I
guess.
watched it. I find that interesting. But I never watched Stefan stuff, and I just I watched one video. Like he went round and round with Rationality Rules about universal basic or not universal basic income, universally preferable behavior. It's Stefan Molyneux's like philosophy or whatever, and he ties that philosophy to evolution. And Rationality Rules made a video tying his morality to evolution, and I just had to point out that both of them are tying their morality to the same thing that Jordan Peterson is tying his morality to. Evolution.
I remember that video.
Yeah,
I remember,
exactly.
yes.
So it's funny that they're both like everybody's arguing and they're all tying their argument to the same exact thing. So
Right.
bizarre.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, is Destiny arguing a horseshoe theory of internet arguments? He is.
Oh, wow.
Because it's true. Horseshoe theory confirmed. Adam friended blown
I know.
the F
You
out.
always, man, I don't know.
Get
I don't remember taking a
destroyed.
strong position on horseshoe theory.
yeah,
Other
yeah.
than that, it's
I don't
totally
remember
false.
shit. You got me there. That was good. That was a good one. You totally suckered me in. I
Yeah,
was ready. I was like, what are you talking about?
Only that you're totally
Oh,
wrong. We need to debate objective morality. People want us to debate objective morality.
We've debated this topic a million times.
We fight about it on Twitter a lot, but we need to have a real
But we
debate.
don't, because we don't really disagree on it. It's a totally
you want to redefine. You want to redefine
about,
terms and stuff like that. You're all like local
No,
morality.
you
versus,
want to redefine terms. I
versus
want to clarify
multiverse
terms.
morality versus.
I want to clarify terms, okay? Because I don't want to get suckered into us having a stupid vocabulary definition argument.
Yes.
Because that's all that happens with objective morality.
Yeah. But you don't believe in objective morality.
I believe local objective morality is possible. I don't believe universal objective morality is possible. Without
I think
God,
we agree.
okay?
I think we actually agree there.
That's what I'm saying.
But,
so
but
there's
you're
no argument. You agree.
universal. When you're saying universal, you're saying like one morality.
I'm saying one
perfect
morality that is inherent within all of universe of nature and reality itself.
Yeah, we do agree.
That applies to all situations.
We do agree. You keep sniping at my. I guess you want me to put local objective morality. You want me to say local.
I want you to use my vocabulary. That's
Nobody. It's more confusing to people.
Yeah, but this is the problem, is because almost every single time I've seen people debate about objective morality,
they're talking about universal morality. I know, it drives me fucking
They're
crazy.
talking about universal morality.
It drives me bonkers.
I know, but so then when you just say objective morality with no quantifier,
Right,
people are going to
think
assume
you're meaning universal, but they don't know the
Yes.
difference between universal and objective. It's completely insane. Like universal does not mean objective. Universal and objective are two totally different things.
I guess technically, sure. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
technically, yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying, when the majority of people use a term a specific way, you have to clarify if you're not using the term that way, even if you're technically right in the way you're defining the word.
Yeah. I gotta let my cat in.
That's all language is. Language is just a shared upon agreement of definitions that most people have.
Exactly.
So that's all I'm saying. I just want you to clarify that. Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, maybe Destiny is taking it personally because Vaush keeps saying he hates poor people. Yeah, maybe.
What's up?
The NRib for £5 says, left leads to far left leads to far right leads to right leads to center. Now the circle is complete. Left centrism, let centrism flow. There you go. That was very Yoda.
Someone in the chat was saying centrism is the ultimate cringe, and I thought, why are you? What's going on here?
How dare you? This is an enlightened centrist.
We have
stream.
we have anti-centrists.
We
Welcome
have J-Reg
aboard.
in the chat.
Seriously,
That's who we have. We have J-Reg in the. I'm just kidding.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Also, Yar for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you very much. Says super late. These guys' debate tactics consist of shocked looks and wild head movements. That's not untrue. Okay. That's not untrue. That was what Adam realized when you debated Vaush. He said you never realized how important it was to have look shocked and wobble your arms and head.
You got to go. Oh. You got to show the physical outrage, because there's people in your audience that don't understand. They're like, "Oh, he's making a good point." Oh no, he's making the face. This is a bad point.
This is the bad point, right? Everyone, it's unfortunate. People, we're animals. We're all stupid. We need the dumb, baser instinct of seeing you're going. The NRIP for £2 says Tim Pool's new channel, Benny Bang Bust subscribe. Oh, Beanie Bang Bust subscribe. Yeah, there you go. The Wooster for $1.99 says universal objective morality exists locally. Oh, fuck you, the Wooster. Go fuck yourself. You can go fuck yourself. Do you have a wrench?
No.
I'll fucking take it away for that one. He does have a wrench.
He gets a second wrench.
I should take the wrench away for that.
No.
I'm so tempted to take the wrench away.
Don't do it. That's an amazing joke. Come on.
It is a good troll. I'm not gonna take it away. I'm joking. I'm not gonna take it away. That was a good troll. It's a good troll, you fucking piece of shit. The Ascendant Media for $2 says socialists are the economic equivalent of incels.
True.
True. True.
They have no.
True.
They've never gotten any action
true.
when it comes to economics.
They never got a piece of the action. Aussie R for 10 Aussie Buck says, look, guys, objective morality doesn't exist, but if it did, it would be Star Trek. Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard is just blasphemy. It needs to be cleansed. Yeah, I've been watching Red Letter
Picard?
Media's.
Oh, you've been
No,
watching the.
I don't have CBS All Access or whatever the fuck the thing is. But I've been watching Red Letter Media's reviews of Picard, and it's so sad that they completely destroyed it. 'cause
Oh, I know.
I like Star Trek.
I loved
But,
Star Trek Next Generation. I was totally obsessed with that show.
Really?
Yeah, huge Trekker. I'm much more Trekker.
I didn't realize you were
than Star
such a
Wars.
nerd.
Oh, I'm totally a nerd. Are you kidding me?
Look at this big Adam Boomer nerd, big Star Trek fan. Wow, didn't realize. Never knew this.
Yeah. Are you kidding?
Paradox for one. Paradox Prime. Is it a different Paradox? I don't know if Paradox Prime is Paradox London. Paradox Prime for $1 says, when did Tim say he's against clickbait, and why don't you grill Adam for his fire art clickbait that's just Adam burning stuff on camera?
Oh my God. I didn't
Well,
bring.
is it?
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, is your fire videos aren't clickbait because it's a video of you burning something, right? Like, well,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not like
not-
you're suckering people with like
Totally.
what's this clickbait?
I give them exactly what they're looking for. But my latest one was the fun. Like that title was just. I laughed for 20 minutes straight after I uploaded that video. Did you see it?
Which one?
The title of it. It's like coronavirus
God,
disinfectant life hack experiment.
I did see. I did see that one.
And then the
I did. I
description
went-
was like, "Don't try this at home. I don't think it worked."
I did see that one, but no, I don't know what you mean. Tim all the time, like almost every video, he complains about the clickbait media. He says clickbait media,
clickbait
the outrage
media, I
bait
know.
media. Like this is like in every video. So I don't know what you're how you're saying that you don't see specific examples of that.
But he participates in that. Like my stuff is
oh,
just
100%.
I mean, I guess it's not really clickbait though, because clickbait is not living up to what's in the video, which I do live up to
Right.
what's in the video. But I guess
Well, and also there's a difference between clickbait and outrage bait. Like your fire videos are not creating like
No.
political outrage
Not
to
at
people,
all.
right?
yes,
Yeah. So
It's
Uh,
let us
contrast for
burn
Joe
things
says-
together.
yeah, and to be fair, like look, having a clickbait thumbnail. Look, my feeling in clickbait is having something clickbait as long as it's not lying or gives you the complete wrong impression is okay.
Yes,
It's when it's lying or it gives you this false impression of what you're talking about. Which so there's so many Tim videos where you see he has these very incendiary headlines, and then you see his video, and he's like, and the whole video is him trying to walk back his stupid clickbait headline, and you're like, ugh.
I had a bunch of stuff that I had shot already, and I was actually playing around with the algorithm, and I learned something interesting because if I uploaded those videos like very close to one another, and I got like another 1 million views out of my viral video because I think that they were in the same ballpark as that viral video. So even though those videos are a complete disaster, the other video pops up, which is interesting. And also I was playing around with the thumbnails because of the like click-through rate on thumbnail is so important.
Right.
So I was just, a little experimenter in me wanting to, well, I wonder what this thumbnail will do.
Yeah, no, because like click-through rate is so much what it is. 'Cause
Yeah.
If you look at the analytics of your videos, you'll see the ones that do the best, they always have very high click-through rates. And that's because you can see there's a direct correlation between what the click-through rate on your thumbnail is to how much YouTube recommends your video.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
And you only need because I know like with my Game of Thrones video that got like a 2 million views or whatever, it only had at its height. No, it had like a 7% click-through rate on the thumbnail, and then it got promoted like up the ass, and it was like very briefly at 10%.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
all it
man.
needed to reach that level. And then obviously it drops really fast after that point.
Mine's closer to 20%. Like the click-through
Yeah,
rate.
see,
on
that's
my-
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you in that video, how many views is it for that fire video?
10
That's
million.
Crazy, man. Yeah, 10 million. Yeah, so there you go.
Approaching 11 million. It's just my channel, I think, confuses the algorithm a lot, my personal channel, because I think like there's certain channel wide metrics
It wants everyone's channel to be genre specific.
Yeah, it does. Definitely does. So I'm
yeah,
doing
once you start
myself
mixing genres. Yeah.
But I'm like a eclectic guy. I don't know what to do. Like,
I know.
I have so
It's a
many
problem.
interests and stuff like that. I guess I could start uploading fire videos on my Think Club channel, but somehow I don't know. People are already worried about my health.
Contrast for $2 says Vaush's position is justified since Israel has a large unfair stockpile of wrenches.
Oh my God.
That's pretty funny. Never thought I'd say this, but I'm enjoying and rooting for Destiny. Too bad about the cuckoldry. Yep.
Yeah, Destiny's a pretty cool guy, man. Seriously.
Well, to be fair, I would imagine Destiny's one of the few people that probably gets benefits out of being in an open relationship and is male.
Gets like a lot of tang, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
A lot of pooty tang?
I'm assuming.
Nah, I don't know. Maybe not.
You don't think so?
Well, I don't know. You know.
At least if he doesn't, he at least like acts like he does and pretends he does, which of course, could all be lies, but I don't know. I agree it's not good for having a long-term relationship, but that's a different story altogether.
Yeah.
Paradox Prime for $1 says this isn't about betrayal from a deterministic evolutionary perspective. What we are witnessing is two males competing for the leadership over an internet tribe. See, I completely disagree with that because they're competing. They're not competing over the same tribe. They're competing over very different tribes.
Yeah.
Right. Like if Vaush and Hassan were attacking each other, I think that could be valid. You could say, oh, they're both competing to be who's top commie, right?
Yeah.
So I don't agree with that. I don't think that's what's happening here. Honky the White
Top
Clown.
Commie would be a great reality television show. Seriously, who wouldn't watch that?
I heard, I don't know if this is going to come to pass. It sounds like the worst idea. I heard they want to do a Bachelor season, but for like senior citizens.
Really? Wow.
I was like, who's going to watch the Bachelor Senior Citizen Edition? Like, give me a break.
Have you seen that show everyone's watching, Love is Blind? Where they...
No, I don't watch any of these garbage. I barely watch television. I'm not
My
watch any of
wife
these garbage
watches
network
all
shows.
these, so...
I know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. All the terrible television, it all comes from one gender. I hate to say it.
The Love is Blind show is so messed up because none of everyone on that show is attractive. Like, no, there's no ugly people. Like, the real way to do it is to do like 10 really...
What's the premise of the show?
Well, the premise is that people are going to ask each other to marry them before they ever see one another. So they actually do these dates where they're talking to each other through a screen. So, and then once...
That sounds awful.
And then once a marriage proposal takes place, they get to see each other like the next day. Yeah.
This is terrible. Why would anyone want to do that? I mean, you want to do it because they're going to pay you, but fuck that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you check her out and then you're like, okay, well, that was a good... I could sense it through her voice. I mean, you
guess
just walk in and you say, hey, what do you look like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I guess
they edit that part out, I'm sure.
Since it's network television, they're probably only going to have attractive people. So just you're saying
it's true, but I was like, this should be 10 really super ugly people and 10 really attractive people, completely mismatched. So it would really test whether love was blind or not.
Right.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is no.
I want to do an offshoot of this show where it's like terminally ill people, where it's like when you finally meet them, you're like,
Christ.
I have a year to live.
Oh my fucking God. I'm moving on. This is dark. Honky the White Clown for $3 says the bombings that happened in Israel after Vash's statement were totally related and he should take complete responsibility for this. He should also take responsibility for the rise of douchey top knots in the world. I agree.
Oh my God.
I
Definitely.
agree.
There's been a tangible increase in those douchey top knots ever since Vaush gained popularity.
Are top knots cultural appropriation?
Hell yeah. I don't know from
who, but... no. There we go.
Are they really?
Vaush is culturally appropriating top knots from Japan.
Oh, it's Japan. You're right. It's sumo wrestlers. Holy
the samurai
cow.
and sumo wrestlers.
Canceled.
Yep. Canceled.
He doesn't look Japanese to me. He looks American to his...
looks white as fuck.
To his chagrin, of course, that he's actually American.
technically, I'm pretty sure Vaush is 100% white as fuck, and Destiny is half Cuban. So I
really?
think,
Oh, wow.
I think this white guy talking down to a man of Latino descent is pretty privileged.
It is. That's terrible.
Pretty privileged.
Know your place in the oppression
The
hierarchy.
Yep. Hummer Rodriguez for $3 says, I think the new meaning of neoliberal comes from Latin America. Everything that disagrees with 21st century populist socialism is neoliberalism. Charios, leftists in Mexico, throw it so much that it loses its meaning. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the derivations come from. See, Hummer, that's why we need a wall in Mexico to prevent their vocabulary where it's from spreading to America. There it is. You've convinced me. I'm finally on board with Trump's wall. We need to prevent the spreading of wrong words to this country.
Well, according to this Love is Blind show, they can just talk through the wall. They'll still.
Oh no!
I mean,
we
we won't
need
be
an
able to.
internet wall.
We won't be able to see them, but we can
Okay,
pick up their
Here,
dialect.
okay, so you'll build a wall and you have sirens blaring on the wall so loud that when you're near the wall, you can't hear anything to prevent anyone from talking.
So it has
the
to be
trick.
soundproof as well. I like it. Good idea.
Yeah. No, not soundproof. Just lots of loud noises so you can't hear.
Oh. Well,
I don't. Can you?
we'll
I don't
put
think you can-
speakers
can you-
so that say
you can't
communism is
soundproof an
great.
Open wall, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm assuming you can only soundproof something if it has like a roof on it. I don't think you can soundproof an open wall.
Probably not.
I mean, you can sound dampen open wall, sure. Paradox for $1 says Vaush is careful not to make conservative arguments. Question mark. Vaush is careful not to make conservative arguments. Question mark. I don't remember anyone saying that. How about the time he called trans people snowflakes and nearly got canceled over that and had to delete the stream, or when he said it's not okay to when he said it's not okay to ironically call for Mayo-side and argue chat for 3 hours. So I'm not familiar with the Mayo-side one.
Sounds like he had a little transphobic slip up.
Well, it's funny because I don't know about the Mayo-side one. So I mean, I'm glad if he's arguing against that. But the trans one was interesting because he's funny because he said literally what Destiny said all the time, which is that the online trans community is incredibly toxic and is nothing but bad for the LGBT community.
Yeah.
So
We probably agree with that.
yeah, I mean, it's
To
obviously
some
it's an overgeneralization, but I would say it seems to be true
Look at
to a
this.
lot
Look at
to a
this.
large extent.
Look at how much Sitch cares. He's like, it
Well,
would
look,
be
I'll be honest,
irresponsible for me to make that kind of blanket statement.
I'm not super involved in the online LGBT movement.
Oh, yeah, totally.
It's not like I have an experience with this, whatsoever. But obviously, from the woke side of things, yes, it's incredibly toxic.
I watched ContraPoint's
Ultimately
video
bad.
all the way through. Okay.
There you go.
So I know.
See, look, but that's a good counterexample. I don't think Contra is part of the toxic LGBT.
Well, no, her
movement.
her cancel culture video. Like a lot of people wanted us to actually do that video because she
Right.
does make great arguments that, like, they're out of control.
Exactly. But that's what I've literally said from the beginning. What was so funny about Contra was that Contra is not a communist. Contra is like a centrist liberal. So it's kind of funny.
It is.
Paradox for $1 says the Caleb guy Destiny mentioned is an ML tanky, was on Modern Day Debate recently debating a three-way libertarian versus socialism versus communism and ended up a 2 versus 1. Guess who the two were? I'm assuming the socialists and the communists were against libertarian.
Really?
I don't even know. I'll be honest. I don't know what the strict argument between a socialist and a communist would be.
You don't? Oh, Sitch.
No, I don't know.
Oh, Sitch.
I'm sure there's something.
Little
Sure,
Sitch.
something
Little
stupid.
Sitch. Socialism is the intermediate between capitalism and communism. And communism is the stateless society. Socialist is the intermediate stage where there's still a state.
Yeah, but I thought usually people, as you said, it's an intermediary stage. People want to eventually get to communism.
Yeah, nobody knows this, though. None of the people who are socialists are
Yeah, but I'm
communists
assuming if
usually
you're
know
having a
this.
socialist and a communist argue, they're not arguing about the intermediary state. They're arguing about some sort of end goal. That's different.
Yeah, who knows what they're arguing about.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
Little
listen to the
Adam over
debate,
here.
so, but
Okay.
yeah.
Paradox for $1 says Sargon's in the chat. Get him on. Oh. Sargon always. This is what Sargon does. Okay, he waits till
I
we've been on
know.
stream for like 4 or 5 hours. Then he comes on because he wants us to have to stream for another 6 hours. He never shows up. Earlier.
I've recharged my battery a bit. Like I could go another hour pretty easily. So
Yeah,
I don't know how you feel.
Sargon, when are we gonna do a UBI stream, Sargon?
Yeah,
that's what I'm concerned about.
We want
okay?
you to
watch Charles
formally
Murray?
endorse Charles Murray. We
Yeah,
think it'd be
when
good
is
for your
Sargon,
next political campaign.
Sargon, when are you going to come out as an alt-right nationalist and support Charles Murray's the most racist man on the planet's UBI plan?
Publicly endorse, yeah. We don't actually. I don't want you guys to think we actually think Charles Murray is the most racist man on the planet.
No,
I think Charles Murray was wrongly maligned by people who have no idea what Charles Murray is about.
But it's funny because when we watch that stream,
he says
things that you're like, he shouldn't say that coming from him.
Oh yeah.
It's really bad.
He does. These old timers, man, they don't give a fuck. They're like,
I know they don't.
I'm gonna die soon. He's like the guy I wrote the book with died before we even published it.
That's true. That's a good point. He's like, yeah.
I think he says in that stream, he's like, I'm 78. Like, come on. Like, I don't care.
Hey, I don't know. There was a guy on Joe Rogan a couple days ago. He was saying that he thinks there's going to be huge improvements in life.
There
longevity,
is. I believe that. I think one of the reasons
15 years. So
I think one of the reasons why we're having such conflict over leadership is because of that. Like people want to maintain their position in the elite because of, like, think about it. So like all throughout human history, they've been looking for the fountain of youth, and now it's right at the doorstep.
Well, I don't know, because people still haven't taken it seriously yet. And this is what the guy was talking about. It's very interesting. He was saying
people who can't afford it haven't taken it seriously. People who can afford it take it very fucking seriously.
But that's what he meant. He meant like the public perception of the fountain of youth that, maybe you don't have to die. That's not like an idea that's taken seriously by anyone yet.
Of course.
Right.
But he's saying it's taken seriously by the elites. It really is.
Yeah. That's true. By some people in the know. But he had a very interesting point, which is that he thinks that within 5 years there's going to be some massive study or advancement that's going to show for the first time to the public that actually what you're saying is true, that the fountain of youth could be around the corner within 10 to 20 years. And that's going to completely change the political landscape, because once people think that's possible, it's going to completely dominate. All of a sudden, all political candidates are going to have some plan about what to do about, the medical, longevity and stuff.
It's going to change the way people think of risk assessment. Oh, it's all kinds of shit's going to change. Yeah. Yes.
CT for $1 says, so it's like someone in chat asking Sitch to marry them. Okay, I'm waiting, chat. It can't be me. I may or may not know what Sitch looks like. Followed by Gabe, our friend Felix for 192, who says, hey, Stitch, marriage stream when? So look, I heard Felix that you want to marry me, and I'm sorry, Felix, but it's not going to happen. Okay, you can't marry me, Felix. I'm sorry.
Phalanx is I thought Phalanx was a guy.
Phalanx is a guy, and I think he has a girlfriend, but he still wants to marry me. And look, I understand the allure.
Wow.
I understand the allure.
Player.
Okay.
He's got a girlfriend and he wants to marry.
And he wants to marry. I know. Look, the girlfriend is just a side gig. It's just there till Sitch is open to the idea. I understand
what happened. Where's the girlfriend? How's she feel about this, Phalanx? I have to know.
How does your girlfriend feel about this, Felix? Okay.
Most of the time, I mean, my read of the situation is girlfriends normally don't like to find out that their boyfriend is homosexual. Like, I don't know. It's like a weird thing.
I don't remember what the context was about why Felix wanted to marry me, but
this actually happened. Like the show.
This literally happened in your DMs, Adam. You're there. You're witness to the conversation.
Well, I don't remember this, but
it happened today.
On the show, Love is... Well, I didn't read through my DMs today. I was super busy. On the show, Love is Blind, there is a guy who is bisexual. He has like a bisexual past, and he does not tell the woman that he's asked to marry that he's done it with dudes. And when he tells her, she freaks the fuck out. I'm telling you, Felix, it doesn't end well.
Wait. Okay. they're getting married, and he says this.
Yeah, so once the proposal takes place, they have like a 2-week getting to know you period where they actually get to see each other and like have
Right.
sex and stuff. And yeah,
And that's when he drops the bomb that he's bisexual and wants to bang men on the side.
well, he doesn't. He's like claims that's a part of his past and stuff like that. But I think women.
Oh! He's not saying he wants to do that
Right.
now.
I think
Oh,
women
okay, well,
instinctively are like, is my husband really gay? He's just like wants kids or something. Like I could see that being
maybe.
in trouble for a relationship. Definitely.
I don't know. I've gone out with girls who used to be lesbian and never bothered me. But I mean, maybe it's different because the guy-girl dynamic's a little different. So
The chat goes crazy when my cat comes in. Pet the cat. The cat wants to be pet.
pet the pussy, Adam. Pet the pussy.
Oh yeah.
Gabe for 240 says, Sitch, you can't divorce me before we're married. Don't bash it till you try it. I'm not divorcing you. I'm saying it's not going to happen. It's not even going to be an annulment. It's a pre-annulment. It doesn't even exist. Okay?
He wants part of your YouTuber channel. Watch out. I think he might be a gold digger.
He wants 50% of my YouTube
He
channel.
might be a gold digger. You don't upload on your channel anymore, so
Jonathan Stoffel for 199 says, Rubber is clickbait cinema. I agree. Rubber is clickbait bullshit
Totally.
cinema. Get fucked, Adam.
But
Matt Magnum for $2
why is
says, power outage here. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Matt. That sucks.
why is what's wrong with clickbait? Like I'm the clickbait king. I love clickbait. Clickbait is your friend.
There you go. The Rooster for 499 says, is Pete Buttigieg using Obama voice cultural appropriation? That is so accurate. You're right. Pete Buttigieg is 100% using Obama voice. I'm surprised I never picked up on
Oh
that,
yeah,
but
he
yes.
is. Yeah, it's totally Obama voice.
See, this is why I can't get rid of Rooster's wrench, because he always has such great super chats.
Yeah, good insight.
You have an impact on the community.
Sure. So there's two things to be dealt with here. So one, I'm still curious, and I'm not trying to get you on this. I'm genuinely curious what position you think I've really changed on. When you say that I'm uncharitable with people, with left-leaning people, I think that they've earned that. Like, one, I would actually disagree with the idea that I'm uncharitable with anybody in an actual argument. I think I'm pretty charitable with almost every person, including the left-leaning people that I talk to. Now, if you want to find clips of me responding to a YouTube video or screaming at somebody in chat or going, off on you after losing 5 games of League in a row coming out, sure, these are times where I'm not being charitable. 100%. I agree with that. There are times I did it to conservatives, to Nazis, to people on the left, to my mom. Like, it happens. 100%. I'm not perfect. I fuck up sometimes. But in terms of like my actual like reasonable conversations with left-leaning people, man, dude, I gave more. And it was funny because in the beginning of my like dealing with left-leaning people, my community rose to the fuck for how gentle I was with a lot of the people that I debated. And how many people would come to me, they would say like, oh, I just like red flags. Oh, that's not the Soviet Union text. You think that's a real font? Oh, I just really like all the blah, 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 blah. And it's like,
I know the Mike from Retracted Saga.
Sure,
has
I've
such a
run
long,
through.
impactful
Yeah, I've
memory.
ran through so many of these fuckers that hide their power level and shit. That if I'm not engaged in a serious like 1v1 conversation and I'm just like sniping tweets, you better fucking believe there is zero charitability. I'm not giving any charitability to some hack partisan fuck like Hassan or Kyle Kalinske when I'm watching them tweet like Bernie should have paramilitary fucking soldiers walking around with him, or CNN is turning his face red to throw the election. Like,
Dude, I love that he's going off on Kyle Kalinske. I think I might be in love here.
Well, it's so funny because I used to be like, oh, I like Kyle Kalinske, or I'll watch his videos, and I like Jimmy Dore, but it's like they've gone so fucking bananas.
Jimmy Dore,
Like,
I
Bernie.
find to be pretty sane, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. Jimmy Dore,
He's been saying all the same crazy shit that Kyle's been saying. That it's all
yeah,
a
but he's calling out
conspiracy.
Rachel Maddow for being freaking bonkers and people falling for all this Russia nonsense.
Yeah, but see, there's a thing I don't get because I'm not in this community.
Mhm.
There's like this weird thing in the far left communist super Bernie bro community that was like super anti the Russian stuff, and I don't know what their basis is because I can't believe we just think it was fake, right? Because they're completely ideologically motivated. Kyle Kalinske is completely ideologically motivated when he talks about how Bernie Sanders needs to have paramilitary guards, surrounding him or crazy shit like that. So I don't know what the reason for that is, like what the rationale is going on. Because I know this would bother me too, because I saw Armored Skeptic in June repeat this bullshit talking point that Jimmy Dore said, which was Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kalinske both said, which is like, oh, all the Democratic establishment They're comparing, this is during the impeachment. They're wasting all their time impeaching Trump over some bullshit, all while they're passing a $2 trillion military budget to Trump or something, right? That's what they say. That's how they frame this. And you're like, wait, what? And you look into it and you're like, no. That's, first of all, that's not what happened. What happened was they passed the normal budget, and the normal budget has some amount of military budget in it. God. And then because the way they're framing it was like, they're like, oh, the Democrats are just giving in to Trump and they're just giving him all this money to build the wall. And it's like, that's not what happened. Nonsense. Trump is appropriating the military budget to build the wall. Like, the Democrats can't stop him from doing that. They don't have the ability to stop him from doing it. They're just passing. So unless they're advocating for the Democrats to do the thing that the Republicans used to do, that the Democrats used to always complain about, which was that the Republicans would not pass a budget. Okay.
Right.
So unless Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore want the Democrats to be huge hypocrites and not pass the fucking budget, I don't know what the fuck they wanted them to do.
Oh my God. The left would savage them. They'd be like, what? Medicare and Social Security's in that budget?
Exactly. I mean, yeah, it's I think this is the problem. Maybe this is where the anti-Russia stuff from them comes from, because I don't think it's on the merits of the case. I think it's just they look at it like they're so anti-establishment. So that they see if they see Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer being in favor of anything, that must mean it's bad, because they're so anti any sort of Democratic establishment. Yeah, that's my only guess on this.
I'm out of charitability for people like that. Of course.
Wait. Yeah, well, you just justified what I said. I opened by saying you've lost charitability.
Sure,
you said,
I would like to. Well, I would like
to justify why I've lost charitability.
So the distinction that I made there was that if I have a one-on-one conversation with somebody, I'm generally pretty charitable. But if it's just me like sniping tweets or raging at chat, then I'm usually just my old hyperbolic self. But that's literally always been the case with me, whether it was with conservatives, whether it was with centrist dipshits, or whether it was with tankies or lefties.
How dare
It's been more or
you.
less the same. I challenge.
He's becoming the centrist dipshit that he hated. It's happening.
It's awesome. He was charitable with me, and I'm a centrist. Whoa!
Well, it's annoying because when they say centrist, they're referring to like the skeptic community, YouTube centrist.
You know what I debated Destiny on?
Yeah, didn't you debate him about objective morality?
Objective morality.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. I remember. See, that's why I have to kick Tim Pool out of the centrist community. He's making us look bad.
Oh, yeah, I guess he is, isn't he?
Because this is what happens. All the people who on the left or the further left who want to criticize Tim Pool, they don't watch his videos. They just see all this fucking clickbait, outrage bait thumbnails and titles. And they go, oh, this guy's like super conservative or whatever. Which, by the way, I don't think Tim Pool is very conservative.
At least Sargon openly endorses Trump.
I don't think Tim Pool does. Oh, I don't think Tim Pool likes Trump either.
Really?
That's not. Yeah, no. He said, and I believe him. He said he doesn't like Trump.
Okay.
And I don't know why he would say that if he was trying to grift or whatever.
We got to get
because if he was going to just grift, he would just say that he likes Trump now or whatever.
Got to get Vaush in there to really interrogate him. Vaush will get to the bottom of this for us.
I think he's very motivated by views and money. He knows what's going to get views. He knows what's going to sell. And he's going to try to twist all the... Right. I think it's very cynical. I think he's going to try to, without betraying what he believes are his values, he's going to try to twist all the stories to fit his values in some way.
He's really out to get the media, which, I mean, the media is totally left-wing. How do you go after the media and go after conservatives?
Sure.
I guess he could go after Fox News, but...
Well, look, okay, here's a perfect example. Okay, I'm glad you asked a perfect example. Tim has been talking about the coronavirus for a very long time, for weeks. Okay, and he's been talking about how he's criticizing the media the media who was originally trying to downplay the coronavirus.
Right.
So who comes out recently to downplay the coronavirus? Fucking Rush Limbaugh, Mr. Conservative right-wing pundit, head-in-chief. Comes out and he completely dismisses the coronavirus, says it's just like a normal flu. He does all the same shit. Then Candace Owens sends out a tweet dismissing the coronavirus. And I think, and then Laura Ingraham had a whole section where she said that it wasn't that big of a deal. So I was like, oh, and I thought, as soon as I saw this happen, I said, okay, here it's going to be. Is Tim Pool going to report on this or not?
And it was crickets.
I'm assuming it was, unless he threw it into one of his videos where it wasn't titled that way because I obviously don't watch all of his
No, he
million
doesn't.
videos he puts out.
He doesn't criticize Candace Owens or Rush Limbaugh, any of those people.
I didn't hear it. So there you go. There it is, Adam.
Very suspicious.
To go back and find debates that I've had with established left-leaning figures where I've just been screaming the whole time. Like, I'm usually insanely fucking patient and charitable with everybody that I talk to, and a serious one-on-one discussion. Maybe not when I'm screaming at tweets, or not when there's Twitter destiny about, but when I'm having one-on-one conversation, I'm pretty charitable.
You know, context allowing. Again, obviously, I treat you differently speaking to you directly than I would responding to one of your videos.
Of course.
Whatever brings about the best outcomes. But no, I mean, the examples that you've just provided to me here, I don't take issue with either of the things that Kyle Kalinske has said. In that example, if you could, I mean, even if you imagine that he's not being hyperbolic, paramilitary bodyguards. I mean,
well, sure, we don't have to get that's like getting off into a whole other.
And the
world.
CNN, I mean, the picture was.
Kyle Kalinske has gone full Bernie bro crazy.
Yeah.
Look, come on, let's be real here.
I never liked Kyle Kalinske. Like, Kyle Kalinske never seemed rational or sane to me. It's hyper.
I guess I didn't see it till the Bernie bro stuff, and I was like, Jesus, this guy is off his fucking rocker with this stuff.
Yeah.
I knew he was always partisan, obviously.
All he does
is
is
between
attack.
Like being partisan, like David Pakman, he's partisan. He's on the left, but he seems to be sane most of the time.
Both of those guys, well, Pakman to a less extent, both of those guys completely straw man conservative arguments. Like, they attribute bad motives to conservatives, all that shit. Like, that's the stuff that drives me crazy. It's like argue against their arguments.
Yeah, but my bar is so low because I'm not expecting to find like you're just like, oh, I want someone who's gonna like give like the correct explanation of the arguments of both sides. I'm like, okay, that doesn't exist. Like,
I know. It's so funny now. Our whole political atmosphere is just, how can I smear the other side? Like, how can I mischaracterize the other side?
Right.
Like, there's no engagement on actual arguments.
I think that's the way it always was.
Really?
I think the only difference was that you used to have a news media that wasn't profit driven, so they could just have straight reporting.
Right. So they would let both sides smear each other. They would come out and give you the facts, and if you weren't into the smears, you could just watch the media and just get the facts. If you were into politics,
I mean, I'm sure it was tinged in directions, but it wasn't obviously what it is today.
I don't feel like it was, because it feels like, I remember that moment when John McCain.
Well, I'm just saying, I know there's going to be conservatives saying, "Well, in the '80s, the media or the '70s was so far." I know people.
Remember the moment though with John McCain when the lady came out and said, John McCain, like, Obama's a secret Muslim. And John McCain was like, no, that's not true.
He's a good American.
He's a good American, yeah. So he made an attempt to, like, steer away from the smears. Now it's just open season on smears. It's like, oh, yeah, he is a secret Muslim.
Yes, I'm saying. I mean, you can't imagine Trump or anyone in the current Republican Party saying, defending, their political opponent the way John McCain defended.
Trump wouldn't do what John McCain did, but Trump would say, we don't really know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he would. Yeah,
he would indulge the smears.
He wouldn't come out and say Obama's a secret Muslim. He would say, we don't know. Or maybe he is. Like, he'd be, sly like he is.
Yes. But both sides do it just as much.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It's there's no charitability. Everything's so tribal. There's no charitability whatsoever.
Well, Trump, he's an ethno-nationalist.
Literally made Predator, wasn't it? Found that like the color.
It's sad because that's what Bernie versus Trump's going to be.
I know,
the communist versus the ethno-nationalist.
I know. I'm torn because the reality television aspect of it is so enticing. But then, the Civil War aspect of it is not a little less enticing.
Right.
Color balancing of the other people and the grass.
Sure. So my larger issues with Kyle Kalinske is that I've seen him give economic takes that are really stupid. So a dumb tweet that I've seen him.
He's not a lefty.
Sure.
So
No, not those kinds. So like the idea that rich people are rich and poor people are poor because rich people are hogging all the money. Like, that's a take where he literally had a lack of understanding of how like monetary systems work that was really dumb. Or his like constant conspiracy mongering about, say, the Iowa election, which you probably agree with as well. Like, these are things that when I hear takes like these over and over again, or misrepresenting like the impacts of like multilateral trade agreements like NAFTA. When I hear somebody do this over and over again, I don't have much charitability for them when I see them on Twitter. But if I had
so good, man. Preach it. Preach it. This is why Vaush is so upset, Destiny, because you're fucking right.
Well, because
had a one-on-one
yeah, exactly.
conversation with Kyle, I would be pretty charitable in that conversation. That's the only distinction that I'm trying to make.
I'm sure there are things that he have said that I would find reasonable that you would disagree with.
Probably.
I know there are some things that Kyle Kalinske has said that I do disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
I think ultimately the good he does for society, I think, outweighs the grievances there. I imagine
Wrong.
you would disagree with that, though.
Well, see, but I hate when that enters in the equation, because I've had people say that to me, like on Twitter, they'll say, Sitch, stop yelling at Tim on Twitter, because ultimately Tim provides a better benefit than a harm. It's
Right.
like, that's not, I don't give a shit. That's not the point whatsoever.
Because you're in.
First of all, I don't even know if I agree with that anymore. But secondly, I don't care about that. That's not the issue here.
I think
Because when you go to that argument, that's you admitting that you're getting into tribalism. You're saying, well, my group, still has a more beneficial effect on society than the bad group. So, we gotta be permissive with what they're doing.
I think Kyle Kalinske heightens the partisanship, though, the naked partisanship.
100%.
And this is the thing about, like, everyone is always talking about, Sargon. I don't think Sargon heightens the partisanship. I honestly don't.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so either. And the thing that really bothers me about Kyle and Jimmy Dore's direction is that they keep promoting this conspiracy shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree with you. I know that the Democratic establishment don't like Bernie. Okay, that's not a conspiracy. We all know that. That's true. Okay. And I know that lots of the media people don't like Bernie either. Okay. But they all don't like Bernie for multiple reasons. That's not all because, like Carlos Maza made his first video and he's all like, the media all hates, all these journalists hate Bernie Sanders because they're all secret. They're all like really millionaires.
Totally.
That's why they hate Bernie.
All secret. Like, see, I don't see many YouTubers at all trying to tamp down the partisanship. Most of them seem to be like trying to dial it up to 20, like Young Turks.
Because that's what gets you views and money.
Yes, yeah, a horrible incentive. Horrible incentive structure.
No,
see, we're gonna go full communist. Well, we need to redistribute the views to all the moderate centrists on YouTube.
The Nuance Bro is definitely in that camp, trying to tamp down the partisanship. Yeah,
he is. Except when it comes to Trump and Russia. Because he disagrees with me. And if he disagrees with me, then he's wrong about everything.
Well, at least he's not strawmanning your argument, though.
Maybe that's true. I'm not sure.
I don't have like a list of all the lefty debates that you've done with
sure, and I wouldn't expect you to.
Yeah. Right. But and I understand that I'm getting a little bit in semantics here, but as somebody who watches enough of your content, I feel like I'm entitled at least to these feelings. It is a feeling that I've gotten of lessened charitability. I'm reminded most recently of your appearance on the Trainwrecks podcast. What is that called again?
Yeah, it's the Scuffed podcast where I just went to shout at Hassan. Like, this is one of the problems that I have. Like,
but I haven't even said.
Yeah, because it was a horrible fucking showing. Because it's just a scream podcast with 8 other people, 6 of who don't care about politics. Like, yeah, of course. Why is it?
Dude, that was internet gold. Destiny, don't undersell it here.
Yeah, I don't know why. Because there is a podcast where it was him. It was a guy from fucking Chapo Trap House, and then Hassan. And I have a bunch of people, I don't know who the fuck they were. And it became basically, it started off nice and it basically became Destiny yelling at Hassan. And it was so wonderful.
Destiny's responsible for a lot of internet gold. A lot of internet gold. Yes.
That's true.
And a lot of it has to do with him yelling at people. So I don't know, Destiny, seriously. Don't sell yourself short, bro.
That every time anybody wants to address any of the arguments against the left, it's always picking out, like, remember that time you went on the Fuck Your Face podcast and those 2 lefties were there and you guys had your WWF outfits on and you were just totally irrational. Okay, but what about the 15 different, like, quasi-academic conversations I had with lefties before that? No one gave a fuck about any of those.
Because they were boring.
This is the issue.
Exactly.
Because people will, and this is just the nature of the platform, people are going to watch and listen to and engage with your hyperbolic content more than any other type of content. That's just what people like to see. They like people screaming. Yeah, okay. You like people.
I mean, people the mask like you is slipping here.
Kind of market.
The mask is slipping here.
Not screaming, but aggressive. I guess some people call it debate tactics. I guess it's just talking, enthusiastically. Whatever the case may be. For you to say like, I'm not being uncharitable, in these direct one-on-one engagements, I'm being very upfront and very charitable, when like 80% or whatever arbitrary percentage you want to put, or a significant percent of your engagement with the left is these highly charged, highly uncharitable
That's just not true, though.
Twitter snipes. Well, again, I don't have like numbers here.
For
From
like
what
Twitter
I've
snipes and
seen,
whatnot. Yeah, sure. Yeah, on
Twitter,
Twitter.
like Twitter snipes, or going on other people's podcasts, or
thought he was
commenting on other
banned from
public
Twitter. I don't
figures.
even know what
I
you're talking
agree. When
about.
you're in a direct one-on-one conversation, sometimes, I mean,
Yeah,
3 days ago.
But so this is my problem, and I know you have the same problem too. Is the fact that people only engage with the hyperbolic. Like I will have these unbelievable conversations with lefties that just display an unfathomable amount of idiocy, and nobody will talk about that. And the next stream, I'll get in and I'll say something like, "Fuck, like damn, like if you've got like a new car and you're poor, like you should sell that shit and get a cheaper car." And someone will be like, "Do you think it's really that easy to sell a car?" And I'm like, dude, if you can't trade in your car, like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? And then everybody's like, Destiny thinks poor people can just run and trade in cars. And it's like, that's the only thing that people care about. And so I either do I like destroy all hyperbole or all like of the ranty shit that I do and just get rid of that completely? Do I try to overqualify literally every single statement that I make so that nothing can ever possibly be taken out of context? Or like, because it seems like nobody gives a fuck about any of the long form discussions I've had with lefties of.
You know what the answer is?
What is it?
You transition. That's the answer to the question. Then no one can criticize you because then they're a transphobe.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's the ultimate shield. Do it,
Yep.
Destiny. You'd make
There it is,
a
Destiny.
beautiful woman.
Destina.
which there are a plethora of. It's just these.
Because it's I always think it's so funny because Caleb, who we had on, he credits Destiny and Contra
Right,
for
but-
switching him away
but of
from the
course.
more alt-right stuff. And I think, and I could be misremembering, I thought he said that Destiny was the first person to get
Right.
him off of like that because you would see Destiny would be arguing like alt-right people.
But who got
And
all
so-
the credit?
And yet Contra gets, Destiny doesn't get fucking zero credit from the media, but Contra gets all the credit.
These little
trans
quote
girl
snipes
gets
on
all
shit
the
that people
credit.
know don't even showcase my
I
actual
don't-
positions.
I don't know what to say other than like that's how the platform works, my dude. I'm criticizing you for the
But
outcomes
do you
of your
understand?
actions.
Do you understand then that you're part of the problem there? Because instead of approaching me and saying, "Destiny, I think that we should talk about like what is like good rhetoric."
Yeah, how can we team up to help the systemic problem that we're having of partisanship on YouTube? No, he's like, fuck you.
I'm engaged 100%. Yeah.
Rhetoric on YouTube. Like you and me both know that when you say something hyperbolic, that's the only thing people focus on. We got to figure out how to stop that. Instead, you came at me doing what every other person does when they clip those things. As a Destiny, I think that you have some underlying animosity towards the poor.
I mean, we can discuss that more if you like. I got
I
like, a
know,
third
he's
of my
getting
document.
through.
My question was
Destroy.
whether or not you had that animosity, but whether or not you do, the broader problem of your irresponsible and bigoted messaging
Oh my
remains steadfast.
God, he's-
Likewise, your problem
Like
of
it's
being
start-
charitable to left-leaning people.
It's
I like that he has like the script because like Destiny got him like real hard, and then he's like, "Well, the broader issue is your rhetoric of being uncharitable, blah blah blah, like uncharitable bigot is the bigger problem."
the bigot,
rhetoric.
bigot.
Well, I mean, this is the real problem with getting in kind of arguments, especially when you have strong personalities like Vaush and Destiny. Is that most of the times especially when you're in an argument, everyone knows this. When you're arguing with someone, even if they're right, you never want to tell them.
Oh, totally. Even you, I'm friends with you, and I still don't want
Of
to tell
course,
you
yeah,
right.
we'll argue, and I'm like, I'm not gonna let him.
I
He's fucking
know.
right. I'm gonna destroy
It's
him.
a,
I'm gonna
it's
twist
a
whatever he
status
says around to make
competition.
me.
Come on.
Well, it's not, I mean, I wouldn't go. I don't think it's status. It's
No,
just
it's
some
totally
weird-
status. I
I
gotta.
don't think it's status at all.
Let's fight about it.
I mean, maybe for you because you're a psychic.
Oh
But
my
For me, it's not a status thing. It's just I don't know. There's some weird emotional thing where like
No,
I think
it
a
is.
lot of it
I
has to
think
do with
psychologically. I think
Yes.
it is unconsciously. I do think it is a status thing. You're like,
maybe when it comes to these public arguments.
sure,
It
totally.
is, but I'm talking about even in like private arguments because it's the same process. When you're having a private argument with someone, there's no status. Typically, I mean, there could be
Oh,
status.
I guess
Obviously,
you're
in private
right.
argument,
I guess you're kind of right. Yeah.
but when especially you argue with like a loved
And we
one.
do
you're like,
argue
"Fuck."
just as like, just as much in private.
Well, see, I think it has to do with the fact that no one ever talks about this, which is weird because I think it really explains a lot about human behavior. Is that there's a type of chemical energy that motivates action, motivates people to do things, and I think a lot of times when you argue,
Mhm.
I don't know if I'm sure you've noticed this. Have you ever been like really tired and then you get into an argument and you like get like this burst of energy and you get all like worked up?
Yeah.
And actually, you're literally getting energy from arguing with someone. And it's because your brain has this weird chemical reaction to be angry. And that gives you literal energy.
This happened to me last night. This happened to me like at midnight last night. All of a sudden, an argument broke out. We were hanging out at this bar. And I started arguing with my friend, and I was like, "No." My wife was like, "No, we have to go home. I'm tired." I'm like, "No,
no, I'm all worked up now.
I know.
I'm ready to go another hour.
Let's go." Exactly. Yeah. Except, why do we have to leave right now? Come on. Can you hear this argument that I'm putting forward? It's amazing.
Right. And see, but that's what's so funny is because we like to think of ourselves as like, oh, when you're drunk, I'm not myself, because I'm in an inebriated state. It's like, well, when you're angry, you're also in a different kind of inebriated state, right?
Yeah.
You're in this angry state.
Yeah.
You have a literal chemical state that's changing the way you think.
Feels so good.
If you're totally calm and you say something like, oh, this is true. And then someone says, no, that's not true because this, you'd be like, oh, okay. Like you don't even care. But when you're angry,
yeah,
oof, you ain't changing your mind.
Whether or not you think it's deserved and whether or not you keep it only to your non-direct engagements still has an impact on people. I don't see how it's my fault that I'm pointing out that a large segment of your content is engagement with left-leaning people, which you would agree is tainted with uncharitability.
Yikes.
What about
do
you agree that some of your well, go ahead. I just talked for 10 minutes.
Well, no, I could get into you with the semantics. I'm sure there are probably, if I were to take the time, some arguments you've made, some positions you've taken that I feel I could move you on, or at least push back.
Well, yeah,
on
I guess
heavily.
like the thing that kind of like spurred this direction is like you feeling like I've changed politically massively over the past year.
Yes, you've grown very uncharitable, and your politics of spite have gotten worse.
So I haven't
angry with, and you keep saying that. I just want to finish, and you keep saying that every time I point out you're doing this, you're doing that. You respond with this spiel on how the lefties have been horrible, or the college kids, or the chapos, or whatever, and it's so clear to me that you're angry with these people, but I don't accept that as whether or not it's legitimate in and of itself. I don't accept it as a legitimate justification.
So we're an hour and 15 minutes in, and Vaush still hasn't given a specific policy position that Destiny has changed.
I know.
It's all just rhetoric in the way he's acting, which is, I'm not saying that's not important, but it is interesting that that's where the animosity comes from.
For engaging in what I consider to be bad faith, classist argumentation.
Okay, so then when I ask you, like, because I'm curious what political views might have changed, it's not really my political views. It's just you think my rhetoric has gotten more pointed in a certain direction to be more antagonistic towards a certain part of the political spectrum rather than what it was before.
The view you've switched on the most, because it is mostly how you approach politics, more so than
okay.
What has my approach changed? How?
Well, I just talked about that, how you've gotten bad faith and how you justify it by talking about how all the college students
I'm sorry. So when I think about politics, when I think about like political positions, I'm thinking of...
This is really funny. This is very reminiscent of Sam Harris. When Sam Harris was dunking on all the Christians, all the anti-theists were like, yes. Or all the left-wing like atheists were like, yeah. Yep. Sam Harris,
he started dunking on Muslims. Ooh.
And when he started dunking on Muslims, the exact same lens, the exact same way, all the SJW atheists went, oh, wait a minute. I don't know if you could say that. That's Jesus, Sam. I can't believe you're saying that. That's really Islamophobic. Oh my! These people are oppressed in our society. You can't use the same rhetoric you're using as Christians. How dare you?
Yeah, totally. No,
you've changed, Sam Harris.
Do you think these exaggerated body gestures? You think Destiny has always done those? I mean, Vaush pretty much copies them.
Right.
I wonder if
Destiny seems like a very angry person, so I think they're real.
The level of frustration
and
stuff like that. It's like I don't usually do those exact. Well, I started doing them because I know I'm on camera. But.
Well, maybe that's it. Because here's the thing. Maybe when you're like you're right. Like if you're just having a conversation with someone, you probably wouldn't do all this. I mean, I don't know. I like when you argue with someone, don't you get very expressive and you flail your arms around and you do all sorts of stuff. But yeah, when you have an audience, you're signaling to them. You're playing it up. You're signaling to them how you feel.
Not that it's bad.
Hey, it's I mean, yeah, I guess it is sort of bad, but it's good showmanship, but it is bad to some degree, sure.
so I'm not saying that you're wrong on this. This is just where my mind is, because we have a disconnect here. So if you're saying my politics has changed insofar as like how I approach certain groups online, I agree with that 100%. But in terms of like my actual like policy positions or the political positions that I sincerely and with a lot of heart argue out against other people, do you think those have changed over the past year or 2 years?
One of them, two of them, very big ones. Yeah, there are probably others, but again, I don't have a list of them.
Sure. Okay,
Though
which ones?
The thing I just want to clarify: the thing you described earlier is infinitely more important to me than actual policy positions.
Okay, that's where we're different. Then I am totally the opposite. I like policy, and I like the actual arguments related to policies more than.
I don't know. I don't even know.
Please tell me he says it.
But see, isn't that interesting that Vaush's position is that your actual policy position isn't as important as your verbal rhetoric?
Well, and you're like, it's complete thought policing. It's like the way you think.
Well, it's not even thought policing. It's the opposite. It's I don't care what you think. I care about that you appear angry and attacking people on my team, even if you agree with most of the stuff that I agree with.
I hope we get to it. I hope he at least says the one position.
At least one fucking policy.
I feel like we're kind of close.
We're close. We're as close as we'll ever be.
Than rhetoric. I hate rhetoric.
No. Well, we both respect rhetoric. Whether or not I mean, policy is obviously very important. I think the impact of rhetoric, as in the positions that we're in, is always going to be greater than the impact of policy preferences.
Unfortunately, of course, yes.
Yeah, of course. But that's what we play to. And as a populist, I don't mind that too much.
I specifically don't play to that, but maybe to my detriment sometimes, and maybe in a stupid way sometimes that might go counteracted to my messaging. But I really hate rhetoric, and I really try not to like make it a focal part of my conversations, like deliberately so in the past. But like,
no, I want to say in terms.
See, that's the difference too between wanting the truth for yourself and wanting to convince people. Because if you're not interested in convincing people, fuck rhetoric. You don't care about rhetoric.
Right.
Specific positions, and this was something that disappointed.
But see, that's why when we had the conversation a while ago about, is being persuasive dishonest inherently?
Yeah. So
and that's part of the issue, because a lot of persuasion is rhetoric that's not based on the facts of the case. They're based on tricks or emotional tactics to try to persuade you to believe X, Y, and Z. So it's like, yeah, you can say it's a good idea to do it, but on some level, it is inherently dishonest to use these techniques.
Yeah.
The question is
really
does it make it more wrong to do so?
It really depends.
I don't know.
It depends. I mean, if you can trick people into being more financially responsible, you could make the argument that you have to, I guess,
but usually it's not so, like, when you say like being more financially responsible, it's not like there's not really a group of people advocating for you to be financially irresponsible, right? Like everyone agrees with financial responsibility.
Well, Vaush is, right? I mean,
no, I don't think so. I mean, I guess the argument would be on how you're defining financial responsibility.
Yeah, they never really brought up the duality of the poor thing, so they never really dug into the argument of the poor.
Well.
All this
look, we'll finally get an issue here. We'll see. A policy position.
To be immensely when I heard about it, and you can back up on this if you want to. But the change you've had in your positions on the support of democracy and of campaign finance laws. You changing your positions on those two things were just like putting the lid on the coffin in terms of like I guess I'd always hope maybe
his face is so funny. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what he's referring. Maybe we'll find out.
I could get you to adopt a couple left-leaning positions, but open anti-democratic advocacy. You can clarify your position if you would like. I don't want to misrepresent you.
Well, yes. So one of my big problems with democracy is these are two like really long conversations. So I guess like to briefly summarize, one of my big issues with democracy right now is I believe that the problems that people face are incredibly complicated and very difficult today, and they require long-term solutions, some of which might have a slow start. So for instance, climate change, and I don't think that these things can survive like political regimes. That any politician that necessarily gets us started on the road to like a good policy towards climate change is going to be so unpopular. They're going to be voted out. People aren't going to understand, and we're going to fuck ourselves over on some dumb shit. This is why fossil fuels and everything still continue to be popular today. I don't think it's just because of large corporations. I think it's because of the people that work those jobs. It's because of Americans that want to overconsume energy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's like my a big issue I have with democracies. I don't think it solves for problems that are really complicated.
I think
Yeah,
that
but taking democracy out of the equation opens you up to the law of unintended consequences. So much more. So much
you have
more.
to, yeah, and you don't. I don't know what the answer. I don't know what his answer to this is, because I don't think I've heard him talk about this specific point. But because if you talk about, I mean, I agree with what he's saying. I understand what the point he's saying. But when you talk about that, when you talk about a system of governments, the question is always, well, what do you replace it with, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the issue with democracy and capitalism and all these large systems.
Yeah.
You say, yeah, they have problems, but
It's the least worst
they're the best we
system we have.
yeah, I don't. This it's the best solution for a bad problem.
Yeah,
that
but
we don't
he's
really have an
talking
answer to
about
yet.
he's talking about being able to cut, like being able to kind of top down proposing solutions and implementing solutions for climate change and stuff like that. But the whole problem with any top down system is that you don't have enough information. I mean, his own argument contradicts it because he talks about things being so complex that the voters don't necessarily understand them. What makes you think that the people who believe they understand them? I mean, Vaush will tell you he understands everything perfectly about economics.
I mean, we're hoping. Yeah, you're hoping that there's some expert somewhere that understands
That's
things to
so
some level.
ridiculous, though. That
I know.
expert
I know
doesn't
it is.
exist.
I know. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really dark when you realize
Bottom
like,
up is the only solution. It's the only solution.
not for everything, obviously, right?
I think it is.
Like you go to your doctor, it's not a bottom up solution, right? It's a top down. Your doctor, you view your doctor as some kind of expert.
Even the data that the doctors are drawing off of is based off of statistical data. I mean, all that stuff is.
Yeah, but that's a top down analysis, right?
Well, no, the data is bottom up because it's
No. The data, no. Because they get data from the bottom,
Right.
but then the person that interprets it and distributes it is from like an academic source.
an expert, yes, but still
Right.
there's peer review, so it's somewhat crowdsourced.
Well, it's
for
it's still it's a
accuracy, that
plurality
kind
of
thing.
experts.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't classify that. I wouldn't categorize that as
Right.
bottom up, right? And because it's funny because the actual
To
thing I
some
was about
extent.
to say. Well, the thing I was about to say is it's dark because you realize you can go to a bunch of doctors and then you realize, wow, there's really only a handful of good doctors. Most doctors are fucking idiots
Yeah.
about lots of things. And you're putting your trust in these people about like very important things about health, and you're like, this person's a fucking idiot, or
Yeah,
they're
don't
totally
trust
screwing me up
doctors,
or something.
guys. Don't trust your
So
doctor.
So yeah, but I'm saying, but that's a system that we want to believe in top-down approach for the most part.
I don't believe
so.
in top-down approaches. This
Yeah,
is why I'm putting my foot down. No,
There you go.
it's
There you
bullshit.
go.
Sure, you'll have a doctor that tells you that thinks he knows what's going on, but a lot of that times
Right.
that guy's like Vaush. He knows as much
Yeah, but the
about
problem is, yeah, but I
doctoring
guess I
as
don't know what
Vaush
you mean.
knows about economics.
Right, but when you say bottom up, like that makes it sound like you're saying, well, what? So people are going to vote on like what makes you sick? Like, how does that work? Like, I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm thinking in terms of markets. I mean, markets are all bottom
I know
up
you're
because
thinking in terms of
pricing.
like
yeah,
policy and
Right.
stuff, not in terms of like
but
things
even
beyond political processes.
even in medicine, isn't there a bottom up in that like solutions come from anywhere? Like some, I mean, I know that oftentimes there are anomalies that take place in medicine that people zero in on to learn from.
Well, okay. I guess if you're going to section off like the medical community as its own population, you could argue that it's bottom up for a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
but not in terms of the broader. I understand, but whatever. This is kind of a stupid argument because I know that's not what you didn't.
What are you
this is not
thinking?
what
What are
you
you thinking? What is an example of top down? Like top down is
meant. Top down is like a normal. Here, you were arguing. Okay, here's an example. Okay, I'll throw it back in your face. Let me throw back an Adam example. I know how much you love it.
fucking I'm getting, this is gonna piss me off. I can tell. I'm gonna be able to go another hour if I get angry enough.
Okay. So bottom up approach. See, you can never use this argument against Vaush because if he would say, wait a minute, Adam friended.
Mhm.
Okay. A bottom up approach is the worker, commune, the worker co-op. And you are arguing about those are inefficient and stupid. And you want to keep our current system, which is a total top down approach where the boss tells you what to do when you do it.
That is a tough one. How do I get out of that? You're the big brain. You're smarter than me, Sitch. How do I get out of this?
Help me. How do I get out of this?
I know. I've done streams
'cause
like that with philosophy, which I'm not really good at philosophy, and I've literally asked the chat, like, how do I get out of this one? What's going on?
Well, but see, this is why it's important when you say things.
Well,
because oftentimes we say shit like whenever you're talking to someone, right? Typically,
I figured it out. I figured it out.
The
let me explain.
Process. Okay. Well,
So
wait a minute.
it is bottom up with the companies, because the whole idea behind having smaller and smaller companies, well, you're sectioning off the risk, because if you have a bunch of small companies competing, it is a bottom up approach, because some companies will do things better than other companies, and those companies will rise to the top. And even though those companies are hierarchically ordered, which is top down, the risk that, well, no, I'm serious here. The risk of implementing top-down solutions is minimized because you're implementing them over a wide basis of companies. Like if you have a monopoly, if you have one company and you're going to implement top-down solutions, that's going to be more dangerous. And that's one of the, I think, the arguments against monopolies is that you are.
So I agree with you. And obviously this is the problem. Okay, this is the theory of relativity. Okay, since everything's relative, you can kind of argue almost anything.
Well, it's still bottom up, though.
Yeah, but wait a minute. This is the perfect example of what we've been talking about in terms of why why sometimes arguments in debates are not productive. Okay, because you could twist the logic the way you just
I'm
did.
not twisting the logic. This is not twisted logic.
Technically, if I look at it from this perspective, which I admit is a valid perspective, when I look at it from this perspective, the statement I said about bottom up is correct. Okay. When the actual, what I think would be the more productive and more true or truer to yourself, a thing to do would be to say, yeah, I'm going.
Oh my God, this is like, now that you've conceded the point, the truer to yourself, to your actual identity, your core identity.
I don't want to trigger you. I'll take that back. But I think
I'm not kidding. I'm not triggered. But go ahead.
Okay. I think the more productive thing is to just be like, look, we have these conversations. You're just saying words. You're not thinking you're thinking like one word ahead of what actually comes out of your mouth. If even you're thinking one word ahead.
3 or 4, but okay.
Yeah. It's like a subconscious process. At least for me, it's not like I'm thinking every word before I say it. It just kind of comes out. It just flows naturally. So oftentimes when you're in that state, you say things that either they're just off the top of your head, you haven't really thought through, or maybe it's not exactly what you mean. So when you said bottom up is the way to go, I assume you're really talking about just political processes. You're not talking about all of life and all of reality and every system that exists. But then because I attacked you by dragging your thing about political position, about political ideology, and I drag it immediately into a realm outside of what you're talking about, instead of you saying, well, that's not what I meant, you feel like all of a sudden you're supposed to defend it, and you sort of get trapped into defending a position. And then I bring it to the commune stuff, and you feel like, wait a minute.
Yeah, now I really have
trapped now. I got to figure out a way to twist this to make it work.
So bottom up is inefficient in companies because you lose the division of labor in the bottom up.
I'm saying
system.
I don't think there's not a universal thing in terms of bottom up versus top down. There's some situations where you want bottom up, some situations where you want top down.
But do you agree that top down is more risky than bottom up?
Risky in
the company situation, bottom up is way more risky. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. That was the whole thing. Like when we were talking about the communes, we'd say, wait a minute, do you want every dishwasher and busboy to have an equal say in how the restaurant should be run? Like,
that's idiocy. That's just
that's the bottom up solution.
Flushing your economy down the toilet.
Because that's literally one of Vaush's arguments in favor of these worker communes. He says that they're democracies.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. We have to delete this stream, okay?
But that's why it's better when you're having a conversation with someone you don't feel like animosity towards because
exactly
because you can work through it and you don't have to be like fuck this guy, I have to defend my position at all costs.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. I was thinking really the way, and it's funny that Destiny Now is talking about how he doesn't give a fuck about rhetoric because the real way to win Vaush over. Vaush obviously has like a Destiny love complex going here. Like the real way to win Destiny over is just to befriend him and to slowly work your magic. And we could have Destiny on our side. We could even have, or we could have Vaush on our side as someone who's a reasonable, rational person instead of a like bold-faced commie.
It's funny because, I mean, my interpretation, you know, I've only been following Destiny recently, so I don't know. But my interpretation is that he's kind of similar to Nuance Bro, and that he's the kind of person that will call you out and say you're a fucking idiot or I disagree with you publicly, even if you're like his friend. Like he doesn't care. Like, he's just gonna immediately go.
Yes.
And the thing is, most people don't do that. Most people view it as like, oh, if you have a disagreement with someone who's your friend, you should tell them privately.
That's me.
Know.
Yeah, that's me.
Right.
Totally. Yeah, that's
right. You
that's
should
the
engage
producer
with them.
in me
Right.
all the way.
Right. No, I fallen more in that camp. You know, that's why originally when I was criticizing Tim, I wasn't calling him out. I was sending him direct messages saying, look, you got some information wrong. It's only when he didn't respond and then continued down that path that I started to call him out publicly. So, but anyway, that's another tangent. But so I think he's that type of person. So I think that's why he burns so many bridges, is because he just, if you can't deal with that person who's going to call you out, then, you know, you're not going to make friends with them. So I don't know if the befriend Destiny strategy is going to work for Vi.
Yeah, because he's gonna. Well, your argument is basically Destiny's incapable of that strategy. So
I think, look, it might be sad. Look, I don't want to project. I don't know his whole life. It seems like it might be very difficult for him to maintain relationships with other people of strong personality types.
yeah. Well, and people who talk a lot of shit.
Well, no, because you can talk a lot of shit as long as you're allowing. Because you've noticed this. Whenever there's like a friend group, there's typically like one or two people who are like the alphas of the friend group, right?
Yeah,
And they kind of like
I know
control the flow of the group.
Yeah, no, I know.
Right.
I know the high. I like to suss out the hierarchical system of friend groups. It's one of my hobbies.
Right. Yeah. So it's always very interesting whenever you see this and you interact with a new friend group and you're like, oh, I see who like the alpha of the friend group is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but sometimes, and it's interesting because I've known a couple people in my life who are like so like overwhelmingly charismatic or domineering. That's like, oh,
why? Thank you, Sitch.
And not you. I'm sorry, Adam. but that if you can't deal with that personality type, if you're too like, oh, I have to be in charge, and you hate this person, you can't deal with them. And I think that's a lot of times what happens with all these internet feuds, is because obviously when you have all these people who have internet channels, right? All the people that have their internet YouTubes are going to be more likely to be the alphas of their own little domain, so they're not going to play nice with each other.
Oh yeah, they got all their sycophants in the chat, just sucking up to them. That's why you have to have a good mix of people who hate you in the chat. It's always good to have some haters out there.
There you go. The end read for £2 says Sargon waits, he protect, but he also attack. There you go. We're gonna watch the UBI video, Sargon. When are we gonna watch the UBI video? Charles Murray.
Let's read our super chats and then call it a show. We don't need. I think that's a good ending spot.
That's what I was doing because it's been 10 o'clock Eastern Coast time.
It's almost
so
6
hours.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get through. We're an hour and 20 minutes ish.
Yeah.
Through this, there's another hour and 30 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't even honestly think I'm gonna listen to it because it sounds like such BS.
It's kind of interesting because I think later, unfortunately, they do get into more policy stuff, and you hear a lot of like Vaush's tired arguments about how climate change would be better if everything was a commune as opposed to capitalist or run, which to me is a totally crazy and absurd idea. I think it actually might be worse, but that's just me. But there's a link in the description if you want to watch the rest of their debate. I think it's interesting, even though Adam is badmouth.
Well, no, I might listen to it if they get into that stuff because
I think they do
find
get
it
to more
interesting.
policy stuff. Matt Magnum for $2 says, as you said, that sucked my power came back on. Oh, how dare you, Matt? The opinionated one for $2 says, Kyle's a hack. The very thing he swore to destroy. Yeah, Kyle seems like he's gone totally fucking bonkers. Clickbait crazy.
Yeah, full bonkers.
Full bonkers.
Yeah.
Also, you're for 5. Aussie Buck says, Sitch, don't say anything bad about Jimmy Dore or else I'll have to marry you too.
Wow, you're getting a lot of marriage
I
proposals.
guess I'm getting a lot of marriage
Too
proposals
bad-
from dudes.
I know. Too bad there are not any
dude.
lovely ladies in there. What's
I
going
know
on?
it's very sad. Yeah, I don't look. I used to like Jimmy Dore too because he seemed. This is the problem. I get tricked because there was like Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore were like, oh look, they're on the left, but they're not SJW, and they kind of would often criticize like regressive SJW shit. I'm like, oh, awesome. There's like sane leftists still around, but like, oh, fooled you. It was all a trick. The reason they're anti-SJW is because they're fucking commies. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's literally that's Vaush's brand. He's like, oh, I'm not SJW. Tricked you. Fucking commie. Like, ugh.
I do think
it.
I do like Jimmy Dore. I think Jimmy Dore's the least worst among them, and he's anti-war. Like I'm anti-war.
He's not as bad as Kyle, but he's still.
And he was willing to
very
back
similar.
up Trump for not getting us into a war, which I thought, okay,
Right.
well that's
Right.
commendable.
Yeah, because his tribal line isn't the normal left-right one.
No, it's not.
It's among different lines.
Yeah.
Right. The Wooster for 199 says the Sargon and Destiny Redemption friendship arc fan art, please.
Oh yeah, totally.
It's not gonna happen.
The-
Guys, it's not gonna
Seems
happen.
like the
You can't
last
meet-
debate I saw with
know.
Sargon, they ended on decent terms. I mean,
I don't know. He's whenever I've heard him talk about Sargon, he's always insulting him. He does not
Yeah.
like Sargon. I don't know why. I don't know what the problem is, but you can't look. Maybe you guys can meme Sargon Destiny friendship into existence. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen.
memes are the way to people's hearts.
Yep. Econs for 199 says just got home driving 3 hours and you're still going. Look, Econs, why weren't you listening to us on your phone the whole 3 hours?
Yeah, exactly. Would your phone
Prime
die?
opportunity. Right. That's how it
Get a
works. That's what
backup
you do. You
phone.
drive. Yeah. You drive long periods of time and you listen to people argue about dumb shit on YouTube for hours. That's the move.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I don't know what happened this year. I used to have zero problems with the YouTube app, but this year it's like nonstop problems with my YouTube app on my phone.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has had that problem. It's really annoying. Egons for 499 says you can't change your mind, but you can change your heart or your hear. Spider-Man the musical. There you go. Spider-Man killed musicals. Okay. Vagabond 666 Gmail for 2 Aussie bucks says, can't believe you think peer review is a good idea. Well, I don't know if Adam was saying it was a good idea. He was just saying it's a bottom
Up
up
idea.
approach, right?
Yeah.
Because
Peer review has all kinds of problems. It does.
Right.
I'm
Right, 'cause I
I'm
know,
well aware of those problems, but the idea is that it is a bottom up approach.
Yeah. Well, I know Eric Weinstein's been on a very anti-peer review rant recently.
Yeah. Yes.
But see, look, but see, Vagabond, look, you illustrated what we were talking about. Because Adam didn't say he thinks peer review is a good idea. He was just using it as an example to illustrate his point about the bottom-up approach. I mean, I guess you could infer because Adam was saying that the bottom-up is a good approach, so therefore you would be implyingly saying that peer review is good. So maybe you were saying that, Adam, and you didn't realize it.
I'm saying it's a better approach.
Okay.
Yeah. But then there is places where you need hierarchy.
The idea
Militaries
behind
is
peer
another
review
place
is a
you
good
need
idea,
hierarchies.
but the implementation is fucked up, right? Is that the safe centrist
You
thing to
can't
say,
have
guys?
a bottom up military either.
That's true. You can't have a
Yeah.
bottom up military.
Yeah, when it's time to go fuck shit up, you need fucking hierarchy.
That's right. Ronin Jiran for 100. I don't know what that symbol is. I think it's rubles. 100 rubles says, I can see Tim Pool becoming extremely cynical with the stories he's told, especially the ones about the back workings of the media. It's a shame. Yeah, but see, that's the issue, is that I agree. I can completely see it. And I know that he has a lot of inside things to become cynical. But the problem is, if you're going to become cynical, then you lose and if you're going to become cynical and play the system, you lose your ability to complain about the system because you're just part of it, right? He's the guy who he's the guy who said, what's the quote? Lest the guy who fights monsters, lest he be aware, if he gazes too long into the abyss gazes into you.
I don't know.
That's what happened. You never heard that quote?
I have,
It's a
yeah.
super famous quote. Yeah, okay. Dr. Morgul for $10 says, where would the deep state, i.e. the CIA or similar bodies, fit into the top-down, bottom-up analysis? There you go, Adam. Deep state. Explain it.
I don't know. My brain is the disagreeing with me energy has subsided.
Oh God. So I'll answer for Adam. Adam would say the bottom up is better because
okay, go ahead.
Bottom up approach would take away the power from the quote unquote deep state or CIA or whoever institutional boogeyman.
Disperse risk over a larger Yeah.
Right. No, and look,
well, this is the idea behind separation of powers. Like the institutions were breaking up institutional power, dispersing it.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what's so hilarious about Trump is that he's probably grabbed more executive power than any president in I don't know, modern history. And the party that usually cries about that is silent because tribalism.
Yeah, too bad.
Jorgen Broland for 20 California bucks, 20 Canadian says, thanks for entertainment, boys. My dilemma for you. I'm originally from Russia. Anti-gay attitudes in Russia are bottom up. Would you be in favor of government imposing top-down pro-gay policies, democracy, or individual rights? Ooh, that's a very good question.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem with the bottom up, because I've also read that no nation has voted for an end to capital punishment through bottom up means, like no democracy. Right. All democracies are in favor of capital punishment, and I understand why, obviously, but an end to capital punishment is always imposed from top down.
Well, see, maybe because democracy is sort of like representative democracy, like we have, or representative republic, or whatever the fuck you want to classify us having, is kind of the compromise between bottom up and top down, because it's saying like, oh, well, everyone votes for the person, but it's like you're not voting on every policy. You're voting for like a person who you think knows better than you to judge on these issues, right?
Yeah.
So it's sort of the compromise, because it's what you're saying. It's like, and this is why I completely disagreed with what Vaush was. Vaush seemed to be implying, I don't know what he was saying, he seemed to be implying that hatred towards classism or racism was mostly a top-down thing, which I don't agree with. And as the super chatter just said, homophobia was a bottom-up thing in Russia. And it's like the same thing with you have like the civil rights movement. That was a top-down thing that was kind of forced upon the South.
Yes.
Right. So how would you solve that if it's purely bottom up? You can't. Sometimes, I don't know. It's difficult because all the tools you use in those situations can obviously be used for bad purposes later. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's a simple answer, or if you just have to take everything in the case by case.
In the case of the South, though, and I know this because it was the debate that I had with Kent Hovind, this is actually the argument that they make in Why Nations Fail. Like the South undercompeted economically the North because the North had the incentives to innovate in ways that the South didn't have the incentives to innovate.
No, I'm not talking about the Civil War. I'm talking about civil rights.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the first civil right was like the end of slavery, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about like the 60s. Like, I'm not talking about Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm saying you had a lot of southern states.
But the civil rights was totally bottom up. What are you talking about?
No, but I guess you could say the people advocating the government for it was bottom up. But but the power structure was top down, because I'm assuming you had way more people in the southern states, or at least in some of these states, that were against integration. Right. That's why they had to have the federal government come in, because the local governments wouldn't uphold the laws. They wouldn't protect the black college students. They had to have the literal federal government come in and do it.
So funny. Now the progressives are against integration.
I know how times have changed.
How crazy.
Yeah. But no, it's a very interesting dilemma. I wish we had an answer for that, but we're just a couple of centrists, enlightened centrists, saying we don't know.
How enlightened can we be?
That's true. We're enlightened enough to know we don't know the answer. There you go. See? Destiny's Tiny Coke for $1.99 says, in for the end of the stream. Peace out, Sargoninios. Thank you very much. Peace out, Destiny's Tiny Coke.
Was that one species in
I don't
Cognito?
think Destiny's Tiny
Sargoninios?
Coke was one species. No.
That's funny.
Sargoninios was probably the best meme to come out of that.
Oh yeah,
So there's a
definitely,
very funny word.
definitely.
Econs for 499 says I had to use my phone to navigate and can't use YouTube and Waze at the same time. Really?
Yeah, that sucks.
That sucks. I know you can use YouTube and Google Maps at the same time. I don't know about Waze. Well, actually, no. Oh, I know what the problem is because I have YouTube Red, so you
listen
can.
to you.
Well, first of all, I don't know. I feel like if you're a YouTuber and you don't subscribe to YouTube Red,
Oh,
it's
now
like,
I'm the bad guy. Okay,
I
I
don't
love
know,
how
it
you
just
turned
seems
it
like
around.
it seems like
that was
you
quick.
should be supporting your fellow YouTubers. I don't know. Look, and I'll be honest. I get so much. I listen to YouTube so much that it's good to support the people I listen to and also not to listen to ads every 10 seconds.
I like to Netflix and chill.
Anyway, but so maybe it's just the YouTube Red thing because on mine I can turn off the screen and it'll still play whatever the video is. I think you can only do that if you have YouTube Red. So maybe that functionality translates to allowing you to listen to YouTube with other apps at the same time. I'm not sure. Econs for 199 says, I listened to Casino Royale James Bond audiobook. There you go. Look, that's obviously far more interesting and important than this. So I don't disagree with you. That's fine.
That is great.
That's great. Casino Royale audiobook. Jesus. That sounds like literally the worst fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Really?
How could you listen? Casino Royale audiobook? Jesus Christ.
If you guys want some good audiobooks that are exciting, that aren't like Why Nations Fail academic nonsense, I know tons of them.
Sure you do.
I
you
do.
even read fiction?
I know I don't really, but I read nonfiction. There's this one book about a guy who was thrown in a Bolivian prison, and that one is amazing. They make all the drugs in the Bolivian prison.
Paradox for $1 says, you think commies are bad now? Wait till the fountain of youth happens and the rich can afford it first. How big you think a component of hate for the rich is ageism?
Oh,
Why
I know.
do you think all the left thinks Corona is okay because it killed boomers? I don't wait for okay. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. I don't think the left thinks Corona is okay because it kills boomers. I mean, I'm sure there's some crazy people, and I'm sure there's lots of trolls saying that, but I don't think that's like a widespread position. But I do agree with you that, and this is part of what the guy was talking about on Joe Rogan, that is going to be a huge problem because when they do figure out a lot of these longevity medicines or techniques, it's going to be very expensive. And that's why he was saying there's going to be so much political policy is going to have to be built around this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you will, I mean, look, that's why there's that movie. What was it? The Justin Timberlake movie where everyone had like the time on their wrist. And that was like,
oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Right. Like, or even the movie where like all the people like lived on the space station, got like free Medicare and everyone lived there.
Oh, that's
sucked.
a terrible movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like it. I like District 9. I didn't like that one.
Elysium was a terrible movie, and
right,
was it? I can't remember what the.
It was like Out of Time or something.
It's like In Time, I think maybe.
In Time, yeah. But the problem with these like kind of dystopian movies, not the problem with, but the thing with these dystopian movies is I don't foresee how those situations could ever grow because as you said, the second there's this like technology that's like heals people, it's going to be a big fucking issue.
Yeah.
People are going to fight over it. And I do think there would be legit. See, here's the thing too with the communists, and I've wagged my finger at conservatives. Conservatives have to acknowledge their part. Maybe not conservatives today, but conservatives in the 2000s and in the 2010s have to understand that they played a big role in pushing all these commies, all these left people to be communist by basically saying we can't have any social systems, we can't have any banking reforms without, because if you remember that was during Bush and during Obama, any sort of regulations, any sort of banking reforms was all communism. They're so quick to call wolf on the communist train. And then when the actual communist comes, what happens? Well, you're fucked because you called wolf too many times.
Yeah.
And
true.
And that's what, and if you listen to a lot of the very far communist rhetoric, this is what they say. They say, oh, well, we tried for 20 years to compromise with the Republicans and they didn't do it. So we need a revolution. So that's what happens. If you're not moderate, if you don't give and take relationships, it drives people to extremes. So I do think if there was some like magic longevity cures or medicines that come out in the next 10 or 20 years, and there isn't any sort of move to have this stuff be available to the public, widely available to the public, you are going to get literal revolution.
Yeah. It's going to hit about the same time that the general public becomes superfluous because of automation. Like what?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen here?
It's true. It's very interesting. I didn't even think it's true. Like
this is
like
not
that
a good.
And automation's all going to happen at the same fucking time.
It's not fucking Gattaca we're looking at here. Really, it's some scary fucking shit.
Well, maybe that's the benefit, because maybe the problem will solve itself, because if you have enough automation, then maybe you don't need to. Maybe you're not going to need to have work, or as they were saying on the podcast. Maybe in 100 years, the concept of working for a job will be kind of like quaint.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is weird. It's crazy to say this, but as Joe Rogan said, he said, well, if you think about it, the idea of working for a job is actually a pretty recent human invention.
True.
So
true. I'll be right back.
I don't know. We'll see. It's very hard to predict this shit because there's so many different variables you can never really pick out what's going to go where. Gabe for $1.07 says, "There's no context. There's no context. Love is love." Also, Adam, she's totally cool with it, or at least she has no say in the matter. Where I can pull out the homophobia card. There you go, Adam. Adam, are you there? Are you alive? Adam. Is Adam there, guys? What happened, guys? Is Adam gone? I can't see. Where's Adam? Where did you go? I closed the window. I can't see. Is he gone, guys? Did Adam just totally ditch me? He did ditch me. What a piece of shit. I just opened the window and I see Adam is gone. He's not even there. He doesn't even tell me. Oh my God. He just totally, can you believe this? Can you believe Adam friended? Totally. Look, I didn't even realize this. Okay. This is why I have to have the video open at all times. Okay. He has his own fire video open. He's promoting his own stuff and he's not even there. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck him. Oh my God. Can't believe this. I'm not going to give him his cut of the super chats now. That's it. Adam gets no cut of super chats, everyone. Nobody tell him. Shh. Nobody tell him. Okay. It's just going to be a surprise. Nobody tell him. Okay. Shh. He's going to come back and I'm like, hey, he's back. Nothing bad happened while he was gone. Woo. Anyways, where was I? Brack Morigor for $1 says, Sargon is to liberals as a male feminist are to men.
I'm back, by the way.
Maybe. I didn't even know you left.
I said I'll be right back, but
I didn't hear you.
I thought maybe you didn't hear me, but I figured the chat would let you know.
I was talking.
I like the opinionated one. Adam unfriended.
Nothing. We didn't talk bad about you whatsoever when you were gone. Nope. Everything was totally above board and cool. Yeah, everything's totally great.
Because people
anyone that tells you anything otherwise in the chat or
people usually clip out when you talk shit about me when I'm gone and they send it to me. So I got my friends too.
There you go. CT for $1 says, "All right, Sitch, we've discussed it. You can marry me instead. I'm basically a human female, and that way I can let Felix in to still stare at you while you sleep after you overdose on ravioli."
Wow.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you're basically a human female CT.
That sounds exactly like the family structure that Vaush actually advocates for on his channel.
This is what I want. I want to marry basically a human female and have some Australian guy come in and stare at me while I'm sleeping. This is what I'm signed up for, guys. This is what's gonna happen.
Nice.
Paradox for $1 says, "It's funny Destiny mentions red flags and crypto communism because he can't see that Vaush is wearing a co-op shirt where the C is replaced with a hammer and sickle. Vaush is very quiet about that. That's really funny. That's so funny. I didn't know that because I also didn't see Vaush's visual on that.
That's hilarious. What is Vaush's plan? I mean, seriously, he wants to become like a revolutionary, I guess.
It's to be popular on Twitch and DLive and YouTube.
Then this can't be sincere. Like he's
I'm
got
sure
to
it
know. He's
seems-
got to
no.
know on some level he's full of shit. Like he can't deliver any of
I
the
don't
things
know.
he's
Who the fuck knows?
he's
I don't know
offering
what the
people.
plan is.
Like he's offering people entertainment. He's not offering people a better life.
Right. I don't know.
I mean, he has to know this. Come on. You figured it out. It took you like a week. It took you like
okay.
7 days.
Okay. Adam, you have to understand, I'm a very big brained, unique, centrist individual. Okay. I was like, okay, I'm not the normal person.
What are you saying?
Well, okay, but first of all,
So you're
talking to
saying
someone
Vaush isn't smart enough to figure out that he's just
it's not a question of being smart enough. Okay. It's a question of literally the thing that sparked me to create YouTube videos was breaking out of the bubble and realizing that I was in a bubble and that my side was full of idiots like the other
right.
side.
Same here.
Okay.
We had the same exact
That is
origin
not the
story.
reason Vaush started to make a YouTube channel.
Well, he never broke out of the bubble though.
No, his the reason for Vaush's stated reason for a YouTube channel is to make a bigger bubble.
Yes,
That's the
exactly.
reason.
Exactly.
Okay?
There's all these
So, yeah.
people in this bubble, and I know how to talk to them. I know how to activate their pay me centers.
Right. So yeah. So to answer your question, that is why Vaush is not aware of what you're saying, even though I was aware of it within a couple of weeks. It's because we're coming from completely different places.
Right. But
Groper
he's
Prime
had
for $1
months.
says,
He has to be aware of it now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think there's very few people that are straight up grifters, and that I think there's very few people who say, "Hey, I'm the bad guy, and I'm going to be
Of
bad."
course
and
not. He's
just
got to be
manipulate
lying to himself about the whole
people."
thing.
Yeah,
But
everyone
he
lies to
knows.
themselves. Everyone twists to themselves, right?
He's like,
So I don't.
so maybe he's lying to himself, saying that, yeah, this really is going to be a revolution, and I'm going to be the party leader.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he thinks, oh, well, I'm advocating for communist stuff, therefore I'm spreading the message, and therefore people will vote
Other people
more
will,
communist stuff.
Other
or
people
something.
will
I don't
form
know.
co-ops. I will inform them how beneficial co-ops are, so that they can make them.
I don't know. Look, I agree with you that the best way to lead is to do. But
Do,
obviously
yeah,
that's the hardest way. That's the hardest way to do it. It's easier just to tell people what to do. So we'll see. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe a year from now, Vaush will prove us wrong and he'll start a co-op of some kind.
Aren't we trying to lead by example somewhat by like not straw manning people and trying to use
Not really.
charitability?
I mean, I'm not.
Really?
I don't know about you. I'm sure that we're straw manning.
Oh, so I'm lying.
Vaush
I guess
and-
I am lying to myself. Never mind. Next super chat.
I've given up because I'm sure that whenever we do a video on someone, if they were there, if they were talking to us directly, they'd say, "That's not what I meant." There's always be a million things that we didn't realize that they're trying to. This is what always happens. You say, "What the fuck is this person saying?" Then you talk to them, they're like, "Oh no, my take's nuanced because I really meant 100 different things that didn't come across in my speech." And you're like, "Oh, okay, whatever." So I've just given up on that concept completely.
I have gotten emails from people who've said that they've gotten out of their bubble. So it's not like
Okay, well,
a
look, I'm glad.
deluge or anything like that. But a lot of people like say that I turned them on to Jonathan Haidt, and Jonathan Haidt's book had the same effect on them that it had on me. So,
Well, okay, I agree. Jonathan Haidt is the miracle worker trying to
Oh,
pop
hell
people
yeah.
out of the bubbles. Okay, I agree with that. Groper Prime for $1 says, "How does gay sex help centrism?" There you go.
yeah. Huh.
There you go. Perfect.
One for the ages.
One for the ages. Contrast for $2 says, "Destiny doesn't like Sargon because he wiped the floor with Destiny during the Jontron saga.
I do remember
Also,
that.
Sargon is a boogeyman of the left, a wrench hoarder, if you will." That's interesting. I didn't know Sargon
Hoards
wiped the
wrenches.
floor with Destiny during the Jontron saga.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Really?
We love you now,
Okay.
Destiny, but yeah, you were not at your best then. And he copyright struck Sargon's second channel, which I thought
Oh,
was
that's
just
right. I remember.
horrible.
About that.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's right.
He did feel bad about it, but Sargon was like so baller. He's like, nah, I don't really want to talk about that. Like, 'cause, Destiny wanted to talk it through, because you could tell he felt bad about it, man. He's like, oh,
I thought, did he copyright his second channel? I thought he copyrighted his Twitter because
No.
Sargon was uploading clips on Twitter.
no,
Or was it both?
He copyrighted his second channel.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Bad
three
move.
copyright strikes in a row and took the channel
Destiny.
down. And Sargon's like, no, I'll just
Destiny.
start he's like, I'll just start a new one, and he did.
That's true. Yeah, Destiny. For shame. For
Yeah.
shame. Shame.
That's
shame,
not
shame.
that breaks all the YouTube etiquette.
Breaks all the YouTube etiquette rules. Yeah. Sargon won his lawsuit against
Oh,
whatever
I
her face
know.
was.
I know. In
Yep.
your face.
In your face. And now I believe he's suing her or attempting to sue her for legal fees.
Yeah. Which is
I don't know how that works.
sweet justice. That's what justice tastes like right there.
That's what justice tastes like.
Sweet.
Gabe for $1.25 says, now Adam's gone. You're left with just me. Oh, Jesus. See, Adam, this is why you can't leave. You can't leave me alone with these
I
people.
knew deep down,
Really
I
alone
knew
with
this will get super chats because people will be like,
Oh, my God.
I'm not that bad.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, Adam should play Okami. I bet he would love it.
Yeah, we should do another gaming stream. We should.
Yeah, I want. Oh, my God. When are they going to fix the Subnautica multiplayer mod? I want to play Subnautica with you.
Okay.
Not Okami, though. Okami's a single player game. But yeah, you might like it. It's very artsy fartsy and it looks very pretty.
You got to play multiplayer. That's more fun.
No, I'm saying you might like it. I don't know. I'm assuming Adam doesn't play video games much on his own. So
no, none.
If at all.
Not at all. Never. Well, although
Yeah,
I did play Human Fall Flat by myself for I think maybe like an hour and a half. I was trying to figure out how to row that motherfucking boat. I was like, Jesus
That's hilarious.
Christ.
Figure this out. Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, we got Gang Beasts. We got to play that at some point. Fuck. Anyway. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, no, when the actual commie comes, it proves us right. No, Lord of the Nerds, no. See, Lord, you're in the bubble, Lord of the Nerds. Got to break out of the bubble. Gotta break out of the bubble, okay? You have to understand that political rhetoric pushes people in both directions, okay? So when you have a bunch of people who are on the left who are like, oh, we want some sort of change, and then the people on the right say, you're a bunch of commies, and no, we can't get no change. After a time period, a certain number of those people are going to get pushed further and further and further to the left, just the same way that we always say SJWs push people to the alt-right.
Yeah.
Okay, which I believe, and I've said multiple times, the same process occurs in both directions.
Yeah.
You can't say it's one-sided because that's not how it works.
Well, I honestly do
directions.
think income inequality is what's playing a role in driving people both to the far right and the far left.
Of course.
Because
of
income
course.
inequality is what both people want to solve. The
Right.
far right only want to solve it for their own ethnic
For
group.
white people. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, right.
But the far
No,
left
that's-
wants
yeah,
to
that's a
solve the
different
same
issue. But
problem
yes.
just for everyone in the whole entire world, regardless of where they live.
Regardless of country. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, the left courted these extremists. Screw them. They wanted their votes and courted them for years. Don't call it a grave. It's the future you chose. Well, that's the thing. Before 2014, they weren't courting these extremists. I mean, Bernie was even registered as an independent, not a Democrat.
oh yeah.
So I don't
Yes.
believe Obama or Clinton were courting communists. That's my take on that.
He's not even a true Democrat.
Not even a true Democrat. And it's funny because all the communists say that Obama is like a dirty neoliberal warmonger. So they don't even like Obama. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, no super chats for Adam. I forgot Sitch is Jewish.
What? You better.
Oh,
send
while
me
you
my
were
super
gone,
chats.
since you left, I didn't hear you. I said that I'm not giving you any super chats for
Oh, really?
this episode.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
I said since he left without me knowing, he forfeited all his super chats. It's part of the contract.
I said, I'll be right back. That's
but I
exactly
didn't
what I
hear
said.
you.
I'll be right back.
Because I was probably talking.
I was going to pee my pants and I didn't.
I
There's
was listening to the sound of my own voice.
something about peeing your pants on a live stream just does. It seems like that would be the end.
That's
of your
how you
YouTube.
get the views. Are you kidding me? You get 1 million views of Adam Friend that pees his pants on stream.
We should retitle the script. Retitle the stream. Adam Friend
And
Pee.
Friend that pees himself on stream.
Oh God.
Dude, I'm telling you. Slime Master Nate, that's the clickbait right there. Slime Master Nate for $2 says, geez Louise, you guys, you're still streaming? Y'all crazy.
We
Fuck.
are crazy.
Yes.
Is this a record now? Do we? Is this
No,
a new
no, no.
record?
We went longer. We went longer with Sargon.
Did we?
This is a
Did we hit 7 hours yet? I feel like we're close.
No, this is like 6 hours and 30 minutes.
I
We
know.
did. I thought we did 7 hours with Sargon and Nuance Pro. Sean Welch for $5 says Jeff Brown talked to Glenn Beck about being able to live past 100 years old in the next 5 years because of 5G. Very interesting. Huh. I'll have to look that up. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about 5G, like 5G wireless. I don't know why that would make people live longer, but I'll look that up. That is very interesting. The Wooster for 499 says, I think there are very few people who are actually grifters. PSA Grift 2020. There it is. There it is, folks. My grift has been exposed.
Yeah.
I was the true grifter.
We talk
all
about
along.
grifting openly, though. I mean, if we really were going to grift,
true.
like we're
Maybe that's the grift, Adam.
we kind of have a game plan lined up for the grift.
The grift is we talk about the grift openly and pretend we're the one true not grifters.
I think
That's the
one
grift.
species calls me a grifter on Twitter once a day now.
That's true. I think he does.
I'm so nice to that guy. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I really don't.
When you say I'm so nice to that guy, it's the same way where like Destiny is like yelling at Hassan. He's like, I still love Hassan. It's like, no, you don't. Shut up.
Well, I guess so. Maybe that's
You're
not
really
true.
you're not. I don't know if you're that nice to one species, which is fine, but you're not a grift. This is why I get annoyed. I don't have a problem with people insulting people and calling them names, but just be correct with your insults. You're not a grifter, Adam. Adam's not a grifter.
No, not at all. I'm so far from a grifter.
You might not like him.
I wish.
But he's not a grifter.
I wish that I had the grifter in me. I honestly do.
There
My
you
life
go.
would be easier. Like grifting is one of the easiest things to do. Why do you think Vaush
Sonic-
is doing it?
That's fair enough. Sonic Girl Forever for $2 says Adam releases a stream on stream. There it is.
What's that? Stream on stream.
Adam releases a stream on stream. You pee on stream.
Oh,
Get it?
yeah, I get it.
I thought it was funny, Sonic Girl. I'm sorry, Adam doesn't get the jokes. Okay. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says left has been courting extremists since the 60s. I disagree. I don't think they've been courting extremists. I think the Vietnam stuff created a lot of extremists who were on the left and tried to push the left in certain directions. But I cannot foresee how you can think that people like Jimmy Carter or Bill Clinton
Oh my
were
God.
extremists.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know. They don't seem like.
BJ's in the Oval Office is kind of, I don't know.
I think what you can say. Okay, since I know that Lord of the Nerds is very, very right wing bubble oriented. Okay, here's my gimme. Okay, the left has the problem that they were calling sheep, they're calling wolf for racism and sexism. Okay, and they would label and this was before even 2014. They were very quick to label people on the right racist or sexist for any reason, just to gain political power, just to spear someone.
Yeah.
That's been going on for a while. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, now it's just the gloves are off. Like you're just racist if you voted for Trump.
Yeah, now obviously now it's been multiplied by 100, but that was going on for a while. So yeah.
They've set up a terrible situation though, because I don't know how. Like if your argument is you're racist if you vote for Trump, you're not going to get good polling out of the election. Like I don't know how they expect to call people and ask them who they're voting for, and then like when it's a cultural meme that you're racist if you vote for Trump, nobody's going to say they're voting for Trump.
Right. Yeah, that was definitely part of the thought about why the polling was so wrong about 2016.
Yeah, it's going to be just as bad this year. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. I don't think people are afraid to say they're voting for Trump now that he's in, because it's like, oh, he's in now, so.
Really? I don't know. Maybe.
Because usually it's like, okay, it's like when you're at a traffic light and it turns green, and like people don't want to go because they don't want to be the first fucking person to go into the intersection. So everyone fucking waits for someone to take charge.
Right.
Okay, but once the person takes charge and goes in the intersection, everyone feels comfortable to go. So that's what I'm saying. Like now that Trump is president, everyone feels comfortable to say.
Yeah, but everybody has a friend with TDS.
Yeah, but no, I agree with you. I'm not saying they feel comfortable to say it publicly. I mean they feel comfortable to say it privately to a pollster on the phone.
That's
or
publicly.
something.
Like everybody thinks.
No, it's not, because they don't usually put your name in these polls.
Sure,
it's all,
I don't know.
It's all
I'm
randomized
pretty skeptical.
statistical data.
I think
Okay, well,
I
maybe.
think as
I
soon
don't
as the pollster hangs up, they go to Facebook and they say, "Oh my God, I just called Adam in Los Angeles, and he just said he was voting for Trump. Can you believe
There
that
you
he's
go.
in Los Angeles? Oh my God,
Okay.
what a lunatic!" Any pollster has the ability to do that. You know they do.
Okay.
They're calling you on your phone. They know your name. They have your voting history. They have the ability to do that. Do they not?
I don't think they do. Because usually when they poll you, I'm trying to remember because I've been polled occasionally. They don't
Oh, they're
usually.
I'm not saying they're allowed to do that, but they could
They usually
do
just,
it.
I don't know. I don't, whatever. I don't agree. Anyway, Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, hence the confusion about socialism versus liberal. No, I disagree completely. Reagan was very successful in making liberal a dirty word
Oh, hell
by
yeah.
associating liberal with socialist. And that was
Yeah.
done for purely cynical political
Latte
reasons.
licking liberals.
Right. If I'm going to sit here and admit and say, yes, the left for a very long time would label anyone they didn't like as a racist or a sexist for their own political gain and own political power, you have to be willing to give it to me. You have to be willing to look outside the bubble and admit and say, yes, I understand that for many years, liberal was a dirty word because it was associated by Republicans as being like communist or communist adjacent. And not because it was based on anything real. It was purely cynical political motivation. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, I'm a social lib, you strawmanning shyster. Wow.
Oh, wow. He's calling
Call
you
me a
out.
shyster. Call me a shyster. How dare you?
I have our human fall flat game up. I made these PJs on the fly, man. I'm running around in my PJs. It's awesome.
What do you mean you're...
That
Oh,
little
this
clip
is the-
that
this
I
is-
put on. Look, Literature Devil's in here. It's funny.
Yeah, CT made for us Sitch and friended human fall flat avatars.
But I didn't use mine.
I thought you eventually did, didn't you?
No, I think I was in my PJs the whole time.
Oh, I don't remember.
I did-
I used the Sitch one eventually because it was... Sorry, I got it to work. It took a while to get it to work for some reason.
Yeah, you're the knight here. I did.
I'm the Heartless.
Well, you're the knight. Because that one in the little clip that I put on my channel, I have it up. You can't. See
Yeah, it's
it.
a Heartless Knight.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting. Heartless knight. Well, you're trying to
from
drag me
game
off.
Kingdom's
You're trying to
Heart.
drag me off into oblivion. I don't even know how to play the
Right.
game. What a dick!
I know. Adam gets in the game and I immediately want to kill him.
What
Yeah,
a
there you
dick!
go.
But you can't even
I
kill
know.
me. You're just annoying me.
I totally killed him. Don't listen to him.
This is why I played this stupid game for like an hour and a half, because CT made me make sure the avatar worked, because she did this avatar of me. It looks like my with the red shorts and the blue. It's so funny that that's become my avatar. But yeah, I jumped in and I got the avatar to work, and I jumped in the boat and tried to make it row, and I was like, oh my
Right.
God.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says BS. The trope goes back decades before Reagan. So I'm assuming that you're referring to. I would assume that the trope started a lot during the '60s, during the anti-war movement. Again,
Oh, hell yeah.
for not real reasons, but again to slander anyone who's anti-war as being a communist sympathizer. Which obviously there were actual communist sympathizers in the '60s.
Yeah. Sitch was
But
one of them.
obviously, like any of these political terms, they always get way overused. But it was Reagan, to my knowledge, that really brought the left
Oh, yeah.
/ liberal
Oh,
label
yeah.
into the political realm. Like in terms of a president is going to be using this term, and elected officials are going to be using this term. That's my awareness of the issue. Obviously, I wasn't alive during that time period, because I'm not that old.
Really? You didn't
But that is my understanding.
You didn't live through Reagan? Wow, I guess.
Didn't live through Reagan.
Holy shit,
no.
you are a youngster.
I'm a wee lad, so there you go.
My grandparents had a huge portrait of Reagan, like in their guest room, and we used to drive my mom insane. Like, oh, trigger!
Oh my god. So I like someone in the chat says lots of people in the chat are willing to give it to Sitch. Wink, wink.
Interesting.
Oh,
You got a
yeah.
lot of fans.
Ooh. Someone asked, "Am I into?" Okay, I really liked the first two Kingdom Hearts gameplay. I fully will say, without any hesitation, that the story of Kingdom Hearts is utter.
So this
dog
is
shit.
great.
So
We're
I'm
trying
not
to throw
gonna-
each other.
Don't worry, I'm not going to stand for Kingdom Hearts. Low tier. Oh, Wooster for 49 says low tier Grift, Sitch and Adam, mid tier Vaush, Destiny, Nuance Pro. I don't think it's fair to label Nuance Pro with the same tier, but whatever. High tier Sargon, J-Reg, Shu, God tier Chattius Timothy of the House Pulius.
That's funny.
There you go.
Yeah, got you. That's a pretty good lineup. Yeah. Nuance
Yep.
Bro triggers the shit out of one of my friends. It's funny.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He's totally in the left wing bubble.
Mm.
I've been trying to slowly red pill him. Get him in on the real woke side.
So there was a Sitch avatar. I don't think it showed up on video. CT made a Sitch avatar that looks like the Sitch, like just a guy in a suit with the Sitch face. It doesn't look like a Heartless. So
Yeah, I have him in the.
I don't know where it is.
I have him in the.
I only drew the Heartless because the Knight is a prefab human fall flat character, and I got to be special and unique, so I drew a little Heartless thing on its chest.
Some of the stuff that when I search Adam Friended on through Watch Together, the stuff that comes up is insane. Like I don't necessarily know how this is happening.
The Sitch avatar. Oh, I see what you're saying. The Sitch avatar is not based on a Heartless. No, the Sitch avatar is based off of an anime character that will remain nameless. And if you're smart enough, if you're clever enough, you can figure out which anime character.
Well, it's been 3 years and I have no idea what character
inspired the Sitch character. A couple people have figured it out.
Really?
A couple people figured
Well,
it
just
out. Yes.
DM me one of those people.
You don't know, so it doesn't matter. So why do you care?
Yeah, it's true. I don't know shit. Who cares?
Anyways,
Totally apathetic. Oh, are we done?
thank you all. Oh wait, we got one more.
Yeah, what
Hummer
about
Rodriguez for
Stream
$2
Lab?
says, "Casual historian has a video titled "How Liberalism Became Conservatism," where he explains how Democrats adopt the term progressive or liberal depending on the times." Oh, interesting. Check that out. Anyways, oh my God, that was it. Okay, thank you all for coming. We really appreciate the super chats. Thank you all for listening. Sorry I couldn't get through the debate, but it's super fucking long, and you know how me and Adam like to gab our
Yeah,
fucking-
totally. Every frame of pause. We should
Every
name
frame
our
of
show
pause.
Every Frame of Pause. That would be awesome.
We should name. What is the acronym of every frame of pause?
I think it's
don't know what-
EFAP or something like that.
Wow, we should name. And speaking of EFAP, I heard. Did I talk about this? I heard
Hmm.
that Rags and Mahler have a very shit take on Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, they should invite you on to debate that.
We gotta debate that. This stream's been going on for so long, I don't remember if we talked about that. I feel like we did talk about it. Anyway, see you all later. Thank you all for coming. I love you all, except for the people that don't have wrenches. Oh, destroyed.
That's everyone. You bastard.
That's everyone.
I love you all.
See you all later, suckers. I mean, that's not true. I do love you. Bye. Or do I?